Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は222日目です。It is day 222. Today would be a low volume day, right? Yeah, I think these guys are coming up. So then we have like a really low volume day. What's our low volume day for tomorrow? Oh, actually not that low. We have a different unit coming up. Anyways, I guess today is a low volume. 63 sounds like exactly these 63. Oh no, it's 54. Huh. So we got some juicy 9 items. Some 9 items thrown in there somewhere. It's kind of hitting a lull period. We're kind of normalizing a little from our 5-6 days, right? 5-6 days from our Otakon. Alright, let's get into it. Shouldn't be too long today. Okie dokie. Okay. Okay.
Rippa.
Right. Oops. I immediately typed Chinese. Oh, wait. I thought we burned this one. Wait. Hold up. No, I don't think we did. Wait, is it? Oh, no, that's food. Oh, this one's rough. We should write something for this. It's something like having too much and then getting sued for it or something. Like, yeah, this one sucks. Wait, is this actually a burn? I guess we have some. I feel like this is a leech. This has got to be one of the leeches, right? Huh. See what I can think. I'm thinking of wheat. I think I'm thinking of wheat. So I don't think this is a burn, but I also don't remember what it is at the moment. Huh. So be, right? Be is the onyomi. And I clearly remember this isn't be. But it could be something. I mean, it could be me. Womp womp. Alright, we're gonna skip this for now. I don't want to think about it. Too soon.
Okayama-ken.
Wait, is this the same Okayama-ken? Oh, I think this is. Okayama-ken is the second prefecture in Wagotabi, no? Pretty sure it is. I didn't see the... I think there might be one area or maybe a sign that showed the kanji for... And then one of the... I think this is it. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure we got Kagawa-ken. Interesting. What a pleasant surprise. Now we have another form of attachment to this. Neat. Very neat. Okay.
Mazeru.
Mazeru. Okay. I'm surprised. I actually hesitated a moment and thought maybe it had a different read. Okay.
Sogo.
Local.
Seifuku.
If what is the Shogun omitting? Put down. Oh.
省く。
Buku. Hmm.
降雪。
Setsu. Okay. What? Oh man, I went for it, and that was not it. Wait. Interesting. Huh. Sunray? Is this a burn? And this is definitely a burn. Oh, I misspelled it.
Nikko.
Nico. Okay, that's fine. I mean, sunlight works, right? Yeah. Okay.
Kotowaru.
So what it? Okay.
反省。
Unsaid. Like rejection. Well, actually, this is something else. Consideration? Okay. Ah, it got me again. Dang it. Caused me to pause. Yeah. Oops.
素材。
Was I? Hmm. Okay, this one was fine now. Okay. uh,
祈る。
Inoru.
国際。
Okusai. Okay. Okay, that was pretty quick. And now the other thing is missing.
条
Okay.
件。
Yolken. Okay. This is like, or is it the other thing? Wait. How do I Yolken this? Okay. Alright. Alright, I gotta sort my... Oh, that's not ka? Looking for the kunyomi. Okay. Alright. That can happen. I typically prioritize onyomi over kunyomi. Largely because that's the expectation. Not that it really matters, you know, like when you read over time, when you read it in a sentence, you'll probably just pick up whichever one. But still.
権利
Candy. Okay.
もらう
Oh. I got a lot of thoughts that are going in the background right now. Because of relating to Wagotabi. I was like keeping up with some community related things or public related things. More on that later in the day. Possibly. There's some interesting discussions being had kind of asynchronously as per the usual life of the internet.
設定する
設定する Eh? Yep.
増える
増える Uh-oh.
際
Iwa? That took a little bit.
人権
Inken.
祈願
Kigan. Kigan. Yeah. Hold. Oh, that came pretty quickly. Nice.
上がる
That's not too bad. Angaru.
主義
Yugi. Ah! What? Wait. Oh. Yes. Whoops.
事件
You can. Oh, this is it. Yes. Oh. What? Oh, that's a typo.
毛虫
Kemushi. The heck is Kemushi? Oh. Oh, that's not how you spell caterpillar.
相対的
Sotaiteki. Okay. Yep. Hmm.
儲ける
Okay.
攻める
Emeru. Emeru. What? What's happening here? I have a block on meaning. Oh, Um.
増税、
増税。増税。Hmm. Right. Okay.
税金、
税金。
義理、
義理。Wow. That spelling.
毎年、
毎年。Good burn. Good burn.
強制、
強制. That came pretty well. Interesting.
無税、
無税. Okay.
急増、
急増. What?
実際、
実際。実際。ね。Is this like... Yes. Oh no. Relocation? Reality? Asian? There are two weak ones. I still think I'm fairly meh. It's definitely this one. And one other. The question is, can I negotiate this with... I don't know what I don't know what it is at the moment. Huh. This is like the actual case, right? So, actually. Okay. I'm still looking for... Yes. Yes. It's fine. Did they go with... Nishi? I don't think they did. Okay. Uh-oh. Say? Oh. That's a little questionable.
検問する、
検問する.
選挙、
選挙.
正義、
正義. What? Just kidding. My gut feeling failed so hard.
叶う、
叶う.叶う. That's okay, Burn. I think words say that stuff is a little bit in the mid section. Fairly mid.
任意、
Had problems with this, right? Oh, this is it. This is optional and arbitrary. That's one of them. Whoops. What?
条約
Typo. 条約.条約. How does this work? Oh, treaty. That's the other one. Alright, we're ironing them out. Okay, that's too many eyes. In,
増加
どうか.
責任
責任. Hold up, I gotta get the eye in today. Nice. What incarnation? Oh no, that's just kidding.
定義
Piggy. Oh. Uh-huh. And then that's the other one.
建設
Ensetsu.
派手
で、
検査
Ensa. Or that's that they're fine. Those two are good to go. Hmm.
制度
制度.
Jisei
異性. Oops. Oops. End of line and come to an end is very honest. Okay, so now we're back here. I like to think this is a leak, right? It's a leech. But I don't quite remember. Oh, you know, this might be the result of a unit move. Oh, maybe not. I don't really know. What is this? It's probably a burn. It needs to this standalone stuff needs more connections. I think it's a comet.
米
Oh, comet. Yeah, let's write something for posterity. I actually don't know how many things we use for Bay. Oh, we got a lot more coming. I think comet is the only comet. Comet. Be. Ooh, this one's interesting. Genmai. Interesting. And then Be. So we have Mai, one Mai, and Komet, only one Komet. So, maybe we'll link it with Genmai. Genmai? Or, Genmai? I don't know. Unpolished rice, huh? Yeah, Komet was something like come to grab your rice or something. Komet. Yeah, come and get it. That was the you have to omit to the bit to obtain get rice, right? Alright. That's fine. Pretty quick today. These are the down days. Alright. I have no idea what tomorrow is. Because... Oh, wait. But these guys are going to come up again. Some of the stuff is going to come up again. Like these 10 and 20s. But I have no idea what the 72 is. Interesting. It's definitely one of these. It's going to take 2 days. It's 2 days to get to a level up. So... Tomorrow is supposed to be a low volume day, but we have an extra thing. Our low volume days are on weird times. We're kind of like staggered now. Wow, what happened there? It's fun to try to think back to where my digressions are, because there's clearly a digression here. I probably digressed here. I ranted about something. I probably rant about something here as well. Like a one rotation ago, I ranted about something. That's usually what causes this spread. Otherwise, they're within like 3 hour. It would look like more of a bell curve, or not really. Just kidding. It would look pretty flat. Let's say pretty flat, unless it's at the end of the hour, and that's perfectly fine though. Whenever this thing, it looked like this basically. Shoot, like everything would be lumped together. Huh. I was vigilant then. All right, let's get into our thing. These are the down days. Down days are pretty good. It's part of the routine, right? The mindset is set for these days. Routine. Okay, to our Mohawk, Mohawk simultaneous next spear number half and blade read. Sorry, every time I think of mnemonics and read and do this type of thing, it was a really fascinating discussion. There was a really fascinating discussion sparked by a review posted on Wagotabi on the Steam page. So, and whenever I'm doing these things, it makes me wonder what propels someone to stake their professional career on trying to voice such a strong opposition. More on that in a bit, but I don't like there's something about being an expert, right? Like maybe I'll do a little bit of a tease, but there's something about an expert. And I am particularly biased when it comes to involving that expert in a field that involves intellectual pursuit. Right. Intellectual pursuit. Now, this isn't something that is about the value of a person or the contribution of a person, but more about the observable behaviors that come from being an expert in a field that involves intellectual pursuit. And one of them that I find incredibly jarring, or maybe I'm very biased, is that when someone who claims have many years of expertise, which expertise implies that they both have XP and knowledge, right? XP and knowledge in a field that is characterized by the intellectual pursuit, which typically we would say like linguistics. In this, to relate to why this is the case, linguistics, and language learning. Now, there are certainly overlaps between the disciplines of language learning, or what I would typically refer to as, in a broader sense, since I'm not a professional or an expert, the idea of learning. Learning is in dramatically interesting. There is overlap between these two disciplines. At the same time, a lot of the criticism and bickering comes from the differences between them, not necessarily the similarities. So, on the one hand, the dialogue between this so-called claimed expert often concedes that they agree on concept of importance, and then use that as a way, concede on concept and use that way to emphasize their gaslighted, that their bias, basically their bias towards a difference. Like, for example, in this case, right, if why this has caused me to think about this interaction. One can come in, like, say, a linguistics person, right? A linguistics person, or language learning, either or. Language learning tends to focus on the output of eventual speech and writing, right? While linguistics also deal with like comprehensive knowledge, like pattern observable mechanics, right? And in both cases, if either of these individuals who are selectively biased drops into my stream now, right here, there's a lot to be critical about, and I understand that, right? Because I'm neither a linguistics expert nor a language learning expert, or whatever that means. And by expertise, it also implies that their behavior and their ideals are very specialized, and I'm not, right? In this case, I'm a generalist at most, if I even can qualify myself as a generalist. And someone would say, well, you could, and this is where the could and should happens really acceptably. It's acceptable when you could and should something. So you should learn these things in context. Go and talk to someone, go and read native content, go bring a dictionary when you can, if you need, but pick up 2 or 3 reference books and then go and immerse in native content, right? Or natural content or normal content. You know, the words that gets thrown around all the time are normal, native, natural. And often what I think about is, a lot of times from a generalist perspective, right, a non-expert, this implies top-down, because this person is already incredibly specialized. So their emergent level, sorry, I'm being a little bit esoteric today, their emergent level is well above the standard. So their emergent level is that you constantly absorb the whole picture and then use that in order to do the implicit learning, right? So what's normal, native, and natural is, to a person who isn't specialized, unnatural, intimidating, potentially intimidating, incomprehensible, and, lack of a better word, unnatural. Oh no, not unnatural, sorry. Not normal, right? So that is the area of discussion that I'll be talking about maybe like 2 or 3 more days down the road for Wagotabi. But the heated discussion, or not really the heated discussion, it's more like two people asynchronously, or two groups maybe, talking indirectly at each other by stating their case, their specialized case. And what I observe is often the discussion is about what's considered natural, intimidating, or what's unnatural and what's not. And it's usually a typical double standard. They're not arguing against each other. They're arguing indirectly for different things, right? On the one hand, people are arguing about the habit formation. Like, oh, our focus is habit formation, which is a personal bias of mine, which I disclaim all the time. I focus on habit formation. While the other person focuses on quote unquote immersion is the word, I suppose. And what this means is this person's immersion is at the top level, and they are very specialized, so they constantly criticize every product that's at a lower level, right? And what I mean by lower level is kind of like comparing a native language, quote unquote, high level language to a low level language. And no, I'm not talking about difficulty here. I'm talking about high level in forms of its nativeness. So kind of like programming. You have high level, which is very close to the emergence of your own language. So say like programming, a high level programming language would be something very close and intuitive to English, or like your spoken language, right? Your native language. And then when it becomes low level, it becomes very arts, right? There's a lot of quote unquote dumbing down of internal logic, so to speak. I'm using this analogy because I don't necessarily want to use different languages, natural languages, largely because that comparison is incredibly culturally spurious. So instead, we'll talk about two constructed languages, right? Like scripting constructed languages. And one that's high has a higher emergence. There's more nuance, inferred logic in it. What's lower is, quote unquote, the difference is it's not being simplified. It's being compartmentalized, right? It's a lot more explicit. So here we are again with this discussion, which I'll talk about in the future, where you're using either a bottom-up approach, right? Bottom up versus top-down. Don't worry, this is related to WaniKani. So bottom up implies that it has to go up to reach native. Top down refers to that it starts at native, or trying to represent native, right? Hence the high level language and low level language. So oftentimes there's this double standard. If someone who's quote unquote an expert in linguistics and they claim that they have a focus on language learning, and yet they criticize a bottom-up approach for the nature that it is not a top-down approach, that's asinine and narrow-minded. That's gaslighting as well. If you keep using emotional fear-mongering, like, oh, not only is a bottom-up approach going to get in the way of your language progress, it might even hurt your progress. For example, that's how this person speaks. Now, how does this relate to WaniKani? Well, WaniKani is a bottom-up approach. It's kind of like WaniKani is the idea of using this type of build is, I'm going to say more conservatively, it's more like a 70%, 30% situation. 30% of the methods have some top-down uses, and then 70% is bottom-up uses. So like creating radicals and then having the radicals build up to a kanji and kanji into a vocabulary word, and then maybe an increased interest in the context sentences that they provide, right? That's a bottom-up approach. That inherentness of taking parts and building up, right? That creates a different form of learning. Alternatively, you can take the native approach when you go top down. So you take the whole sentence and then you try to deconstruct it down to the parts using the nuances of your native language, right? So your native language is already at the top and you use that. And there is 30% of that in WaniKani. Where's that 30%? The mnemonics you construct is using the language that you have at a high level, right? Like just a bit ago, I used this. How do I know what this is? You know, kome, right? Kome. I use come, as in the English word come, to get rice. That is at a higher level. It's at the native level in my English, but it's combined to create a bottom-up approach for the construction of the new language, the target language. So it's both at the same time. But when I see someone criticize a technique or a learning technique, and they claim that they are an expert in a field that involves two different things, and their comment is nearly antagonistic to language learning and completely fully embracing that they're linguistics, which obviously I'm not a linguistic expert, but what they give me the impression that they say, as a linguistics expert or as someone who is expert in linguistics with a focus on language learning, it sounds more like someone who has a lot of experience and bias towards linguistics, and they make social commentary on language learning. Because what I just described here, being able to distinguish between a bottom-up approach and a top-down approach, that involves the learning process. I understand that it might not involve, perhaps someone may make an argument, which this person did, that language learning is very different. Language learning prevails predominantly on top-down approaches. So you must immerse, pick up a reference thing, and it's that simple, right? The irony here is the person was criticizing the product for making it sound simple, and yet they go about blabbling that it's just that simple too. Go pick up a children's book or a video game and grab a dictionary, and it's just that simple. What happened to me when someone says that is they are an expert in something, maybe linguistics, but they are certainly not an expert in language learning. Even if they focus on it, the advice, usually when you're very reductive about something, you have less knowledge about it. And you also appreciably sound condescending, maybe unintentionally so, condescending towards someone who has a different focus. So the stuff that this person said would be completely applied to WaniKani. So this is where WaniKani comes in. Most of the comments this person applied to would be WaniKani. It would be a criticism of WaniKani. Not only did this person is unable to see or acknowledge or even explain what the product that they're criticizing could and can do, that's outside the scope of their priorities. They instead double down on pushing forth what they know is true, which is accurate, right? You could say all the things about linguistics. WaniKani does not provide sentence construction. It does not tell stories, right? It does not provide visuals, like literal visuals, as opposed to like, and then it does not provide situational conversation, right? You can say that it's true. Now the question is, where it lacks, what else does it do? So oftentimes it's disappointing. I'm gonna say it's disappointing, and it goes back now to my first comment why this is the case. When someone claims to be an expert, and they claim to be an expert in field or fields, right? And they have an intellectual pursuit, it's disappointing, but it's not unfounded that this person didn't develop an awareness necessarily, an awareness of their basic human conditions, of being unable to empathize or even welcome contrasting approaches, right? What you might think is just so easy, using a native top-down approach, may not necessarily be exclusive. It could be mutually inclusive of a different approach that deals with the bottom up. People, when it comes to human thinking, right, like the way learning happens, it happens at an emergent level. So you enter at a level in which you can go up and down. You can simplify something, or you can you can build up something. So if you enter at a comfortable level, for example, like where would be a comfortable level for kanji? For example, is it radicals? Radicals is kind of lower than that, right? What is above kanji? We're just gonna call it mnemonics, but it's more like native mnemonics, not target mnemonics. So a target mnemonics is what I would call a mnemonics constructed in the target language. Native mnemonics would be a mnemonic that's constructed in your native language, right? The one that's being aided. So that would be at a higher tier than the radical system going down, right? So technically you could hop right into kanji and start working downwards with like radicals, which may be facilitated by WaniKani and Anki, for example. And then you can go up, which can be facilitated by stories like graded readers, right? Graded readers, or even like mind palace situations, right? And you can see that there's far more resolution than this, or the nuances, and this would be a topic that I feel involves in the learning process, learning and retention. Retention being reductively memory involved, right? And that still doesn't deal with output. Output is, in my opinion, technically somewhat outside of learning. Output as application, which I do incorporate into the whole studying thing, because application provides critical thinking skills and whatnot. But when it comes to a linguist, or someone who's incredibly seasoned and specialized, as in someone who's experienced, like maybe like an intermediate learner, this would be the stage that's happening. They would be more concerned with the interplay between input and output and its application. And its application is usually off to implicit learning with native content, right? And this foundational stuff for like radicals and stuff is overlooked over time. Like what I mean is, the longer you stay in this, which is what happens when you become fluent and native, in my opinion, less so and less so you'll become be able to relate or empathize with the value of taking a bottom up approach, right? And that's perfectly fine. I mean, that's like kind of a biologist talking to a physicist, right? It's interesting that I find this relationship being reflected in a linguist versus a language learner. And this is a dialogue that occurs a lot. But there's no, like, it's not versus. When since I'm a generalist, right? I'm someone who's casually outside of this a lot of times. I don't really find I tell myself I'm more of a language learner than a linguist because I have no linguistic interest at the moment. But as a generalist, I see both. Like, why not both? You can learn, grammar, pattern recognition, native pattern recognition. And then language learners have a lot of components, right? Like this. So there's also reductive components, like compartmentalization, right? Building. And these things usually do with abstractions. And abstractions are often potentially not native, right? Like this is an abstraction. It's kind of interesting to see how someone who claims to be a linguist often explains a lot of their methods, like explains solutions that incorporates abstraction, right? And that abstraction leads to that kind of defeats it leads to a cyclic argument. So like a linguist would say something like, well, like Wagotabi, or like WaniKani dumbs things down, right? Dumbs things down because they choose to ignore stories and context. Well, by design, it doesn't have stories or context. So is that a criticism? Or is that a bias? I mean, they can add stories and context if they wanted, but I don't think that was an intended design. So a linguist may argue, well, it dumbs things down because stories and sentences are more complex than studying radicals, right? But for a learning process, they didn't criticize the learning process. They criticized the content, right? There are no sentences or paragraphs in WaniKani, therefore it's trash, right? A linguist would say, the reason why I'm using the linguists as an example is because I can kind of see it from a biology standpoint. Now let's think about this analogy. As a biologist, right? I'm no longer a biologist, but let's just pretend I am still working in biology for a little moment, theoretically. If a language learner, right, or let's say a physicist, tells me, oh, this subatomic particle makes up everything of a phenomenon, right, that I'm investigating in right, in biology. But the thing is, at the emergent level of this is the native event, as in this is what's happening naturally. So a biologist is interested in observing the phenomenon at the level that it is witnessed. And what it does, it takes the phenomenon and try to reduce it only enough to get a greater understanding, right? Meanwhile, a physicist might take this and try to lead to the phenomenon, as in build up to it. So a linguist oftentimes look at the summation of what they're observing, right? That's kind of, at least that's my impression of their expertise. What they do is they observe the language as a whole and try to through those observations, try to construct a universal or some sort of higher understanding of it, like its patterns, its grammar structure, I don't know, its consonant arrangements and stuff. That's I appreciate that. I really do, because that's what I spent most of my life doing when I'm not in language but in science. Now, that doesn't entitle me or give me the privilege to criticize how physicists approach their lower level, not lesser level, lower level as in a higher resolution high resolution or lower level of stuff, right? Like a macro system is composed of many microsystems, but that doesn't mean the understanding the microsystem or at the level of the microsystem is lesser and may not produce understanding that otherwise something else, another method is quote unquote superior. So when it comes to linguists, oftentimes, yeah, I believe them. I think when that person said, as a linguist who focuses on language learning, it's more like as a linguist whose hobby is to try to understand language learning. It's pretty clear that the person does not have a lot of experience in language learning. They are far and foremost a linguist, right? Because when you criticize things like this, right, WaniKani's approach, for example, and all your comments deal with what it doesn't have in content. It doesn't focus on the learning aspect. It focuses on what the conditions are per se. Now the conditions are involved in it. I'm not saying they're exclusive, right? However, I have to emphasize, for someone who is claiming to be a linguistics expert or someone who works in linguistics and they have a consideration for language learning, when you present your case, it often shouldn't be, now this is my expectations, right? It often shouldn't be one-sided, right? That is my expectations intellectually. And I don't want to be blunt about this, but if you happen to be an expert and you're in a field of intellectual pursuit, I do honestly feel that it's kind of disappointing when a person's criticism and comments are one-sided. Right? I think oftentimes, or I like to believe oftentimes, when someone is an expert in an intellectual pursuit, they often speak in a way that it's at least more than one-sided. Right? It has greater than two sides to the thing. So color me a little bit pessimistic or cynical about this, but typically when someone has to claim that they're an expert or have a focus on something, and then the next couple of things is a diatribe like that's like 10 paragraphs long about how one-sided the thing is and how simple it is, it leads me to believe that that person is not an expert nor an intellectual. They simply wanted to use their biased, single-minded approach as a way to spread the gospel of how narrow-minded they are. I think experts in the intellectual field tend to not sound like that. Like, truly, intellectuals do not make it sound so simple. Oftentimes, they actually complicate things. It's one of the natures of being an intellectual. What did you miss? I don't know. What did you miss? How long were you here? I am unaware of who you are. This is your first time message, so I guess you missed everything. my logic. All right, so let's conclude our mnemonics and stuff. I'll probably talk about this more during Wagotabi, like later after our HanziHero lesson. But boy howdy, it's kind of disappointing. It's kind of disappointing. I might be disappointing myself thinking that this is the case, maybe. I don't think it's the social norm, though. I like to believe it's not the social norm. When someone is in a field of intellectual pursuit, I think it's more normal. Shouldn't experts correct incorrect information? But it's not incorrect information. There was no misinformation in it. It was a difference in methodology. Experts don't correct, it would be misinformation to correct information that isn't incorrect. So, it's not one-sided. Experts don't always correct information if they don't understand it. And this is one of the situations. So if you're a linguistics expert, or you claim you're a linguistics expert, and you rarely talk about learning process, you can think is incorrect. And that is still misinformation. So that's where the disappointment comes from. An expert does not jump to that. Like, an expert would tread carefully. How do we know it's not incorrect? You discuss, right? You form a consensus. You form a consensus with your peers. How do you know it's not correct? You don't. You don't know if it's correct or not. What you can do is you can form consensus by peers, right? A peer review process. That is, quote unquote, as accurate as you can be. Asking whether it's correct or not is exactly what not an expert would ask, in my opinion, in what they're talking about. And that's not good or bad. Some people, like, you don't have to worry about what's correct or not. You can worry about what's the consensus, right? And in this situation, someone who claims to be an expert or claims to be very well versed is going against a vast majority of people who are also experienced. The other direction is not happening. So the other group is not chastising this person for overreaching. So this is a double standard. This person believes that the majority of other people are incorrect, right? Instead of finding consensus and understanding how possibly two things can be true, this person chooses to leverage their expertise by negating a majority. That's like kind of, I don't know, that's kind of like Galileo being rejected because the majority, right, the dogma rejects him for having differences, while Galileo might have been taking whatever the majority was interpreting and incorporating it into his ideas. But we may never know because life kind of got ended quickly, right, or prematurely. so to speak. That's the difference here. It's a double standard. So if you're asking deterministic things, that to me is what is the antithesis of being an intellectual. So yes, you can live life without having to do this. You don't have to. You can live life deterministically, right? You can create a craft. That's deterministic. When you're talking about intellectual pursuits of things that do not necessarily have incomplete information, asking about whether it's correct or not is and it's not, this is not deterministic. What you can do is peer review. Peer review involves the exchange of information between A and B, not A criticizing B and refusing to understand, refusing to take in B, and then vice versa, B refusing to take A. That would be considered as what's correct or not correct. So if you think you're correct, you don't have any reason to intellectually be interested in why A exists. That to me leads to more likely to lead to misinformation, especially on the internet. And this person did a low-hanging fruit situation, low-hanging fruit argument, by throwing in Duolingo as a crutch for his explainer, right? You throw in Duolingo and it's like, you know, Duolingo, guys, right? Self-explanatory, Duolingo. If you throw in Duolingo, what it causes is that it becomes association with Duolingo, so then it's clearly not correct. If you draw parallelisms with Duolingo, that's the way of demonstrating that you are correct. How do you know if it's not deterministic? You talk as though it's not deterministic. Or the degree of it, right? So, like, for example, just study, forehead. Just studying. Just do this. Well, what's this? What does it mean by just? Is it really that simple? How do you know if a topic is deterministic or incomplete? Well, you don't. Well, you're asking someone who's don't think of it that way, so I can't answer that question. Or I won't be able to answer it in a way. But you can say something like, tomorrow most people have slept. That's kind of deterministic, right? I don't think a topic is deterministic or incomplete. Like, what I mean is, I think honestly, I'm gonna be right with you. You're asking questions, but you're just turning the, and just adding. I'm not sure if you're getting it. What do you think? How about this? How do you know if a topic is deterministic or incomplete? How do you decide if an expert? Because your questions are one or the other, and yes or no, and then you add how to it. So my question to you is, instead of me answering this, right? Because I don't have the answers. How do you know if a topic is deterministic or incomplete? It sounds like you're saying that when a topic is incomplete, then peer review is the gold standard. I might be suggesting that, right? But how do you suggest? I don't think it's related to the topic. Like, not any topic is incomplete I almost even say that most topics of intellectual pursuits, the topics under research, for example, right? Any topic that's under research is incomplete. But I like to think that one of the human conditions are that the world we observe, including human behavior, is typically incomplete. And that elicits the pursuit of knowledge. So we're having this discussion right now about determinism and incomplete is because for me, it's hard to determine. Like, I don't know who you are right now. You're a stranger. I can't determine very much anything about you. So now the question is, how do you know I'm saying that, right? I'm saying, like, how did you know that what I'm saying is that topics are incomplete and peer review is the gold standard? I attempted to express it. And now I get to ask you, what do you think? What do you think is one of the gold standards when a topic is incomplete? Or how you determine a topic is deterministic or incomplete? Because to me, that is defining peer review. I need to hear your end now and why you asked the question. Right? When it comes to the conversation I was observing online, that wasn't it. Person A was saying what was right. Person B was defending. Right? So the right thing that the person stated is deterministic. It wasn't open-ended. They say something will happen, should happen, and must be done. The defendant was suggesting this is an alternative. I agree that there are incomplete topics in which there are no definitive answers. I find that most intellectual pursuits do not. Current intellectual pursuits do not. However, when they do become, when they do become deterministic, right? When they become elucidated to a point, they no longer become intellectual pursuits, right? Oftentimes they become application. So then there will be no current intellectual pursuit of them. There are also deterministic topics where there are definitive answers. That's interesting. Can you give me an example? You don't know what criteria to use to determine the topic one or the other? Right. If you don't, then how can you say there are? You said there are also deterministic topics where there are definitive answers. But if you don't know what the criteria to use to determine the topic one or the other, then how can you say there are also deterministic topics? I'm on the side of if I don't know enough information, I can't share the information and talk about its application. Whether that determines the future or not, it's through the discussion, right? I'll call it a bit of a bias, I suppose. Most of the time it's through the exchange of ideas that one can find degrees of determinism. So like, it's more of a Likert scale, right? Probability. So you could say 0 and 1, but usually it's somewhere in here somewhere. And through the exchange of ideas, if you're trying to do application, you're trying to get closer to deterministic elements. Right? And then this would be like doubt and concept. So through this exchange of ideas, you're either getting closer to this or going this way, right? There's migrations through the saying or constantly is what's the topic of my digression here. It's 0 or 1 most of the time. And it's rare that I would be able to answer that question because I don't. So when you say, how do I know if a topic is deterministic or incomplete? I don't. It's somewhere in between. There are elements that are potentially deterministic and there are elements that aren't of most topics. So inherently, it's an incomplete picture of things if you are having discussions about them. Things that are maybe 99.99% deterministic are things that you do not have discussions around. What shifts the probability one way or the other? Discussion. And we don't know the nature of that. So yes, I agree with you. There are deterministic topics where there are definitive answers. The criteria is how often do you discuss its deterministic properties. If there's a lot of argument with it, then this percentage goes down. Right? So choose in terms of where your threshold is. What are not deterministic? What are semi non-deterministic things? We need food. Right? Carbs is a source of energy. Biological energy, right? These are things that are often still discussed, but to a lesser extent. And therefore it's quote unquote more deterministic than it is I don't know, incomplete. And when you say what shifts to the other, I'm just gonna say relativity. So more information may shift both directions, right? You have that you learn new facts, which leads to more questions situation. But more facts could lead to more consistency. Or I guess precision. And that precision can be tested for accuracy. Or like predictability if sometimes accuracy is not that great. It's more like predictability, I suppose, that they're looking for. So, how is this related to language learning? I don't know if you're just stopping by to ask, to approach a conversation using the Socratic method. But I'm language learning right now, and to context some of the things in terms of deterministic situations, oftentimes there's this association where it is impossible or semi-improbable. That's the impression I get when one looks at components in order to faithfully reconstruct its emergent level of understanding. So that does happen in science quite a lot. Like, for example, if your universe is this big and the actual universe is this big, if you stay your time in here, you can't possibly understand the scope in which it encompasses you, right? And that is being applied to language a lot of times, or language learning. If you're learning characters like this, you can't possibly understand sentences. And if you can't understand sentences, it's very difficult to understand paragraphs. And then paragraphs lead to, maybe like, we'll jump really high, lead to stories, right? And stories lead to, I don't know, culture. So at any of these levels, there are knowledge to be gained. But the question that a lot of people are asking when it comes to intellectual pursuits is that, where do you start? And a lot of times, linguists have a habit of starting at the top and then going down. Most of the time is constantly to go up, right? I know the arrows is pointing up and down, but that was my criticism of the conversation. A is at level X and B is at level Y, and they're strictly talking at these levels with each other or against each other. They're antagonistic to each other, but they're not arguing directly at each other. So it wasn't the difference between deterministic or incomplete. Is there's information to be had for both, but neither are considering the level of what they're talking about. There is not necessarily 100%. I would say like 70% of the time, they're not talking at the same level. 30% of the time, there's some overlapping things. And 30% of the time, they would concede to each other. So like, oh yeah, you know, repetition is important, for example. Yeah, we get it. Repetition is important for retention, right? So that is something that's in common with X plus Y. X plus Y can accommodate repetition. So now we know things that are similar between their perspectives. But 70% of the time, they're talking about what is absent in each one. So B suggests something that's absent in A, and A suggests something that's absent in B. So due to that nature of logic, they aren't talking in comparison. They're talking in like destructive nature. If A doesn't have this, then B can't possibly understand it, right? If B doesn't have this, then A can't possibly understand it. That's the way they're talking to each other. So there is an exchange, sort of, an exchange of information. But neither party is incorrect. Both are fine. They are saying facts about their observable level. So like, you can say here in WaniKani that mind palacing, for example, is useful. Right? At this level. If just so coincidentally, you know, at level A, this level, At level B, this is not to depict value system. It's just a separate value variable, right? Level B, if Mind Palace doesn't work, like Mind Palace sucks, right? If Mind Palace sucks in level B, does that mean that this is invaluable? Like, this is a waste of time? That is the type of argument that two experts or two experienced groups may have in discussion. That is, in my opinion, not peer review. That's not the same as peer review. Peer review is typically in testing both situations that are both applicable to a situation. The argument that's having here is deterministically suggesting that one is not applicable. And I don't know if it's true because I'm not an expert in either of these. I'm not an expert in mnemonics or language learning or linguistics, so I can't actually make a comment on whether the argument is deterministic or not. I can make a comment on who is more sounding deterministic. So like the person at level A, through their language, was arguing that B is incorrect. B was not doing anything back. B was defending their position, right? And that's where it's disappointing. I think there's a lot to be learned if they communicated with each other through the act of attempting to do peer review or even null hypothesis testing, really. Right. And this is an active area of discussion, talking about language learning versus linguistics and stuff. And I'm very much into it. And it's not disappointing. The information is not disappointing. I thought it was really fascinating. Like, oh, okay, so that's something I want to consider. And then that's something I want to consider. Did the expert provide any experimental evidence? That's a interesting thought. It's a blip. They were providing a review. So they cited like grammar errors that they found. That's in the game, right? We're talking about Wagotabi here. They found grammar errors. Like they cited one grammar error. So is that sufficient? Most of the time, I would say from a statistical standpoint, citing one grammar error in a game that has over 50 grammar topics would be kind of an outlier, if you know what I mean. But others would be they name drop, right? They name drop. So maybe refer to other experts, right? They refer to other experts. Which, of course, that brings in even more nebulous situation. That's assuming the other person they're talking to also am aware of the experts. The claim is an ad hominem argument. So most of their evidence is built into an ad hominem argument. Which is, oh, I don't think these guys took a deep dive in understanding how language learning works because they didn't tackle all the evidence that existed. So it's really nebulous, right? And in order to make this sound a little bit more contextually appropriate, is that this is a review on a Steam page. So perhaps it's not the most appropriate place. And they excuse themselves from going into a long digression on the specifics. It's a more of a trust me bro situation. And I can kind of see how it's appropriate. I mean, I'm not here to belabor talking about points that I don't have any expertise in. I think my major criticism is that it's pretty telling behaviorally when someone overreaches. Like, for example, I could have easily answered your question by saying, how do you know if a topic is deterministic or incomplete? I could say, well, go read X person's book and you'll know. Or Google examples. These are deterministic outcomes. So you're inferring that when you do this, you will get your answer. It does not tell me what the experience and expertise of the person I'm speaking to whom I'm speaking to. Right? And they excuse themselves by saying, well, it's not appropriate here, which is very fair. I think that's incredibly fair. Now, will they continue to have a dialogue with the developer? I'm not entirely sure because it seems like they made up their minds. For myself, I wouldn't go and do this because my professional integrity would be questionable. What I can tell you is I can give you examples from my own personal anecdotes related to like WaniKani, right? For example, can you take a radical and construct a kanji out of it? For myself, it's yes. And I would love to see and hear from people who say, no, it's not. That would be something that, in my opinion, would have an intellectual component to it. So I don't tell you that this works. Or this always works. I tell you what it does. What does WaniKani do? As in, like, what is in WaniKani, and then welcome your informed decision or your informed information. Right? Now, it would be very different. Hear me out. I would give much more leeway if that person didn't say, if they didn't stake their professional integrity on it. But online, this is going to be a start. This will be a integrity. Sorry, I can't spell integrity. So this might be a little bit of a brush off and leeway that I would say. If someone is not staking their professional integrity, they could have said anything that was an op-ed, an opinion piece. They could write, oh, they just didn't like the way the game looked, or they didn't like the material they included. They disagree with the tier. That's perfectly fine. My bias here is that when someone states their professional status, it means something to me. Right? It means something. It has value. However, here's the generalization online. Again, pardon my hot take. This is a rather hot thing. I think people nowadays have normalized trivially, which then becomes trivial, to state expertise by hearsay and failing to demonstrate it. It's kind of like one of those moments. Tell me you are not a teacher by not telling me. Or, yeah, by not telling me, or whatever that meme is. So it's kind of like someone who says, hey, I'm a polyglot, and then they demonstrated by saying hello in 30 different languages. That's telling me you aren't a polyglot by not telling me you're a polyglot. Right? So, in that case, yes to some people might be a polyglot, and no to other people, and they might not be a polyglot. But they were certain, they were absolutely determined, deterministic, spoken in a deterministic manner to indicate that they are a professional. And to me, when you stake your professional integrity on an intellectual field of pursuit, it doesn't come very easily, at least in my opinion, or I like to believe. So I rarely ever go out of my way to say, hey guys, as a language learner for over a year and a half, I'm entitled to tell you what you should and should not do, and the correct and incorrect ways of learning a language. I wouldn't stake my professional integrity on that, at least personally, right? I'm projecting now, so this is me projecting my own opinions of what an professional is or an expert is. Unsolicited advice would be a very touchy subject, but for myself, I would provide evidence of what I did and then allow the other person to interpret that evidence in order to help me grow as a professional. Or if that person is curious, they would ask me to elaborate on the evidence. So my evidence is that I played this game this person was talking about, and I have come to a contrasting opinion on that person's statements. However, that person does not have evidence that they were able to demonstrate the problem. Now, it can be really tough because proving something is far harder, usually, than disproving something. My background is in, well, my former background, professional background, is in science, right? Is in science. And I can tell you now, when I was writing my thesis, 7 years, and I got maybe a 10% answer. And then, 90% of it is like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. You'll be back, God willing. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing when it comes to the phrase God willing. But yeah, you're welcome. I would love to hear if you engaged in any of these conversations before. Like, have an argument with someone like, oh, this movie is good. I think that's a great place to talk about. Like, since when was the last time you disagreed with someone about how something was objectively a good thing? I think that's where we're going with this. Usually in those situations, people don't stake their professional integrity on it. In my generation, the people that I hang around with, I think it happens far more online though. Which leads to the whole meme of the internet expert. Like, oh, hey, I read 30 hours of this book content, so therefore, as a seasoned expert in so-and-so, and then they would blurt out a bunch of citations and references that are not their own evidence, and that's disappointing. That person probably knows a lot of things, but maybe less so experience a lot of things. All right, let's finish this and we'll move on to our next lesson. Mohawk, simultaneous, next, spear, number, half, and blade. Reads. Okay. Ana. Mora. What were you? You came pretty quickly, right? Techie. and Sai I Yo. That's pretty good now. Han Se Mu Sa Ki So. That's it. That's kind of delayed. That's it. Shi En A Oka So. Okay, Soul's kind of okay right now. Probably gonna stay pretty weak. Dan Hi Nin En Jo Seki Se Sho Zo Ze Ken Sai Nin I Sen. All right. Yep, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. I wanted to fill in a little bit of thoughts for the day. I thought it would have been kind of fun. Had some interesting questions that I can possibly answer, right? Could kind of qualify it. Experts correct incorrect information. How do we know it's not correct? Got a lot of them. All right. So that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. Until then, stay safe. Feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani. Give it a try yourself. Determine what your thoughts are through experience, right? Or resonate with someone, sure. Pick up their impressions vicariously. You're more than welcome. Everyone's more than welcome to stop on by, share your opinions, concepts, regardless of what they are. I would love to hear people's opinions on these things or facts, I suppose. Exchange ideas, share anecdotes, brainstorm, and plan new experiences together. That'd be pretty great. Always welcome. Until then, for those who are only interested in WaniKani in Japanese, right? Minasan mata ne, right? Mite kurete arigato, right? See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, go to the bathroom, flip around a little bit, run a few laps around the house, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第什么？你215天 200 it's day 215. Sorry, I was in a thought about a comment I just read. Yeah, welcome back. It is day 215. We're kind of on a rocky recovery here, right? I think yesterday's session went a little bit better than the session before that and the session before that. How long has it been since I've been back? Four sessions. Yes, kind of rocky on the HanziHero side. Juggling much more volume, right? It's proportional though. It is definitely proportional to the volume of new stuff compared to WaniKani. Alright, so what were the things from yesterday? We had a vocabulary word, which is uncharacteristic. Yes. Young Qiu, right? Young Qiu. Plead. Yes, plead. And then we had a component drop. Nope. Vermilion. And I believe Vermilion was in oof. Shu, right? Shu for different. Okay. Zhang was one of them too. Zhang had right. Zhang is temporary. Ban as well for partner. Wait. Yes. No. Not quite. Not quite that. This was Jia or sandwiched or being pressed from both sides. Zhong, which is, to sum up, One of the more disappointing ones. The game is disappointing. Jian. Reduce or shrink, etc. Reduce. I think that's it from yesterday. Let's get into our lessons today. Where are we at? Huh. Okay.
弯曲
1, 2. So, bent versus curved. Curved and bent. Winding. I don't know. Winding describes a path that's curved and bent in many different directions. Or curved. I see. Curving, bendy. Bent still. Okay. Okay. 这条河很弯曲. Yes. A river may be incredibly windy.
弯曲
Winding.
荣幸
荣幸. Glory. It's a good use of glory. Gotta get 荣. Rong was one of the weak new ones. 荣幸. Sing happy or fortunate. Right. Okay. 荣幸. To be honored is to feel fortunate. To have gained glory. Be honored. Honor. Okay. That kind of checks out, right? Fortunate for glory. 能帮助你是我的荣幸. No, the ability to help you is my honor. It's my honor to help you. Yeah, okay. 能帮助你是我的荣幸.
荣幸忍受
忍受. 忍 is new. Endure. And then to accept, endure. Yeah. Accept is kind of like a supplementary character. You can accept a lot of things. Like accept pain, accept happiness, accept information, accept knowledge. Lots of them can have show. To endure something, right? 我不能忍受这种痛苦.
我不能忍受这种痛苦。
忍受
Can't endure the pain. Can't endure such pain. Okay.
尤其
尤其. Yo is remarkable and qi is theirs. Oh no, qi. Man, theirs is rough. Qi. How's this being used? I need to refresh. We have qi, period of time. Yeah. Oh, that's just okay. Yeah. Okay. So what do we got? Qita. Oh, there are others. Okay. Oh yeah, qita. Oh, okay. That's our major use. Qita. 其实 actually. Huh. Their reality. And then we have 尤其, especially. Kind of fills in the 其实. Is there anything else for 其实? In fact, 其实 there's reality. When you say the word actually as a response to someone, you are noting something special about their reality that they were talking about. Actually, okay. It's kind of weak. Okay, 尤其 remarkable theirs. Okay. Especially, particularly, I point out to someone a remarkable attribute of theirs. Yeah, that's fair. 我喜欢吃水果，尤其是苹果，苹果。
我喜欢吃水果，尤其是苹果。
苹果。
尤其
尤其，okay. So now I can tie this with 歧视 right 歧视 or yeah 歧视 and 尤其
享受
享受 yep now we're doing to accept enjoyment. So to accept enjoyment is the same. This is a complementary. To accept enjoyment is to enjoy. 享受中文滋美。
享受中文之美。
滋美 beauty. It's just like being used as a of beauty of Chinese.
享受弯曲享受尤其忍受
Heck. Who's the dude? Oh, right.
荣幸
Okay, that one's rough. Robin Hoods tend to be rough. 正版 正版 So justice correct and 版 a printing plate. Oh, a print. We're just gonna use print now on. Official edition makes sense. Legal copy, official copy, fair enough. 这是一本正版的书，OK。
正版胡说
Oh, 胡 was the other weak new one, right? 胡说 reckless saying, to talk nonsense, recklessly speak. Talk nonsense. To talk nonsense is to speak about things in a reckless manner without trying to make what you say true or coherent. Okay. 别胡说 Oh, yeah, 别胡说这不可能这不可能不可能这不可能 Yeah, not possible. Impossible. 胡说I'm familiar with this one. HSK 7 through 9? Really? 胡说
曲线
curved line or bent line. Curve. Fair enough. Oh, yeah, bent line, curved line. Okay, sure. 这条路是一个 一个美丽的曲线，曲线。Oh, okay. A beautiful curve, huh? 曲线，
曲线，分享，
分享，part happiness to share or a part joy, enjoy. Oh, okay. Like to share the joy, I suppose. Sharing is caring. Something is to split into parts so everyone can enjoy it. To share. Interesting. 分享。okay, 我们应该分享知识。Yes, we should.
我们应该分享知识。
很好，很好，说得很好， right? 说得很好。
分享，
分享，
出版，
出版。So exits or to like send out, basically to finish printing, so to publish. Pack it up, send it out. Yeah, I think true can definitely be alternatively flex to finish. 这本书明年会出版。对。
出版，
出版。Whoops.
正版，
正版。
曲线，
曲线。
分享，
分享。
出版，
出版。Whoops. That's a typo.
胡说，
说。
忍
OK.
不住，
忍不住，忍不住。忍 which is endure, 不住 not able or not able to dwell. Interesting. To endure, no to dwell. Can't help. So like to endure means to also be able to dwell on it, right? Because to manage it or something. So you can't dwell or can't endure, which I guess can be like can't help or can't help it. Can't help but. Okay, yeah. That's it. Okay. Yeah, can't help but. So you can't endure it. You can't help but to give up or something like that. 忍不住，忍不住。我忍不住笑他的行为。行为。Oh yeah, that's not being used as the other way. Lack of a pun. Wait.
忍不住，
忍不住。忍不 can't help.
电子版，
电子版。The electronic edition makes sense. 电子版。这本书有电子版。啊！
电子版，劳动节，
劳动节。The festival for labor, so Labor Day. 劳动节。劳动节。May 1st, really? 5月。5月1日。 5月1日是劳动节. Interesting. Is that how that works in... Yep, May 1st, Taiwan. Labor Day is May 1st. Okay. Interesting. 劳动节.
劳动节。把
It's what is the US one? September 1st? Yeah, as opposed to May 1st. 把 to pull off. Oh, ba. Okay. That lines up though. Ba. So ba. Right. Bart Simpson is inside the auditorium, stumbling upon an X in the center of the lobby. He then feels a drop from above, so he looks up and sees a finger and armpit dripping gasoline down below. Before pulling out a lighter, they want Bart to pull out of the upcoming audition or else. Maybe we won't make it sound so dark. It could overlap with Chucky. Maybe Bart is inside the auditorium where he had volunteered to work on the stage effects, right? On the stage, he's marked an X where he has some special effects and like props where he set up like a pyrotechnics or an explosive thing where once he drops some like gasoline or lighter fluid, right? And then once he lights it, fingers and armpits will like scatter onto the stage just to show like a gruesome explosion or something. He'll be pulling out to pull out of the pull out. Maybe like he dropped it on the X to like light it on fire to cause an explosion, where he then pulls out a bunch of severed fingers and armpits and throw them on stage or something. Like stage props. He dropped a bunch of stage props, like severed fingers and armpits on the X, right? Maybe even set up a prank. I think stage propping is pretty good enough. Outstanding. 出类拔萃出类拔萃 What in the... Got nothing on lay. Interesting. Out. There's a bit of out stuff. Elevation. Hi ba. So to pull out from the ocean. Oh, that kind of makes sense. So like above the ocean and pulled about the ocean, I suppose. 想把 select to pull out, to select. Oh, interesting. That type of pull out. Okay, I see.
把会
Wait, flavor. Interesting. Oh no, favor, not flavor. Favor. Favor. Okay, that's a little better. Cicada and heart. Interesting. The Hulk is in the bathroom of the beach house by the bay, where he finds a partially dead cicada on the floor, covered in sand. He does it a favor by letting it eat a smaller heart he happened to have, reviving it to return the favor. The cicada sings a song with his wings there in the bathroom. Ooh, okay. No, I think we're gonna do like the Hulk, huh? We have a gentle giant in the Hulk. I mean, among our, we kind of do. You could apply this to Bigfoot as well. I was gonna say something like the Hulk is in the bathroom at the beach house by the bay, where he finds a partially dead cicada on the floor, covered in sand. You know, it brings down his heart, but to do the cicada a favor, he eventually buries the cicada. Or maybe just flush it down the toilet. We'll use that instead. I think the other way is kind of weird. It's even weirder. Okay, preferential, huh? Favor something. Favor. Excellent favor. Preferential, huh? 优惠. Material benefit. 实惠. Interesting. How do you get the real favor? Material benefit. Oh, I see. Real as in material real.
会
Okay. Okay.
忍不住
忍不住.
电子版
电子版。电子版。Just picturing it in my head.
把 劳动节
劳动节。
会
Okay. Alright, next one. Fun. Oh, why does this look like fun? Oh my goodness. Hold up. Hold the phone. Are those actually different? Oh no, it's not. Wait. Oh. Wait. Is it just me or is it written a little different? Is it just... What? Okay. That's a little concerning. Probably an oversimplification. Actually, now I'm kind of curious. I'll have to look at this. Let's see. Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to... Ow, my eyes. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm not entirely sure. It's the only one that sticks out too. Yeah, all of the other ones are this way as opposed to this way. Interesting. Huh. What was this? Hen? Hen. Right? Hen. Probably. To go back seems to check out for hen. To go back, turn back, went back, to return. Yeah. Return is specifically what I was thinking of. Frodo is in the basement of the pawn shop store on a quest. In the basement is a strange monster swinging on a swing. Of course. It sees Frodo and jumps off the swing and runs towards him. Frodo screams, "Go back, foul beast," while running out of the basement of the pawn shop and down the road. Okay. I think that's fine, but I don't quite... I mean, we can't quite place it in the pawn shop. Well, it does say running out of the basement of the pawn shop, but... maybe Frodo picked up an antique, like a antique sword or something, hanging around in the basement. I'll have to back the heck up before making his way out onto the road. Go back and forth. Oh, okay. Well, I'm fine. Makes sense. Move forward or towards and back. 返回. Yep, to return. 返回. Return. To repatriate. Oh, is it like to return to one's country? Repatriate? Yeah. Repatriate. Wow. I mean, it's in the word, but at the same time, man, repatriate. Maybe it's repatriate in English, like American English, repatriate. I said repatriate, which might be more like that A would be very different, right? Probably repatriate. Interesting. And how do we patriate? Interesting. 前方. Alright.
反 闽
Ming. Agile. Or agile. Okay. So we have, what is this? Mickey Mouse? Mickey Mouse is in the basement of the infirmary, where he is wrongfully being locked up for insanity. It's Mickey Mouse. A hit woman, right? That's the hit woman. And a foreman are taking advantage of the situation to try to get rid of him for good. They chase him around the basement, throwing objects or pew-pewing at him. But Mickey is too agile. He dodges everything and has yet to be caught. How long can he keep up his agile evasion? I mean, that's okay. I think that's pretty okay. Hitman, foreman. It's a bit of a Looney Tunes situation though, but that's fine. Infirmary. Being locked up for insanity is kind of our character. But maybe falsely being locked up. Oh yeah, wrongfully. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. This is pretty okay. To be allergic. What? Oh, 过敏. Oh, 过敏 is using agile? Man, to be allergic. Pass agile? Pass on agile. Really? 过敏. I didn't think these were going to be the characters for 过敏. Ming Gang. Sensitive. Agile, sensitive. Oh, I can kind of see agile being like intensity. In like an intensifier.
Ming 年
Nian. Sleep. What in the... What? Kind of looks suspiciously like something else too. Mian, sleep. Slumber, sleeping? Mickey Mouse is inside the pawn shop where he works. He is in a deep sleep, cuddled up against his family coat of arms. His eyes and mouth are completely open. Again, it looked like he's awake, but he is totally in a very deep sleep, as we can hear him snore. I mean, or it could just be normal and his eyes and mouth are completely closed, sleeping somberly and dreaming about his dreaming about Mini or something, you know, Mini, or hanging out with his gang instead of working at the pawn shop. Shaming. Oh, okay, you can combine them. Shaming. Sleep, sleep. Fair. Anming Yao. Peaceful sleep medicine. Sleeping pills. Dongming. Cold sleep. To hibernate. Oh, yeah. Cold sleep. Nice. Tulol. Tulol. 垂明. Okay, I like the other ones. The other ones are pretty good.
年
Oh, not Ming. Oh, Mian. I keep saying Ming, Mian, Mian. Mian. Okay.
虎
Mian and Shui. Shui Mian. Okay. Ooh. Oh, it lines up with tool, right? Hold up. Both tool. Where is it? Tool. Okay. Now we have a mouth to spit. Alright, I can kind of see this. Tom is in the basement of the house trying to catch Jerry. He places his face in front of the mouse hole and opens his mouth, thinking that Jerry will run right into it. That's a pretty good scene. Instead, Jerry stuffs Tom's mouth with soil. Tom gets up and starts spitting out the soil. Ah, yeah, that just writes itself, actually. Yeah. Manner of speech. Tan tu. Oh, hey, Tan was a... I kind of lost Tan yesterday a little bit, too. Tan tu. Discuss spit. Manner of speech. Oh, really? To spit out, that makes sense. To spit as well. Tan. Another tan. What is this? Oh, I don't have a reference for tan yet.
虎 交
Y'all. Oh man, yesterday I had a flashback to 2 days ago. Jiao for banana. Jiao. Glue. Alright. Somehow I'm just gonna be thinking of banana glue. Alright. Moon, feathers, hair, and an umbrella. Alright, hit me up. There's a lot to work with here. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the barn where he is gluing a bunch of feathers and hair onto an umbrella. Okay. To make a sort of scarecrow. Intriguing. He attached the moon to an umbrella with some glue to make a sort of hat for his scarecrow. Interesting. Attach a moon to the umbrella. Makes... okay. Okay, I can kind of see that. I can see that. That's a really elaborate one, huh? Adhesive tape. What is the tape? Dye. Oh, sash or... yeah, sash or like a strip of something. Interesting that it didn't combine with strip like tiao. Like jiao tiao instead for tape. Jiao dai. Okay. Jiao shui. Glue. Glue water. Okay. Liquid. That liquid version of glue. Jiao nang. Capsule. Rubber. Xiang. Oh, got nothing for Xiang. Many Xiangs, but not that Xiang. Oh, interesting. Okay.
交
Just picturing it. Okay.
反
What? Hmm.
交
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Wait. I got two things confused. Wait. I thought this was... Oh, no.
闽
Dang. Wait, they were pew-pewing. I lost what was the reason for the pew-pewing. Wrongfully. Incarcerated. Something how long? Wait, I lost the meaning. Agile. Oh, dipping and diving. Okay. Okay.
土
Okay. I thought this was... Oh,
年
yeah. Okay. All right. Two Mickey Mouses. All right. Hmm. YOLO? Oh, that's a bad YOLO.
躺
Oh, wait, that's lie down. Right? Hmm. Heck.
原则
这违反了我的原则。
原则 Original responsibility? Principle? Oh, okay. Um,
山顶
山顶的空气很清新。
what? I pulled the trigger too quickly there.
托
What? Yeah. Is it not?
电梯
Oh, I must.
请搭乘电梯。
There might have been a typo on the other thing. Hold? Mouth guard, right?
赔
The heck was pay? Oh.
耳机
我的耳机坏了。
What? Oh, I gotta review. I gotta look at that closer. Yeah.
依旧
他的信念依旧坚定。
Huh. 依旧. That's like depend on old. I don't know, like convention, classic, typical, unchanged. Oh, okay. I think I'm just gonna do convention. Conventions still remain the same, like same old, same old. Oh, same old is good. That's good.
寒假
我寒假要读很多书。
So what the heck did I mess up here?
阶梯
Typo.
他一步步地走下阶梯。
Rip. I think that's still elevator. Or actually, no, that's still stairs. Still stairs. What incarnation is that? Was YOLO? Dang it, my YOLO failed. Okay, we'll think about it.
牙刷
你的牙刷在哪里？
Oh, this is Robin Hood. Like in Robin Hood.
扔
Oh, what? Oh no, it's part of litter. It's part of litter. It could be one of the words, honestly. Oh,
袜
okay. Yeah, heckin' Chong. Take that, Chong. Oh, what? Chong Quinn.
穷困
Chong.
这个家庭十分穷困。
Chong Quinn. Destitute. Okay.
寒
Okay. Now, what happened here? We have some flowers. We have some dirt and some elbow and some son of a bee sting. Okay. All right. General and Bulldog. I thought I knew, and then now I don't. Oh, it might be the right hand one that... Oh yeah, it's the right hand one that's wrong. Cage and a crossbeam. What incarnation? Pretty sure that's strong. Strong something. Naughty. I don't like. A crossbeam and or a page. No, that's a dud. Oh no, it's both. Both are incorrect. Oh, it is jiang. It's it's a second one. It was like a 70-30 on this jiang or zhuang. So jiang, how does the I still don't understand how the bulldog picture. Alright, so it's basically entire thing actually. Young, crossbeam, and page. In the bathroom of the chapel. Oh, this is item. Yeah, it's item. I don't know what young is. Oh, an award. Oh no. Oh boy, howdy. How did the award work? He found what in the receiving an award from the priest general for an interesting mass destruction to be used in next. He gives Holy Bulldog. Could just build a robotic war dog as a weapon of holy war, like a crusader dog. I think that's fine. All right, we gotta brush up on that, huh? The bulldog needs to be in it. And what was this? Item and award. Still an award.
奖项
Son of a bee sting. I was thinking of something else. What is this? Wait. Dang it. Hmm.
新郎
新郎穿着一套西装，
新郎 Singlang husband?
帽
Hmm.
遗产
这台汽车是我爸爸的遗产。
Okay, hold up. Can I remember you? I think the plate is the good thing, right? That's the plate is what helps, maybe. Soil, flowers, elbow, plate. Supposed to know you. drawing a blank right now. It's fine. Guy, second lid. That's not the first time that's happened. Fine. We'll do a double entry on that. What? Oh, wait. Hold. Elbow pads and legs with silk? Hmm. I didn't know. I don't know yet, huh? Hmm.
遗传
遗传决定眼睛颜色。
酸奶油
酸奶油是酸的。
钙
So this was like the monstrous plant that grew out of the ground in the high school. I guess we could get it confused with Dumbledore, but that's fine. Okay, let's just say the magic high school, like monstrous plant comes out of the ground, like monstrous flower, and then took a plate or a thing to act as a lid and then press it down with his elbow, right? Just lid, right? Hmm.
上午
他上午吃了早餐。
What? Oh. Oh, evening? Typed afternoon. This is like... Oh no! Wait. I thought it was, like... What? Not going well. How do I not remember elbow pads and legs? You gotta use like elbow pads and as like... I want to say like... Dang it! Holy double sun. I have no idea. I think this one's too far. Too far. Hoang. What was Chung? Oh, he came in, introduce the sun, drive them away. One was driving away. Like, initiate. Oh no, this is bad. Oh, this is shape bullying. Oh, but I can relate it to Chung. What is that? One extra box? God. Yeah. We'll have to use that. That's probably the way to go. Alright. Initiate. That's not good either.
唱图
The heck? A comb and caliper? It's gone. I just don't have it. There's nothing there. This going down a really sleepy oh wait. I have no idea. What the heck is the comb for? Endure. It's another endure. Nai. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Nai is recurring. Not good enough. Durable or something?
耐用
Oh, it's not rune, which I thought was moist. It could be shaping the moon. I don't know this either. Xian. Oh, the second hand. This one needs work too. There's so little about Xena in this. There's basically no. Well, the thing that I was gonna do is she's relaxing leisurely from the, but the moon shape thing doesn't help with. The moon shape thing doesn't help with leisure. We're at 5 already. Not even there yet. Oh, that's Lee. We worked on this. And it's gone again. Oh no. Okay, I got it.
贴心
他没有贴心的朋友。
Worked on this too.
投资
投资你的未来。
冷淡
他的态度有些冷淡。
Mild cold.
E.
Heck. Did I not just do this? Oh no. Okay, hold up. Too many weak characters. Fingers and stairs. I swear I already had a vocabulary word for this. Yeah, I did. It's toll. Oh no, it's not toll. Oh no, I did do this. It's rung. What was it? Litter? Oh, it's not litter. It's for the meaning. It's to throw. Yeah. I wrote the read. The read is the only thing I cared about there. I wasn't even looking. It wasn't even asking for the.
在
That's fine. We worked on that sometime. Oh.
闲
What is that? Okay. Wait. Oh, that's morning. Oh, I'm having a really potato moment. Sing Lang. A young boy? Oh.
失业率
失业率正在上升。
物质
气体是一种物质。
It's like a quality product, which is materials. Oh yeah, right.
"美丽
多么美丽的景色啊！
Yeah, it's supposed to be looking for the meaning, not the looking for the meaning, not the read there. I think material is possibly okay there.
透明
这是一个透明的
Toe is
流
another
程。
weak one that we're working on. 透明。Transparent. Okay. I don't know this one either. Has something to do with what is the elbow pads and like it's for the elbow pads and legs. Like I thought it's something like this. Hoang. Oh, dang it. So Hoang and Tong is being kind of lost a little bit.
免费，
这本杂志可以免费领取。
What are we at? 6?
动物，
人类也是动物。
So obviously, what in the world? Oh, it's the groom. No, fine. I'm not gonna worry about that. Fine. Thing. I use a different word. Just use a different word for groom. Let's see. Can't get any more errors, right? So smooth selling from now on? Maybe? Probably not. I didn't think that was it. Oh, it's cool. Yi. Is that not giant? Oh, maybe it's just Stan. What does giant look like? Huh. Oh, that's not it.
药局，
我要去药局买药。
住，
What was it?
系统，
这个系统很复杂。
下次，
我下次不会问他。
It's last oh, it's next time, not last time. How am I drawing a blank on that? Temple and words. Yeah, I'm generally stuck. That's unfortunate too. Sure. Oh, I'm doing it. I think I typed sure. Okay. Oh, guard is what. Okay.
句，
This is giant too, but not the same giant I'm thinking of. Okay. Huh. I thought I was okay there. Guess not.
延伸，
道路延伸到市中心。
乏味，
这本书的内容乏味。
wait. I've lost the fa. Kind of like trends. Oh no, the opposite of trend. But what does fa wait lacks? Opposite of trend. Lack trend. Lack spice. How did this work again? Temple.
诗人，
这位诗人小有名气。
Sure. How did poem work? I don't see how the temple. I guess he read something and imagined it as a temple. Came out of his mouth and slowly formed the shape of a temple. Yeah. See, this has nothing to do with Shrek. Or I guess we can say read a magical fairy book. Guess the ogre poem. We're hitting well below average right now.
礼拜，
我整个礼拜都不会在家。
That's a bad typo.
伸手，
我伸手关灯。
逃跑，
他成功的逃跑了。
That didn't work.
故意，
你是故意哦我。
猜， 抓狂，
他的态度让人抓狂。
自来水，
这里的自来水能喝吗？
I guess tap water is fine, as opposed to water supply.
愁，
What? I really thought that was it. Oh no. Wait, no, it's not. Okay, what up?
山沟，
那条山沟通往深山。
冻结，
湖面已经完全冻结了。
高中，
我还在念高中。
What the 高中? The heck? Okay.
冷冻，
冷冻食物很方便。
染，
Oh, what is that?
出口成章，
这位作家的文笔出口成章。
Talking a lot. Like talking at length. 出口成章? Oh no, that might be eloquence. Probably eloquence. 出口成章? 出口成章? Or articulate, okay. Yeah, that's same difference.
底层，
大楼的底层是停车场。
I guess the ground floor works too. It's probably ground floor instead. Bottom floor, but usually the bottom floor is. Gut feeling didn't work.
腰带，
我应该带哪条腰带？
Wait. Oh, whoops, wrong tone.
匹配，平均，
平均每天要睡8小时。
Like equally every day, average, yeah. Okay. What was this?
火灾，
这次火灾造成了巨大的财产损失。
法，
Just move along. Don't question it. Just move along.
委员会，
委员会不会接受我的提案。
What? Guess that's just committee. Hmm.
悲伤，
我现在充满了悲伤。
果树，
那棵果树很大。
团，
Oh, what happened here? You fingers. No, I don't have it. Did I not write? Oh, I think I wrote tall. Tall and tall instead of tall. Dang it. Okay, fine. Fine. What? Oh. What? Oh. Wait. What? What? Uh, 大多楼请假。大多数请假。请假 something 人会说。Oh. Oh, that it was looking for the meaning, not the read. Pretty sure. Son of a bee sting. Oh wait, I know what that is now. Hold. It's not. It's Chinese. But I'm thinking of a different way to express Chinese. Who is it? I feel like it's like this. Oh, what is it? Wow, oh, I've got the U. Dang it! I've got the U in the Hulk. I've got the U for Hulk. It's fine. It's Chinese. Typo. And then this is wrong location. That was a weak thing. What in Hold.
喂，
I'm determined to get back.
打雷，
昨天晚上突然打雷，
We're gonna finish strong today. I think. Mayhaps.
矛盾，
这两句话之间有矛盾。
晒黑，
他的脸晒黑了。
华语，
大多数新加坡人会说华语。
半，
Wait. I don't know what I did there.
劳累，
我感到非常劳累。
That help. It's not yet. That's tool. Oh. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
超
What? Okay. I thought I knew, and now I don't.
后盾
这个团队有强大的后盾。
Hmm.
梨树
一颗梨从梨树上掉下来了。
Charge and charge. Yeah, tool. Charge tool suddenly. Uncharge. I don't know what uncharge means. Conflict. Oh, okay. Got this mixed up with what? Jie has bricks in the middle, and Dong and Zhong stuff. I think this one is.
瞧不起
他们瞧不起穷人。
劳动
每天的劳动让他很疲倦。
走着瞧
我们走着瞧，看谁先到终点。
演员
他是个很厉害的演员。
长矛
长矛是重要的武器之一。
What the heck?
燕 打车
我不想打车。
宝可梦
我们一起去捕捉宝可梦吧。
盾牌
他把车子当作盾牌使用。
Hmm. Okay. What happened here? Okay, it's not that. It's not that. And it's not that. I swear I typed G. What? Oh, did I type Jiu? No, it's G. That was my second guess. Or not really my second guess, but that I typed Jiu and felt G. That's disappointing.
冲突、
他们在会议中发生了冲突。
That's so disappointing.
解、
I wouldn't have come back to that because I thought it was wrong. That's very disappointing. What? Right. What? Everything's gone all wrong. Then help.
司令、
司令发出了新的命令。
Oh no. Uh.
新、新、
Oh, I need to silence.
矿产、
这个地区的矿产是金。
It is like mineral goods, mineral resources. Mineral goods is good enough.
软、
Okay. It's gone. Moon. Paperclip. Oh, wait. No, it's fine.
院、 华、 堆、 估、
I don't understand what happened here. Oh. I want to flip a table right now. Why do I not understand this anymore? Wait. Oops.
康显智
The heck? Okay. Okay, we're sure about that, right? And the other one is like it's like full, it's plentiful. But I thought it was I have oh my gosh, I added a G. Oh my. Okay. I don't want to talk about it. I'm okay with that one. It's fine. I'm not tilted. You're tilted.
低调
一种低调的生活。
That's an escalator. I don't want to talk about it.
超级
超级大国。
丰满
丰满的粮仓。
Or full.
真的
兔子真的很可爱。
What happened there? I have no idea yet. Ming Ling. 就是。
主要
家庭主要成员。
那边
我们在那边见。
生死
生死之交。
What incarnation?
睡
Yeah. Okay.
追查
追查车祸原因。
Oh crap, that's it's not yeah. Yeah, it's just a regular portal. I was so fixated. I don't think I need to. That one.
命令
司令发出了新的命令。
恶意
他的话没有恶意。
就是
你就是我要找的那个人。
Exactly works too, right? Okay. Oops.
群
Undertake, investigate. There's so many things. Pursue. Pursue is good. Okay. The heck? Not like this. Yeah, today is definitely worse than yesterday. We're back. We're backpedaling now. Okay. So Slenderman and Stan. Oh. Okay, that's not what I think it is.
香
Hmm. It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Another one is gone. 我会把你的问候 or 问题is to notify oh
转告
我会转告他你的问候。
or pass on, yeah. Okay.
"受到
足球队受到了非常热烈的欢迎。
Or received, yeah. Okay, YOLO?
浪费
不要浪费时间。
Okay. Very bad today. Bad. What incarnation am I looking at? Oh, maybe like how is that not right? Hold up. Oh, I typed that's a typo. That's fine.
存
Oh my gosh, I missed the end.
房屋
我们正在找一间新房屋。
被套
我的被套很舒服。
Hey, tall cover quilt? Is that not a blanket? I guess that's just a quilt or something. Hey, tall.
"为
What do they want for this position? Oh, okay. Yeah, I can kind of see it. I feel like I should use a pivot to seat and reservation as well. I don't think I'm gonna need those, honestly. I don't think I need to simplify it to position.
亮点，
这旅馆的亮点，
Okay.
平，
Speaking of the one that I was thinking of.
建立，
建立一个计划，
What is that? Oh no, that is not. No, it's Trey. Or Chu. Trey. Trey Tse. No? Wait. Hold up.
“伟大
Okay. Wait. Hold. No. Wait. ”，
音
Okay. All right. It's fine. Ooh. I don't know. Today is not going well. What the? Wait. Hold up. What? Oh. I guess a pause or suspension? Pause, suspension, suddenly. Yeah, okay. Suddenly is fine. But I think pause is immediate. Like sudden pause is what I'm thinking of. Or sudden stop. Which is a pause. Or to give pause. But 顿时. A quilt? It's a duvet or something, right? A quilt cover. Oh my gosh. Alright, fine. I think quilt is fine. I'm gonna go with it. What's this? 顿时 is fine.
顿时，
整个房间顿时变得寂静起来。
初次，
初次见面，
Wow, today was rough. Very, very rough. What is the most concerning thing? Oh yeah, the pause, the little dip. Let's see. What is the most concerning? We'll go over the concerning. Enough. What time is it? 7:20. Oh boy. Things are falling off the rails now. It's getting rockier. I don't think I've steadily recovered from the break yet. It's a good challenge though. I'm more active in thinking now than ever. Okay. So. What is up with my hand, dude? Okay. Gel. And nothing to place him in the pawn shop is a problem. Ah. Wait. Fine. Cool. Mean. Oh no, wait. I got these two mixed up. That's why. This is me. This is Mian. Right? Okay. Then help. One, 2.享受尤其忍受Oh, this Halo thing is rough. This character is pretty rough. Wrong. Xing.正版趋向曲线分享分享出版 胡胡说。忍不住。忍不住。电子版。劳动节。Okay. All right, let's do this. So, Jimmy Neutron. Outside of the barn. And eyeing, gluing, right? Gluing feathers and hair to an umbrella that's attached to a moon shaped object to create a hat for Scarecrow, right? Alright, and then we have Mickey, who is chased into the basement of the infirmary, being locked up by some whimsical crazy doctors, right? Crazy doctors wrongfully locked up. And these doctors are accompanied by a hit woman and a foreman. But he's constantly dodging them. Mickey being agile, like a mouse. Okay. And we have Bart Simpson, who's in the auditorium, working as a prop designer, right? We're setting up a trap for a prank where he labels an X mark and decide to pull out and drop a bunch of severed fingers and elbows or armpits. Okay. Then we have Hulk, who's in the bathroom of Mental Hulk, who's in the bathroom of the beach house, where he found a dying cicada, or a dead cicada, really. Okay. Dead cicada, and it kind of tug on his heartstrings. So he decided to do it a favor by flushing it down the toilet. And we have Frodo, who is on a quest to find something in a pawn shop. And he found himself in the basement, being cornered by a malicious monster that is on a swing, right? On a swing. And he grabbed something from a pawn shop and asked it to halt, right? To halt as he makes his way, as he goes back and makes his way back out of the sticky situation, back to the road. Retreats. Then we have Tom, who's in the basement of the house chasing after Jerry. He put his mouth near the opening where he thinks Jerry will come out of, but instead Jerry decided to put a bunch of dirt in his mouth, causing him to spit it out, right? Immediately. That writes itself. Then we have Mickey again. This time he's in charge. He's working. He's working late hours in the pawn shop. Wow, instead of working, he's kind of just chilling, sleeping. Trying with his, eyes, and obvious that he's sleeping and dozing off with his eyes and mouth closed, lounging behind a coat of arms. Right? Lounging on a vintage coat of arms. Okay, let's go over the stuff. We have 3 vocabulary words. That's a record. 减项. What the heck was 减项? I think it was...减项. No. No, 奖项. Oh. Oops. That's terrible proportions. Fine. Okay. 奖项. Award. Okay. And then we have 新郎. Oh, no. Wait. No. Oh no. I lost what it is. I don't remember seeing. Oh no. Is that? Yeah. Okay. I was freaking out. I'm freaking out today. 新郎. Lang is right, yeah. 新郎. Which is groom. What is the last one? 冲突. 冲突. Tool. Which is conflict. Okay. Okay, now we got a bunch of characters reinforcement that requires 5, 7. All right. So, guy, which guy? Lid guy. Right. Guy. Lid. It's kind of a bit, the middle is kind of scrawny. It's fine. Chang. Which Chang are we talking about? Can I remember which Chang? Yes, I can remember which Chang it is. It's initiate. Next is Nai. Which one's Nai? Oh, this one is a little disappointing. I'm a little triggered by this one. Nai. Endure. Xiang? Which Xiang are we talking about? Xiang. Oh, this Xiang. Leisure. Tong. Tong is... Can't remember the stuff for Tong. I want to say it's... Ear. It's definitely ear. And then something. I forgot tone. Or at least I think it is. Oh. Or not? Pretty sure it's like unite. Here it is. Oh no, it's not. Oh no, it's not. It's not what I think it is. Hang on. Let's see if I can find it. It definitely has ear though. Right? Oh no. I don't think it is. No, it's not. I think it's Tang then. Oh, no. We did get lie down. I don't know what it is. Oh no. That is uncharacteristic. Usually I remember after getting stuck on them. I thought it had something to do with ear. Tone. Tone. I wrote tone, so let's look at the tone. 2 bucket. Oh, is it this? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it's the attaching to the legs, elbow pads, silk stuff. No, it's this. I was thinking of a different tone. Which both of them mean unite. Both of them do mean unite. So that is kind of a problem. Okay. This one is the silk. Silk, heck, elbow pad, okay. Elbow pads and legs. So, just unite. And then sure, which one? Sure. Nope. Poem and Chow No. Which is select. No, copy. Okay. All right, it's I'm not losing my I guess I'm not losing my touch. I think the unite part is a little disappointing, but yeah, this is going to be our routine for now until we catch up again. Writing is our additional encoding, right? Lots of the characters make me feel. The characters are what visualize and contextualize all the meaning. Okay. I do have to say though, it would be wonderful to be able to use this for writing kanji, but since we've invested in WaniKani's method, we'd have to reconstruct and do all that again. Yeah, writing these characters are pretty crazily reliable. Like I rarely have to even think about it for the writing part. Guess we'll see how well we can translate that into writing for Japanese in the future. All right, folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. A bit of a mixed bag again. How many are we down? Like 3, 6, 10. It's about 90%. We're like at the max, right? I can't take on any more volume. But I need to improve. We need to get back to like 95% plus in order to consider taking on more volume. There's no way we're going to take on more volume. This is as low as I want to get. I don't want to drop anywhere below 10%. One of the days, the first day back, we dropped below 10%. It was really close to dropping below 10%. It's the closest I've ever gotten. Yeah. Anyways, that's it for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try. Right? Had a long digression WaniKani for some time. As always, everyone is more than welcome to stop on by, share your own experiences, right? Evidentiary, anecdotally, right? Share, exchange ideas. I always welcome a mutual intellectual exchange of ideas, right? Maybe even brainstorm new ones and participate in new experiences. By the end of the year, we're going to be participating in another new experience soon, and it was inspired once again by another person, right? That is how I like, that is my prerogative, and I like to live my life by exchanging ideas. Intellectual exchange and discussion are far fewer and rarer as the years have gone by, which is what brings us to our next topic. But we'll talk about that in a little bit, right? If the opportunity presents itself. So for now, that's a wrap. For those who are only interested in HanziHero in Chinese, right? See you next time. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, try to get my heart running a little bit, shake off the legs, and then I'll be back for Wagotabi. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back to our 11th session of Wagotabi. Minasan, okaeri nasai. We encountered the news section, right? The news section since the last time I covered Wagotabi, which was the Bizen school, the school in Bizen. Which we were introduced to the unceremonious villains, I suppose, villainish things. And I thought it was incredibly enjoyable. The Teen Nomaji, right? Teen Nomaji or Team Rocket. It was really fun because Nomaji is often, it's a very cheeky way of capturing the stereotype, the stereotypical downward Nomaji, like, you know, because of the bridging between kana and Domaji for sound, mora and whatnot. Interestingly enough, in the evening, I kind of digressed about this earlier during WaniKani session. But interestingly, the first big criticism, the first substantial criticism came in on the Steam page of Wagotabi. And there's got to be some criticisms, right? Even in... it's kind of amazing, actually, if you look at the Google page and the Android page, right? The Android page and the iOS page, it's resounding, wonderful, supportive things and constant feedback, constructive and synergistic feedback when it comes to Wagotabi. In terms of the Android and the iOS store, it's on a 5-point system. And when you look at the distribution, it's like all 5s and then occasional 4s, which makes sense for like any sort of reservations. However, for the Steam reviews, it's a little bit more binary. It's either a thumbs down or a thumbs up, right? And it's due to the holistic averages of it. So we got the Wagotabi, right? Got their first big one. There was another one that dealt with like being disgruntled with a touch-based UX, but okay, that's fair enough. I think that is a deconstructively benign, like it's very destructively benign, more of a personal preference kind of situation. I think the comment was an ad hominem argument as well, suggesting that developers are lazy because they use a UX, like a touch related UX. It's a mobile game first, right? It's a mobile app first and foremost. I don't mind. I don't see the particular problems with. I'm very conditioned to playing indie games where you use like shortcuts with your left hand, like holding shortcuts and moving shortcuts, using your mouse to move around the screen. So it kind of reminds me of the natural adaptation of like twin sticks, where you're separating your left hand from your right hand when it comes to functionality. So maybe it's a personal preference. But the other thing is that there's one person who had a very elaborate criticism, and you can read this. Obviously, I don't have to say anything. It's a public written review, so anyone can go read it. So I won't have to. This isn't in confidence or anything. It's out in the open. So this person claimed that they were a person that is well experienced, both professionally, as a linguist or linguists. How do you call them? Like, I guess a linguist, and someone who focuses on language learning. And they had a lot to say, which I will cover sometime, like 4 or 5 days down the line. I'm not a linguist, nor do I consider myself someone who is formally trained and very well read in the areas of language learning or linguistics. However, I may say humbly and conservatively that I may have substantial hands-on experience when it comes to educating people, like explaining perhaps complex details or promoting habit formation for those for long-staying skill building and critical thinking, problem-solving skills. I like to think that that type of thing is fundamental and not exclusive to the disciplines of linguistics or language learning. The process of learning is a very profound, overlapping skill set that is very characteristic of various professions and professionals who are involved in intellectual pursuit, right? And this person claims to be that. However, there were a lot of criticisms that were raised, and one of them deals with the classic argument. Duolingo was mentioned once again, and that's something about the extent of explicit instructions and then repetition versus implicit instructions and comprehensible input. Right. We'll talk a little bit about that in the future. They're not necessarily at ends, but it's typically portrayed as ends. Like where you have implicit learning, you have comprehensible input as a driver, because you attack a complexity, a complex thing, right? Typically at its emergence level. So, like say for language, it would be native content. Native content would be the emergent complexity, the natural emergent complexity for implicit learning. So you look at someone speak and you hope that there's enough comprehensibility, right? Comprehensible input, comprehensibility in which you can use reference materials like a dictionary and whatnot to understand and implicitly learn from that using your reference. That creates an active participation. And Wagotabi does not do that, right? And that is usually what happens when you have a linguist, in my opinion, someone who is very knowledgeable, probably maybe even fluent in Japanese, will come in retrospect, attack a product for addressing a different question, which is the question of approachability and accessibility, or introduction and early exposure, right? That person might have spent like 10 or 20 years. I don't know how long this person is, but honestly, if I had to be frank, that person still speaks like someone who's in their 20s and have been doing a professional job for like 5 years, maybe, tops. Because honestly, the way the person talks is incredibly disagreeable. Not that there's no validity to the person's points. They are very valid points. In fact, they are predicated on a lot of facts about this game, right? And I will have to highlight those facts. One of it is this game uses explicit instructions, right? You get your lessons first, which is what Duolingo does too. Well, actually, Duolingo doesn't do this, so that Duolingo comparison was quite unjust. It wasn't factually accurate. But for this game, it is. You get your lessons first, then you see the application of the lesson. Now, that's where it falls apart, though. They suggested it was exclusively explicit instruction. So the gameplay loop is that you get the lesson explained in this manner, right? This is your Genki textbook stuff. That this is the bulk of the person's criticisms, where this is a quote-unquote an unnatural way of learning Japanese, because many Japanese linguists, as this person claims, criticizes this from the perspective of a Japanese person. So, like, to learn Japanese from a Japanese person whose main native language is Japanese has criticized English sources for adapting English language to a Japanese target language, right? So this is the concern about the myopia, in my opinion, that I face quite a lot with the idea that people are built differently now. You're talking about two separate groups here, so we have to talk about pre-selection. So you're assuming that your without needing to leverage English, right? Ignoring certain properties of being an English speaker allows one to accelerate and be more approachable in a target language, of which you're using your native language to facilitate, right? Alternatively, most of the time, people would say immersion is when you break away, metaphorically, break away from the chains of your prior native language and you immerse, right? That's kind of, this person made an ad hominem argument, constant ad hominem arguments, like, I don't think the devs understand the deep dives of grammar or what immersion actually means. Honestly, qualifying what immersion means already is not quantifiable. The state of immersion, that term, is not standardized. I mean, coming from, at least in my opinion, from a discipline like linguistics, in an attempt to categorize and measure specific things, putting immersion in quotes and suggesting an ad hominem argument against developers by not having any evidence to suggest that, other than conjecture, is unprofessional. So I'm very critical. I would be far more lax and have leeway when people make criticisms without leveraging their own professional integrity, right? If the whole review didn't start out as a linguist who focuses on language learning, if that clause was completely removed, I would say there's a lot of reasonable doubt, given reasonable doubt that this person is respectful but emotional. But seeing that it's qualified as a professional, those statements did not, in my opinion, give me the appropriate impression that this person is well read or well experienced or have the ability to communicate and exchange ideas with peers with common goals, right? We have common goals. We want to learn Japanese, right? But that was not iterated in their ad hominem argument. They attacked the group for being short-sighted while presenting a short-sighted criticism. And sure enough, you can also read this. The Wagotabi team also responded in kind, which they were very reasonable. They were on, naturally, they explained what was in the game and what they did or decided to do without attacking or contradicting or pushing back on the person's projection of their own biases. And one of the biases is the idea of interpreting Japanese or approaching Japanese from an English perspective, right? Like English speaking perspective. So in order to really become Japanese, you want to learn naturally, right? I've talked about this at the end of last session about the constant battle, or I don't know, minority shouting match between exclusively, the word is exclusively doing what other people do in their native language versus understanding that people who learn a target language also knows another language, and they are culturally impacted by the first language they learn. So in order to marry the two, this is a human condition thing. Now we're talking about psychology, right? Psychologically, it is far less burdensome to try to reject what exists as your experience by imposing and projecting what other people don't have experience with. So, like, to illustrate, what seems unnatural to a Japanese speaker is also that the Japanese speaker do not know English the way English people are learning their language. So there comes a time when there's an intersection of these things, not an exclusion of these things. So this particular person ranted off and weighed their entire criticism on the idea that the only perspective that matters most in acquiring a target language is the people who speak that language, teach that language natively, and that is the native speaker fallacy. Right? No, it's not, because there's a balance. To me, it felt like I was watching two different groups talking and explaining, but one was projecting and attacking the other, while the other was demonstrating what their thoughts were. They didn't attack or contradict what the other person said because, in my opinion, both groups have valid points. In fact, their points are so valid that they are nearly mutually exclusive of each other, as in they can coexist. So yes, you can spend time learning Japanese the way Japanese people learn, right? Japanese language learn. You don't have to look at this insane, what that person said, like stupid or useless or worthless or hindrance. You know, it was projecting emotional, it was making an emotional ad hominem argument most of the time, where you look at this table, it's like, yeah, that's not true, right? Oh yeah, and conjugation doesn't exist in Japanese because it's not the same as English conjugation or an Indo-European conjugation. Well, yeah, yes, all those are all valid comments, right? And then they would suggest that whatever they do is more pertinent. Pick up a Japanese childhood, for children book. Pick up a video game, like a normal Japanese video game and a native Japanese video game, and then bring a dictionary reference and then learn that way, right? Like, well, yes, you can do that. You can also do this. The problem here stems from the idea that that person cannot entertain the idea that other people have used different approaches to bridge the approachability question, accessibility question, and have other priorities. And in the face of evidence, right? I can assure that this works, and so does the other one. The downside of this complication, one of the main problems of this complication, is that we get that internet phrase, which is better? What's a better use of your time? What is a destructive, all or none argument, right? Like, if you learn something slowly, but you enjoy doing it, is not worth more than something you learn quickly and possibly less enjoyable, right? It's a projection of priorities. And I think that's one of the unfortunate... It's going to be a highlight in Wagotabi, right? It's the one review. There's plenty of receptions. That person got lots of, community rewards. So it's well highlighted. It will be a discussion for the future. I don't want to make any counter arguments. I actually think the person made incredibly cogent arguments in which I thought, hey, if this person has these comments, I'm kind of curious who on YouTube also have the what do the people on YouTube say? So yesterday evening, mind me, I only spent like 2 or 3 hours. I don't like watching, spending a disproportionate amount of time looking at other people's opinions, but I did look at 2 or 3 shorter reviews of people who spent a lot of time language learning, like consuming products, as opposed to having a background in linguistics or formally disciplined. And they share the same. They share very similar reservations about Wagotabi, and I totally get it. It's true. And some of the stuff that they keep referencing, like Duolingo, it's true too. But the thing is, it doesn't end with Duolingo. It doesn't stop with only Wagotabi. It is inclusive. Now, if you want to make a competition between everyone, then that is your prerogative. You can continue to try to demotivate people and destructively scorch earth, or present a scorched earth or ultimatum situation by projecting deterministic comments like, if you use Wagotabi, your Japanese will actually go backwards. It will get even worse, and it's like a curse. And if you use Duolingo, your Japanese, not only will you not have learn anything in Japanese, it will become an impediment to your Japanese journey, right? The Japanese language learning journey. And it is those type of comments that I am far more concerned than even trying to figure out which one is the best, right, of things. I'm not concerned about what's the best. Usually I am more concerned about what is sufficient. And I have my biases. I'll make some disclaimers. I focus on habit formation. I think a life skill that's involved in learning, maybe not necessarily language learning and linguistics, is the ability for habit formation. And habit formation can be intuited. It can also be conditioned and normalized by prescriptional engagement, right? And Wagotabi is one of them. Wagotabi motivated you more than Word Dive, Duolingo, or Hey Japan, and some of them are missing grammar. Well, here's the thing. Remember that I have to make a clarification. We are not talking about the content of anything. We're talking about habit formation now. Like, this is a link to habit formation. Word Dive, which I'm not familiar with, Duolingo, and Hey Japan. Most of these apps and video games, they prioritize something. And every time someone goes to criticize them, they're talking about content. Content and habit formation may be associated with each other, but they are substantially, significantly unrelated to each other when it comes to design choices. So when it comes to motivation, it has very little to do with grammar. It has very little to do with how many words there are. That's usually in the area of objective linguistics and things that deal with quantifiable progress that may contribute to motivation. I still think it does, but it is so much less so than the design around what is engaging, not what is natural or what is makes sense or what other people do or how people grow up. Like, for example, if you think the model to promote habit formation is to adopt a lifestyle that doesn't exist yet for you, that is incredibly intimidating by human condition. There's no argument here. I'm not trying to present an argument. I'm not going to even step back on this. When you are attempting to develop a life skill that requires adopting a new lifestyle and you reductively say it's just easy, you just do it, then it's coming from someone who professionally does not do much with learning, in my opinion. Like, this person, I don't know, you can read it too, Momon. It is on the Steam page, right? So this person suggested, very strongly suggested, that most of the time is you pick up a whatever native thing is, right? Native material you want, and it has to be an entry point. He didn't talk about the person didn't talk about comprehensibility, right? Like, if you have the ability to measure your own comprehensiveness, ability to evaluate yourself, and then also ability to establish the habit of evaluating yourself. The intuitive reductive comment the person made is, you pick up native content, you absorb it with reference material, and that's what immersion is. That to me is like the asinine comment that person made by saying and accusing the people at Wagotabi for not being familiar with how Japanese people learn Japanese, right? So, how do you demonstrate that you also don't know a lot about learning? By ignoring all the evidence in which a product is able to motivate someone to consistently be interested in being exposed to new content relating to Japanese. That is an overwhelming evidence. But this person decides that it's not relevant to the topic because it is not presenting a interaction that is reflective of Japanese people. I think linguists are scientists as well, right? Because it's a study of language. I think one of the greatest principles of scientific study when it comes to trying to ascertain the cause and effect of specific methodology is to understand what your selection factors are, as in who your sample size is, or like the characteristics of your cohort. And one of the characteristics of the cohort this person is talking about is that most of the people are not Japanese. So I strongly want to reel it back a little and suggest not that you stake your professional integrity. So this person was staking their professional integrity. I'm guessing this person's in their 20s or something like that, where their professional career and their integrity does not carry as much weight. So they throw it around. This is conjecture, of course. And then it's also doing some profiling. So it might be considered as an ad hominem argument, but I'm not really criticizing the person's character. Because they don't share anything about it. One thing I would say is they're probably someone who likes to go on the internet and constantly claim what they are, because it's a normalized behavior on the internet. Like, I could say, as a person with a PhD in molecular biology, I think this information about viruses is incorrect. Go ask most of my colleagues in the United States who work on No, that's not how I would go about it, because I would be worried. That is sacrificing professional integrity. That's well and good if I might be completely incorrect, and this person's like some 60-year-old, 70-year-old who don't give a hoot what they what other people think of their rather bombastic single perspective take on what makes language learning engaging, immersive, and motivating. To me, from a learning perspective, I think understanding what the selection factors are and then knowing what that requires or characteristics of that would pay for a more agreeable open-mindedness of sharing of ideas. So for example, why is this person constantly and almost unanimously pushing for the idea that to learn a target language, Japanese, is to do the one thing that you're trying to do, right? And oftentimes the argument is, yes, it's, what is it called? There's a theory behind it, especially in muscle memory, like in fitness. You pretend, you fake it until you make it, basically. So you have to go through the motions to be able to do the activity. And I totally agree. It's like this person makes all valid point, like a lot of valid points. It was presented obnoxiously, I would say, and bombastically, very fruitful language. And that to me is not very scholarly. It's very not professional, but maybe that person treats their Steam page, which is public, without like regard to how disagreeable they can sound. And obviously the internet finds this normal. A lot of times people like to write these op-eds, but one thing I can say is, well, you can do a little bit of both. If you're saying that the only way to understand truly understand the Japanese way is by becoming Japanese yourself, that checks out logically, right? It checks out logically. You read a lot of native content and therefore your stuff becomes native. But I often wondered, what if it's about English speakers who speak both English and Japanese? Right? I have a different perspective. I'm not suggesting that the other person's perspective is incorrect or whatnot, but my background, right, would have me prioritize the idea that I would love to do both. I would love to spend a lot of time seeing the interactions between Japanese and English. So like Wagotabi is refreshing and wonderful from an English perspective, from an English maybe approach that is married with some Japanese approach, right? Not one or the other. So one thing that I feel I am very apprehensive about when it comes to someone who claims they have their hands in different disciplines, most of that person's comment sounds like a linguist masquerading as, like, potentially masquerading as a language learner. And what I mean by that is the idea and principles of pedagogics, right? The act of teaching and stuff. Again, I'm not a professional at it. I simply have done teaching. So I haven't studied the methods of teaching. The idea is that sufficiency, not optimizing. Sufficiency is where I would go when it comes to balancing out all the possibilities that could cause someone to stop being interested in developing a skill, especially language. This person provides the sink or swim approach, right? The prescriptional. It's so really ironic when this person has this air of saying, like, you know, I don't want to go into the details and I don't want to be prescriptional and whatnot, and yet they reductively, every time suggesting methodology on learning or how to approach learning, they would simplify it to some asinine comment like, oh, just pick up a video game, a normal video game, and grab a dictionary, and it's just that simple. And in the meantime, this person criticized Wagotabi team for being reductive in the way they approach the Japanese language and introducing Japanese material. I think in this case, there is someone who's being reductive right now, and it's really that person. And I thought it was much like this person's introduction about saying, okay, I'm this, and I'm looking for examples of immersion, right? And then they immediately start by saying, they dismiss it. They're like, oh, I was very disappointed. I don't think these people understand what immersion is. Like, well, then quantify it, qualify it. What do you think immersion is? I would love to hear the person explain what immersion is, not highlight and beat around the bush with like nebulous annotations for what immersion is, because immersion is not quantifiable in a standardized way, so you might want to qualify it. Alternatively, when this person says, oh, they focus on language learning, rarely did they ever explain the nature of how the learning happens and how it's relevant to the learning process. They simply said, you just pick up a video game in normal native content, pick up a dictionary, and you do it, right? And everything else is intuitive. Well, I kind of like that idea, provided that everything else about the learning process holds true. And this person made a wild comment that Wagotabi does not actively deploy or apply the many theories of learning. I'm not even sure how many theories there are language learning, but they made a really bold comment. They made the comment, which is, again, while they are disappointed by the lack of immersion thing from Wagotabi, I was a little bit disappointed by someone stating that they are a professional or stating that they have understanding or deep cuts in learning. Well, they specifically said language learning, that they rarely even mentioned anything about learning discipline. They mentioned a lot about linguistics, lots of linguistics things, but not much about learning, which is the idea of the myriads of solutions. Input, output, there are multiple input, output suggestions, how application works, bridging, right? Bridging, laddering languages, how you form connections between a native source versus a targeted native source, right? All these other things, at some point, something in Wagotabi will land on those things. But to claim that there is none of those, none of the popular theories, I'm a novice. I'm an incredibly novice to all these theorems and whatnot. But even on a surface level, that is just simply not true. So while someone is criticizing another person for being reductive, even a group who's working diligently and very harmoniously with a lot of criticisms, right, and requests, they decide to choose that they somehow have a more privileged stance in understanding something, only to speak as though they have very little understanding. I think it's a practice in the pot calling the kettle black, if that were even true, right? That is assuming that the Wagotabi team did not have these considerations in mind. You wouldn't know that. I think my biggest gripe, or one of the biggest disappointments about someone who weighed their professional integrity publicly, was the idea that they would speak intellectually in a conservative but also informative manner that doesn't make them sound like someone who's projecting emotional discontent at the face of very obvious evidence. I'm not going to say overwhelming evidence, but obvious evidence to the contrary, which is the idea that they are very frustrated, right? Frustrated that many apps, including Wagotabi, have a priority in habit formation. The design is to promote habit formation. Where there's progress, there's still progress. Where there's no habit formation, you don't show up. Like, you legitimately do not show up. So, to echo like James Clear, right? Standardization before optimization. You can't optimize until you standardize. So, if you're telling people the most optimal way to learn a language, yeah, there are many ways to learn. You still watch anime with and without subtitles and play Wagotabi and read manga. Yeah, there are many ways. And the thing is, I mentioned this earlier to someone else, to Caesar, who's also playing Wagotabi now, but it's holistic. A lot of times learning is holistic because there's a behavioral component that I think is part of learning. And for someone who suggests that they focus on learning or some aspect of learning, which maybe is exclusive to language learning, the idea is if you can't control what your habit formation is, the most optimal way of gaining language, you're assuming that that comes with a satisfying reward that allows them to return. So, if that involves shaping your lifestyle prescriptionally over something that the person already still don't naturally do, that is going to stir more apprehensiveness and intimidation, right? Imagine telling someone and say, hey, oh, you really like Japanese? Okay. Spend the next time in your life, get rid of all the English in your life and do this. Trust me, you'll be fluent in 2 years, right? Or some weird some fixed promise, right? Don't worry, trust the process. And you start thinking to the person, may I ask you, this would be my learning perspective, right? My more so not necessarily learning perspective, but more so on the side of habit formation, how the behavior is related to learning. I would ask the person, do you still use English in your daily life? Oh, the answer would probably be a resounding yes. Okay, well, is there any way you can compromise between the times when you can maybe like spend 30 minutes doing immersion, right? That would require a lot of resources. It would require a lot of lifestyle changes. And then in other times, use that what you learn and express it in English. Because regardless, if you're doing something related to something you're learning, it creates emergent learning. There are even more overlaps in learning. This is like dealing with like application and overlap, input and output feedback, along with like if you add this to refinements and exploratory nature, like 10% exploratory and 90% repetition, those are all involved in Wagotabi's design. Like the stuff that I mentioned is still involved in using Wagotabi. Even within Wagotabi, it has those methods involved. That's because, in my opinion, the one thing that this person doesn't lack, right? I find that as admirable, right? This person's criticism is criticizing things that they do not see because they don't lack it. They don't lack the motivation or the intimidation or the lifestyle of dropping everything and picking up a game and grabbing their dictionary and going at it. Like they specifically mentioned Ace Attorney, and then they also alluded to Kerbal Space Program. And here's the catch about citing specific examples, right? and then using it as a half glass half full, and glass half empty. They used two examples, Ace Attorney and Kerbal Space Program. They're niche games. So when you're using an example, you got to understand who your target audience is, right? What is the selection factor? There's a pre-selection for Kerbal Space Telescope, and there's a pre-selection for Ace Attorney. And none of that came into play. When you're talking about learning, you're talking about people. You're not talking about content. Like, you can use content and relate it to the people, certainly. Like, for example, how do the people that self-select themselves into Kerbal Space Program, or I forgot what the full name of it is, but what are the self-selection? Because when you're thinking about Wagotabi, I talked about this yesterday, Wagotabi's optics are very clear. They're not obfuscated, despite what this person may insinuate. This person is insinuating that Amaterasu and like Wagotabi team are deliberately misleading and entrapping people and potentially hurting their Japanese progress by presenting in an erroneous, incorrect, unnatural way of learning Japanese to the point that it becomes deleterious, right? So if that were universally true, there are two theories that would explain a lot of that. One, this person believes everyone else is idiotic, so they are incapable of understanding their own self-destruction, which it's compelling. It's a compelling qualification. Two would be Wagotabi team just doing cash grab, so that they're just imitating and iterating on what works, but what works is for the money and not for the benefit of language learning. So that's why he mentioned Duolingo and all those, where the apps and stuff are reiterating on things that already is proliferative or popular, right? So that would suggest that lots of people who use things, all of them tend to use things that don't work. Which goes back to the first theory, which that person's treating as though that they are magnanimous and benevolent by doing a diatribe on the understanding of learning by treating people as though they're numbers and objects, right? You present theories, like you present, oh, this grammar is not comprehensive, so it's trash. It's like, well, do people learn with comprehensive grammar? And then this person goes and shares their example. What is their example? They criticize Wagotabi for omitting things, right? Oh, in the beginning, you didn't get the whole birth of the full details of Japanese because most people should take in all the details right away in a natural environment, right? Their natural environment being some place that is not Japan. Okay, just put that out there. I gotta pause there for a moment, right? The people who are a lot of people who are learning with Wagotabi, they don't live in Japan. They also don't only know Japanese, and they're also not only able to obligate to learn Japanese and speak Japanese every single day. So there's got to be some compromise here. If you learn Japanese when you can in native content, that's great. But every other time, you can also learn strategies to connect the things you learn in Japanese while speaking English. So what happens is when you're going to work and you're talking, if you're trying to find reason to practice your Japanese while in the English speaking environment, you do so. Like for myself, when I'm learning Chinese, I'm also thinking in Japanese because I know the connections between Chinese and Japanese. So what happens is all your wires are crossed not in a bad way, but some people might see it as a bad way. Versus the non-wires crossing thing, where you don't reinforce organization and translational responses in building habits that promote consistent use and application. Instead, this person goes around and prescriptionally tell people, hey, go play a video game because that's my example, my personal anecdote, and it's the goated way to play video games. Meanwhile, I can see, I don't know, 60% of people who probably use Wagotabi on their phone have no time for those type of things. But then you could say, well, all the time they spent playing Wagotabi, they could have done that. It's like, well, yeah, if their lifestyle suits it. Because learning deals with the people you're talking about, not what you project as yourself. Like, do I go, like, hear me out? I wouldn't stake. I would be very apprehensive in staking my professional integrity and my knowledge on the assumption that everyone else has my same background. So, much like that, I have to pay respects and know that that person makes valid points from their perspective. I don't want to be Japanese. I like the Japanese language and I like to get to know them, but I also like to get to know them in the context of being someone who's Chinese American. So, that does involve requiring a standardization that doesn't exist yet, right? Because Japan is still 99% in Japan, right? Like, for example, you might be thinking, nah, that's not true. Like, the gold standard is if 99.9% of people who speak Japanese is Japan, there's only one way to learn Japanese, right? It's the 99.9%. Like, I would kindly agree with you if you subscribe to the idea that lots of people use something, so it works, right? So why is there a double standard for Wagotabi? Linguistically, you look for patterns, right? People who study linguistics, they observe patterns. So what are the unifying themes of Wagotabi and other apps that are allowing people to be consistent but maybe slow progress? Or why does those things work? This person fails to acknowledge what those things are, while at the same time acknowledging things that work that excludes the people they're talking to. That is cherry picking. That is cohort. That's confounded variable manipulation, right? That is very, if they were trying to present an objective case, I think that would be incredibly bold. So if you're assuming that someone can learn from video games and then presenting it in a sense that you can't learn elsewhere, you would have to counter argue and properly assess what the type of people you're addressing. And yet, all I hear is Japanese linguists are the only source of successfully speaking Japanese and learning Japanese properly. And what's a great counterargument to that idea? What about English? Are you suggesting to me that the people around in the world learn English like Great Britain and the United States? I mean, I'm gonna open this is gonna be a can of worms, but as far as I'm concerned, when a language starts to transition into bigger cohorts, and those cohorts have pre-existing experiences and structures, asking them to abandon those structures destructively as opposed to attempting to see a synergistic play between them, that is anti-learning, in my opinion. That is also anti-retention. I think a lot of the parts of learning and habit formation deals with leveraging or attempting to not spend most of your time exhaustively ignoring your prior experiences. So when someone goes around and says, hey, native content is the only content and that's the best place to start, you can start anytime for a beginner, and go about deterministically saying, oh, if you start here this way, you're doomed. Like, yeah, start by not pretending you're German. Well, the person I think is German, so as far as I know, or they might reside in Germany. They speak German and English, right? German, English, and presumably Japanese as well. And I don't speak German. And German is they probably speak British English. I speak American English. So the whole idea of using a language to explain that there's only one way to learn a language because it's the property of some native cohort is something really weird to me. Like, I don't understand how you can be so bold in claiming that. As far as I know, it's disappointing that someone who maybe has a really passionate and kind, caring heart, possibly. I don't think those words would make me very comfortable around this person, but kind heart in which they want to help and spread people's interest in linguistics, possibly, and or language learning for Japanese, to be so reductive and condescending and asinine when it comes to evaluating other people's enthusiasm for wanting to spread learning and linguistics around. So as opposed to sharing some respectful ways, acknowledging what they do, I think the review largely does the thing that I often is very apprehensive about on the internet. You confirm and cherry pick all the things that confirm your hypotheses, and then you disprove and downplay the product because with all the cherry pick things that it lacks. Not what it does and the consequences and effects of what it does. Like, for example, in like 3 or 4 days, I will be making an attempt to summarize a lot of these thoughts over, and I will state what Wagotabi does, right? And this is my first comment, which aligns with that person's criticism, right? I can back up and support that person's criticism without making an ad hominem argument by criticizing the credibility of the Wagotabi team. The one thing that is very much like many other material, like the Genki textbook, is that the lessons come before the test, right? The lessons come before the test. Now the question is, this person claims that the test is not an application of the lesson, but an identical reproduction and memory task, right? So, for example, and it does occur, it does happen in Wagotabi. You learn a set, right? You learn this lesson. For example, let's say you look at this, right? You'll read all this. The lesson will give you this expression 1, right? And even if you closely read the examples, let's do one with an actual sentence in it. So there's these sentence, right? This would be lesson, and this literal sentence might show up later as the test, right? So if you read Inu wa ocha o nomimasen, right? Later on, this might actually be in the literal test. So we're talking about formal education 101, which apparently doesn't exist. This person criticized Wagotabi for not implying any form of contemporary useful language acquisition stuff. right? That includes formal education, apparently, as well. Not that I'm saying formal education is a gold standard. I'm talking about these methods exist despite what that person erroneously claimed, bombastically claimed that Wagotabi does not apply any form of learning, like learning fundamentals. This would be one of them. It might not be the most desirable thing. This guy's talking about efficiency. This might be not efficiency where you show this and then reproduce it, right? That's the Duolingo way as well. They show you a sentence and then you repeat the sentence until it sticks. That is one of the dogmatic ways of remembering things. But somehow it's no longer dogmatic because it's not contemporary enough for this person's criteria. Nevertheless, you'll see this. And yes, that is one of the criticisms. I agree. It's one of the criticisms. You learn the lesson, and there's a way, and jerry-rigging, if you're a person who's good at memorizing or doing mechanics, you may not learn anything about the nature of the sentence if you can memorize it, right? If you memorize the order of this thing, then it will only stay to be that. And that's why Duolingo has a weakness as well, right? You repeat the sentences without possibly understanding it or being curious about what else is there. But the onus is also on the person. When I was using Duolingo for Japanese, for example, not understanding what this is, the incomplete, the missing grammar, right, moment, encouraged me to go find the missing grammar. Now the question is, does Wagotabi do this? Does Wagotabi encourage other people? Okay, so these are the first stuff. Now go on and do something. The Wagotabi team did reply, and it's the most common reply. It's a very respectful reply that I have heard. This is not your one-stop shop. Wagotabi was never advertised to be your one-stop shop to fluency, right? It is a complement. It is something that is to be used with other things. Much like your example a moment about still watching anime with or without subtitles, playing Wagotabi, and reading manga. I watch podcasts, video logs about mental health in Japan and culture streams in Japan, right? Actually, most of my content are bilingual people, if not trilingual people, especially like people who do interviews. They would specifically interview multicultural people, people who learn languages while juggling multiple languages and cultures, not exclusively learn in a culture and a language, right? That is the maybe another flip side of the coin to speak, for example. Like, I view that multilingualism is a marrying and summation and synergistic effect of having more than one language, not one language compartmentalized to the side. Now, yes, it might not be as good as the pure thing. I will never know, because I can't undo myself. Or I could try really, really hard to undo myself. Like, hey, this guy, I feel like linguistically, this guy would come up to me and say, hey, did you know, I know a lot about language learning. I'm sorry that you're Chinese, but can you stop being Chinese and then go to Japan and try really, really hard to be Japanese? Because you want to always be around Japanese people. That is why it is their language, and their language they know best. The last time I checked, when the creator knows best, after it is exposed to the iteration of a larger population, the last time I checked, that was seldomly ever true. In science, in any discipline, that one cohort of echo chambered ideas is the optimal, like even the whole idea of optimization goes at the face of trying to maintain standardization, right? So that was not part of the dialogue, and I really admire, in my opinion, that the Wagotabi team raised the comment that they are attempting to try something new, right? It is not going to fulfill existing contemporary whatever they were referring to. The guy was nebulously referring to some like linguistic things, assuming everyone else has a linguistic background, right? Well, I don't have a linguistic background. And that's why it entitles them to the ad hominem argument that the people who are making this game do not come from a linguistic background. There was a lot of jabs, like constant jabs. Like I feel very disappointed. When it comes to professionalism, it is so difficult to try to not be mindful of the extent of your own experience and knowledge and how strongly you project what the audience you're talking to. So that person spoke as though everyone should be a linguist, not a language learner, because honestly, if I had to be conservative, I don't think there was a lot of learning spoken about it. Like, the review did not address the learning aspect of language at very minimally. They decided to pick like concepts, content, and sources of learning, not how the learning works and how the learning impacts things. Like, does an English speaker who learns Japanese, can they be able to do something that is different from a Japanese person who grew up learning Japanese and solely teach Japanese, right? And the last time I checked, the answer is both. An English speaker who's learning Japanese is using English and Japanese, but the prevailing theory, and which is the theory that I constantly have struggles against, admittedly, because it's very hard for me to understand, is the idea that when you learn something, you want to be the least similar to yourself while embracing something that's entirely alien to you. And those individuals who promote that would suggest it's the natural way of learning. It is the most unnatural feeling to abandon yourself and embrace something else. That is, in my opinion, running at the face of habit formation. You're telling me that in order to acquire Japanese, you must abandon, the first thing you must do is to minimize what makes you you. That sounds more like a monocultural society and someone who embraces another person's monocultural society to make them the gold standard. It would be a really different world if people still agree that the best English is in the United States or the best English is in the United Kingdom, right? Japan can still do that. So if you're in Germany, maybe you still feel that way about German, right? And if you feel like that, you most definitely can empathize with Japan. And that's good. I mean, that's self-aware. That's being self-aware. It's lacking empathy, but it's certainly most apt at being self-aware. If you like the idea that unadulterated, purest approach to learning something is the most motivating and possible way to gather a new skill, all the power to you. That is your prerogative. So in no way can I counter argue that. The fastest way to learn Japanese is probably to become Japanese. Go for it. Become Japanese. For me, I like talking about Wagotabi right now. This very example is why I enjoy language learning. Not linguistics. Those are very different things. I don't like people arguing about comprehensibility, learning full complexity, or entangling themselves with emergent knowledge that supersedes their comprehension or even their interest to begin with. So, yes, do I care? For example, do I have to ask myself, do I care that Japanese have a non-Indo-English conjugation system? Well, you should ask them. I think when you look at this, what is this trying to do? You didn't say what this is trying to do. You only criticized it for being unnatural to a Japanese audience or to a Japanese linguist. Japanese linguists criticize these things because they're from an English perspective. So the question is, can they appreciate why it's English? Why do English speakers resonate with this? If they don't acknowledge that, and then be able to present what the trade-offs are or what fundamentally, then there isn't an understanding of the learning process. There's only, in my opinion, there is more of a projection of one's own personal experience. And the last time I checked, a Japanese linguist is also someone who learned Japanese first, not second. There's got to be some logical compromise between this. So, does the matter of semantics suggesting that this is conjugation in which it tailors and it's related to English conjugation, maybe erroneously, fair enough, but that mechanic leads to the idea that they are able to create a result? Is that not valuable? If it isn't, go right ahead, go and criticize everyone else. But the last time I checked, when you insist that you play a game that you're interested in, and then you say, don't dumb things down, but then suggest, oh, you should play, if you just find a level that suits you, like play a children's game or a children's book if you want. That is doing the exact dumbing down that you were criticizing. Now, the caveat here is that person is not talking about dumbing down, in my opinion. They are talking about native versus non-native content. So it would be kind of funny to think that if you can think, is Wagotabi more native to an English speaker learning Japanese? Or is it more native to an English speaker wanting to be Japanese and not English speaking? That's where the conversation happens, right? Like, should I also talk about how this is not dog? Or inu in Japanese, yeah, sure. I mean, it still revolves around dog to some extent, right? Right? Like, saru is whatever that is. Dao? Should I say this is dao? Should I be teaching someone based on being Chinese? Or, like, what are you suggesting here? That none of these additional ways to form links and connections are somehow going to make your brain not find connection. So, I think there's some fundamental fallacies involved in criticisms of this nature. And I want to echo one of the people that responded to this person, not that this person will choose to respond to them possibly, is that the person was very polite. The person said, it sounds like this person wants Wagotabi to be a game or to be a thing that it is not. And they suggested that, hey, you have a lot of great insights. Perhaps you could make something that would suggest otherwise. And then I would use it. I would totally use it. Like this person suggesting that Wagotabi has all these weaknesses and whatnot. I would totally be on board if this person produces a product that says it works. Otherwise, I guess that person would end up linking to other people's work and using their namesake to defend their own lack of experience, which is perfectly valid in the internet world. Like, all the experiences that I've cited now, today, anecdotally, are my own experiences. In no way will I project or comfortably even stake my professional integrity to project that other people have the same experience. In fact, I actually use that first. I talk about what I am and what I am not. That person, the whole spiel and his diatribe was to confirm what that person is. And then everything that he dislikes is not both. It was not a mutual intellectual dissemination of information. It was a persuasive witch hunting projection of discontent. Like, if you want to get a good example of this projection, pick any app, hear an AI voice, and then say those people don't have real voices. So that makes the product crap. That's what the person did, by the way. It's a very classical way, which that's why I don't think it's someone who's been around, who claims has been around. The first thing they did was low-hanging fruit, Duolingo. Second, low-hanging fruit, AI voices, because they don't understand scalability, in my opinion, or they don't appreciate scalability. No, they probably understand scalability, but they don't appreciate scalability. They think it's easy, probably. They suggest it's easy to do these things, of which they don't have that struggle or done. What they do is they project an antidote and suggest that everyone will be strongly suggest that people will be simply successful by adopting their own anecdotal experience. Like, for myself, what's a example that I could get that would be guilty of that? Hey guys, you know what the goated strategy is to learning Japanese? Learn Chinese as well. I would not say that. Like, I can't even hold it for 3 seconds. I think that is incredibly an overreach of one's anecdotal experience, right? I would get people to be interested in Chinese while talking about while I learn Japanese and talking about Chinese at the same time. That's a demonstration. Like, I already have plenty of people who became more interested in Japanese because when I speak in English, I also talk about Japanese in the context of English. So when I'm watching anime with someone, I talk about, oh, hey, that's what they said. It kind of feels like this. And then over time, the people around me were interested in Japanese because I understand the connection between English and Japanese. And if you watch me learn Chinese, I will talk about Japanese. And then when I'm learning Japanese, I'll talk about Chinese. Those are the things that make it, in my opinion, for myself, not for anyone else, because I'm not a statistician. I don't work this professionally, so I don't have a large sample size and what have you. It is effortless, in my opinion, to learn kanji and Hanzi because they are connected. Not only do I not it is obviously I'm being a little defensive here. Allow me to be a little defensive. The reason why I don't have to be defensive is because this isn't my product. Wagotabi is not my product. I don't have to defend my years of dedication to a product only to be stripped down by someone who is trying to gaslight everyone using their own experiences and then nebulously referring to lots of professional people, in my opinion, who wouldn't weaponize their material in order to attack other people who are trying, right? That's not professional. It's not intellectually accountable. Like, I would work with them or try to demonstrate to them that there are areas to improve. And that's what the Wagotabi Dean did professionally. They shared what their thoughts are and they thanked the person for their criticism. but ultimately that other person was incredibly unprofessional, despite suggesting that they are a professional. But maybe Steam is being treated as their own soapbox, right? Grain of salt. For myself, I wouldn't project my own anecdotes. I would probably try to demonstrate them and see if someone can find an informed decision on that matter. I not only do not learn Japanese solely from a native Japanese speaker, I actually, most of the time, I engage in people who are multilingual. So we're talking about people who spend half the time speaking English and half the time speaking Japanese. In fact, I have a few content creators who do just that. There's this one person that speaks incredibly rapidly in both English and Japanese. And what they do is one person is English, one person is Japanese, and it's just them. They're doing skits and they're talking about Japanese culture, comparing and contrasting American and Japanese culture. The person speaks in English and then the other person responds and reacts in Japanese. So it just keeps going back and forth very rapidly. That is my antithesis, or a great evidence to suggest that no, it is not all or none. It's a bit of everything. And I will unlikely fall into quote unquote the entrapment that I must force my lifestyle to be something it's not. Right? Like, hey, so does that mean that you can't learn Japanese while speaking to your English speaking friends? That's not how I see it. I can most definitely speak Japanese around my English speaking friends and they will probably pick up the Japanese. And how does that work? Well, you can blend the languages. And some people might be like, oh, that's a taboo. It is most definitely a taboo, and I can definitely respect, but I don't live in that country, by the way. So, however, it is often frowned upon and is a taboo when you mix languages, right? So if you live in a strongly monocultural country, I can appreciate that, and I will try to do that, right? And yes, I will have some tendencies and shortcomings and sacrifices, if you will, or compromises. Like if I go to Japan, it'll take me a bit longer to speak exclusively in Japanese. 大丈夫です, right? もう没问题. It'll be perfectly fine. Perfectly 大丈夫, right? We will be slower, but while I'm doing that, the moment I leave Japan, there are so many other people who would love to be themselves and also participate in many other languages, right? And one of these things is to marry them. Bounce back and forth. I certainly will ever be as proficient as someone who fully embrace Japanese and want to be Japanese and go to live in Japan. At the same time, there are also potential benefits, quote unquote, benefits elsewhere. Right? Tori, right? Tori, but Niao, right? Niao, Dao, and Katana, right? Katana. So, or sword. We can say sword. I don't actually know the Spanish word for sword. I would say if I understand. Yeah, I don't know the Spanish word for sword. Nope. But we'll find out in the future. Anyways, that was what was on my mind this last evening. I thought I'd bring something to the table, right? To talk. Again, I want to make a big disclaimer. I don't think either party was truly hateful or malice or intentionally discrediting to each other. I still feel that there are ways to communicate that may not compromise one's professional integrity. Finnish word is roll sword. Okay. Of sword is meka. Okay. Finnish. Oh, you're Finnish, Moment. Cool. Very cool. I haven't spoken to a Finnish speaker yet. We had Norwegian. Norwegian was and Swedish. And Swiss, Dutch, but not a Finnish. Interesting. Do Finnish speakers often? Wait. Hold up. Did I know that you speak Finnish, or was that the Brazilian thing? No. Caesar is Brazilian. Okay, yeah, you're okay, sorry. I have another person that I met like 2 or 3 days ago. They were Brazilian. So we were talking about Spanish and Portuguese and how it may be related to Japanese, right? Or like how the abstraction is related to Japanese. I really do enjoy that. Sorry for like digressing. I understand like we still also have to play Wagotabi, but I have a very different perspective. Again, this is a disclaimer. I focus on retention and memory and habit formations most of the time. So, I am biased in the sense that people are potentially happier when they're not asked as adults, especially as you get older, to drop and reform all of their habits to build around something that might largely be a hobby at first. But something that is a hobby can become a lifestyle by understanding habit formation in relation to the learning process, not the content, like not the comprehensive linguistics. We're talking about being compassionate and happy and consistent with all the things that you do, and consistently being happy and inquisitive about it. Taking someone's anecdotal prescriptional projection requires that you fingers cross and trust them that their lifestyle is exactly like yours. So there's already a problem here with this person. This person criticized the German localization, and then their profile is public, so you look at it and it's like, hey, look, they speak in German with other people and they're located in Germany, I think, in the location stuff, because they disclose these things. Well, I'm not German, and I'm also not Japanese, right? I speak English. 我也讲福州话 and 我可以说的一点中文 right? Hablo un poco español, right? That's the limit. I was gonna do Cantonese, but no, Cantonese is out. I can only listen to Cantonese, so 我没讲，我没知道讲乜嘢 something like that. 我不知道讲乜嘢 right? Or something like that. But other than that, I am a differing perspective. And I want to also, again, end with the idea that I'm going to continue playing Wagotabi. And in no way is that person not entitled to their opinions, their perspective, and their professional backgrounds. I think the Wagotabi team, if you read their response, handle it in a very professional way. And it's kind of ironic because the Wagotabi team, as far as I know, is located in Japan. Right? They are located in Japan. They do work with Japanese teachers and get feedback from people who live in Japan, as well as being able to step up to the task of trying to create something that bridges English speaking. As well as, and we don't even have to mention, because I'm not a polyglot, but I didn't play Wagotabi in all the localizations, so I can't tell you how the Spanish localization is working. I did though. I did read and watch someone who was Chinese, traditional Chinese, so Taiwanese probably. I didn't ask, but probably a Taiwanese person play the Chinese version of Wagotabi, and boy howdy does it look interesting. Like when they're explaining like kana and hiragana, and then using like have to substitute the Chinese, like the Hanzi, to like illustrate the particles and the kana, the use of the kana. It was a really fun experiment. And I can't, for the record, I was illiterate in traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese a year and a half ago, right? But because I spend time looking at kanji and Hanzi, I leverage both of them. We use both. Like, if I don't know what skuru is, I at least know it means to make. 做，人都画素, right? 画素. So I'm like saying the kana, but I'm also saying the read for Hanzi, right? So 備前の刀を做る人都画素. And for the record, I don't speak Mandarin on my everyday life. I mostly listen to Mandarin. So when someone says like, oh hey, input only, you know, the input hypotheses and stuff, it's like, yeah, heritage speaking. I only input Mandarin and Cantonese. So the comfortability of just randomly putting words and reads into things after acquiring is still true. It still holds true for input hypotheses, right? But my output is going against the grain. Like I'm mixing these languages, obviously, right? And it's really fun. If only I knew how to say sword in Spanish. Skuru. Cocinar works, right? Cocinar, gente y hablar. So hablando, maybe like hablar. It has to be conjugated, so I would have to read this before I conjugate, right? Yeah, lots of fun. It might sound cringe to individuals who may not understand. That's perfectly fine. Like, and I don't mean by understand conceptually. I mean understand emotionally. My middle of the road is that I love that people like to learn different languages. And one of the most harmonious ways to leverage mechanics or biology, in my opinion, like neurobio, is the idea of crossing wires or reinforcing wires on overlapping things, and you make it a lifestyle choice. It is a lifestyle for me to look at this and think in Chinese and Japanese simultaneously right now. It's effortless. So while it can be maybe inefficient for one particular task, like speaking only Japanese, I'm more than willing to compromise and work on the idea of reading Hanzi and Kanji simultaneously, or back and forth, like, you know, there's no true simultaneous, for the sake of being able to mediocrely speak. Like, I can most definitely replace nearly all the kanji with Hanzi reads, and it'd be fine. I will still understand this as well in the context of the particles. So my brain is a little weird right now, and I want other people to know, at least those who do not resonate with this particular person, that if you're not having fun with them and they exclude you out of your club or whatever, the club that you want, you can always hang out with me. And if that's not good enough, I'm sorry. But if it's good enough, we can form our own, right, group and demonstrate that there are other ways to learn and there are other ways to have fun, and they come with other properties at the sacrifice of other things. And for me, Chinese and Japanese, sorry, it's a little plug, but Chinese and Japanese, they get some double down on Hanzi and Kanji. Like, I can't tell you how not concerned I am when it comes to like understanding what the text says. Most of the time it's which read is it, and that is a sacrifice. So like if sometimes hanasu ends up being huasu, right? Hua, right? 说话 or hua yu, or combination of language because we need another character. So I'm like, 说话 would be the closest to hanasu, right? And like, okay. Or like hanashimashou, right? Hanashimashou would be 会说的话, right? So interesting. All right. I'm done. So let's start with our warm-ups, right?
テーブルの下に
Benkyosuru,
何がありますか？
Benkyosuru is kind of a tough one for study. Study would be 学习, right? 学习, which is two different characters than Benkyo. But that's fine. So I know 学习 because I know Benkyo. Just Benkyosuru. Because of Benkyosuru attachment to the English meaning of study, I also know 学习. And 学习, if I read 学习, I will also know Benkyosuru, and to study. Just for the record, to illustrate why it's not always bad if you're in an environment that you're speaking more than one language or have to pivot between one language and another language, right?
テーブルの下に何がありますか？テーブル。
桌, right? 桌, table.
テーブルの下に何がありますか？の下に何がありか？テーブルの下に何がありますか？
So, 在, right? 什么东西在桌下 or 在桌下里什么东西 you know, basically on tabletop, what is there, what thing is there. So that's what I said in Mandarin. So despite you can do this, but this still says 下, which is on top, and this still says 东西, like part of 东西. So 哪里 or 和 would be one. 和 is still what in Chinese. And then テーブル, because it sounds like English, it means 桌 in Chinese, because I know table. And since テーブル is closer to table than it is to 桌, but I know 桌 because I know table, and then therefore テーブル, right? And あります is something unique to Japanese, but ある is exist. So what is exist in English? Well, it's existence. Existence is 全, yeah, right? 全. And it actually does still exist in Japanese. It's And now I don't know the read, so I can write it instead. It's unfortunately I can't write on here. I was gonna grab my pen and start writing the character. So if I don't know how to speak it, I know how to write it. So I'll just write the character instead. Alternatively, I can rely on my muscle memories for typing, for odomaji, and I would just type it out and see if I can get the character, right? So there are many, many ways, layers even. And I feel that the one argument that this person had that was very cogent was the idea that the reason why you want native content or like a high complexity top-down thing is you're getting so much context, right? The nonverbal cues, the visual cues, the auditory cues, the the paragraph, the story, you get a lot of cues. So is stacking your language. So is stacking mind palace. So is abstraction. So is drawing, listening to music, having a stimuli, sharing stories with someone, telling someone in English and describing Japanese to them in English is still a reinforcement tool. I spend lots and lots of time, personally, this is my personal anecdote, so if you're not one of these people, take it with a grain of salt. Someone constantly, they typically ask me, how often do I study? And I told them overall, I spend like 30 minutes per language learning, 30 to like an hour or so per week learning the languages. So that's like 2 to 3 hours, right? And then the rest of the time I'm practicing. But I'm practicing in a way that informs more input and retention, right? I asked this of most strangers that come on by. It's like, hey, what is your interest in Japanese? Can you explain some of it? Like the tools, the methods. If you can explain the things to me, then you demonstrate you probably know the thing. You can also learn and retain and reinforce and possibly even re-evaluate what you have known. And when someone says like, oh, I've been learning something, it's like, tell me something you learned. Come on. Like, inform me something you learned. If we're going to learn Japanese and you're going to learn Japanese, you might as well learn how to explain it to me. I don't care if it's explained in Japanese or English. Choose your poison. The idea is, I said poison, but choose your flavor, I suppose. Choose your flavor. Because that, in my opinion, is what habit formation is about. There's a satisfaction, there's an iteration, there's a refinement, there's also self-reflection, right? And it's also not demanding a dramatic lifestyle change to you. A dramatic lifestyle change that is goated is move to Japan, right? And the last time I checked, there are a lot more things you have to worry about than acquiring a Japanese language when you move to Japan that may obscure, vastly obscure someone's ability to maintain the habit, right? It's kind of like, I have a good example in finance. Buy whatever everyone else is buying without understanding how the investment works. Right? And as long as the investment produces profits, you're not incentivized to understand how it works because you don't need to. As long as it works, it works. That to me is the immersion way. And that is perfectly sufficient, provided that you never and will ever have mixed results afterwards. That is someone who is operating, in my opinion, a little bit more on linguistic principles than they are on language learning. Because in my opinion, the first thing I would ask for someone who's part of the learning process is, so what happens when it doesn't work? Or like, how do you know it's working? Okay. that's pretty good. You know, that's a lot of steps. Do you have any place in your routine that you try to change or optimize, or any interesting thing that you might implement in the next 30 days, next month days? Oh, you finished reading a manga. What's your next manga? And how does your approach to the next manga differ from how you're reading the first manga you've read? That's, to me, someone who focuses on learning, like have an idea about learning. You're asking about the learning thing and how it's related to your experience, not asking what is in there and not there. Like, oh, this doesn't have good, this game doesn't have good puzzles. Like, okay, how does that affect the learning process? Does the learning process recover good requires good puzzles, right? You lose elements of the bigger picture when you don't care. Like, for example, one of the bigger criticisms is, oh, people don't speak like this. They don't do the Chinese thing where like, 你吃了饭吗？你吃了饭吗？我吃了饭, right? Like, basically you're repeating the subject and you're repeating the action in Chinese, but the person's criticism is no one speaks like that in Japanese. If you already established a topic and the subject, you don't repeat it in the response. Yes, I probably totally agree with you. Even in English, people tend to substitute with pronouns, or like, it's usually pronouns. However, in the beginning, it's artificial or unnatural because you're exchanging the repetition of the input and the output until you get more things, right? So some people would argue, well, just don't do it in the first place. Just go and do it the other way. It's like, yeah, they both can lead to that. In my opinion, it's neither a doomsaying or it's often the bottom up and down, top down contrast. Bottom up would suggest that you use what you can as weird as possible. Like for me, what is the weirdest thing I could do here? I could say 桌の下に和がありますか? Because I don't know everything yet, but I'm still building with what I know. And apparently that is not the same as trying to look at a sentence that you don't understand and pulling out a dictionary and trying to put the puzzles together. It's a different set of processes. It's part of the learning process. There are different learning processes that actually overlap between the two things. What I feel this person often refers to is they take the worst case scenario, the bad actors of passive learning because of translational content, and then compare it to the best examples of their approach or perspective. That, to me, is quite nearly the opposite of what I expect someone who's in an intellectual discipline to constantly refer to the worst examples when it disfavors and weakens their argument versus their most favorable examples, right? Like, hey, this method works because this gold standard guy, that's the example. And it's like, this doesn't work because here's all these millions of people who failed learning a language. That's one case versus hundreds of thousands of cases, right? What would normalize that is, did you take the best examples of someone who's doing something? And then the response would be like, well, no, because it doesn't exist, because there isn't someone doing that. Like, well, yes, that would be a shame because it doesn't exist. Putting down that thing means it definitely doesn't exist. So that's where dogma falls short. If dogma is so strong, then dogma can't be refined or iterated on or optimized, right? In my opinion, here's my a little bit of hot take. I think Japan sits at the precipice of an incredible outburst, like incredible viral explosion of influence. And that influence is going to create pocket communities. And those pocket communities are going to diversify from its parental, much like English did, and Spanish, and French. Well, basically, most languages that are internationally internationally used because they're pocket communities. My English might not be agreeable. In fact, most of the time people find my English a little bit discomforting, especially when I start talking in a manner that deals with professional criticism, right? I don't shout bruh and slaps and ratioed and stuff. I don't say most of those things, right? And that could be discomforting. It could be refreshing. Who knows? And I think Japanese, if they so desire, may not the Japan themselves, might not be able to account or reel in that type of thing. I'm not entirely sure about China. Well, China does it pretty well too. 中文是中文, right? However, they're still dialects, right? Unintelligible to each other, despite 中文, right? It'll be interesting in the future. I would love to see how Japanese will. I think I would live long enough. I think I will live long enough to see Japanese form pocket communities, right? And the question is, are you going to get rejected from it? It can happen, right? It can happen. Or it becomes like English and Spanish and French. I wonder. There's always a possibility for either, right? Or even a third scenario. Table. Table. Right? It's like table. Come on. I know how that feels. I understand. Like when I tell my parents like "你也 busy ma," there's no substitute for busy. 你也 忙, right? 你也 忙 ma. Like I don't know what 忙 is. Like 忙 would be like busy, but I don't know what the Fujianese is other than busy. And busy is an English word, right? So it happens. Natural languages, right? Natural languages. The nature of natural languages is that change will occur by the adopters, not those with great influence. And for now, 99.9% of that influence comes from Japan, but that 0.1% are all the people who are adhering to the 99.9%. So yes, Japanese do feel very disciplined, very consistent, and I kind of find that refreshing. It's one of the more refreshing things about Japanese because it is the one language that I do not internalize spuriousness. Despite clearly being able to tell who has a Kansai accent versus who has a Kanto accent, and who's from Kyushu, and maybe a little bit Okinawan. Despite that, it's still recognizably Japanese, right? Meanwhile, even my mother tongue is incredibly differentiable from Mandarin and Cantonese. I would actually even say Cantonese and Mandarin are closer than Fujianese. But yes. And then English is wild. Let's not even talk about English. I don't even know where to start with English. And then Spanish, I don't know where to start with Spanish. cue the funny like American stereotype. Everyone has an opinion. That applies to French, Spanish, and English. Everyone has an opinion, and that's what I mean by micro colony, like micro communities, or diaspora, or even acquisition acquisition, secondary acquisition communities. It would be interesting to see how Japan embraces or not embrace or reject those things. I can definitely tell you that it is not necessarily Japanese people who are the minority voice that is loudly criticizing other people for trying to learn Japanese in different ways and in their ways that are more aligned to their native language. It is, in my opinion, again, sample size, grain of salt, it is those more likely the people who are learning Japanese that are using Japan, their defense of Japan, as a way to demonstrate that they're magnanimous and altruistic while discouraging and actively finding ways, in my opinion, to unintentionally sabotage people's alternatives to acquiring and engaging with another language. Again, minority voice, right? It's a minority voice, but it's very loud. It's incredibly loud. And referencing other people instead of taking ownership of your own opinion is disappointing, considering someone who decided to pursue a career in linguistics and language learning, right? In the very comment of this person who sparked this thing, do not see the irony in suggesting that, oh, is it so wrong to say that the correct way to learn something is a better way than your unnatural way? That's applying the same logic that you're guilty of accusing someone. And, the response was, no one said it was. There was no advertisement that suggests that this is the one and only correct way to do something. It is that person's projection that made them furious. They were in my opinion, the instrument of their own grievances and discontent. They assume that every product is presenting the idea that it is the correct way to learn Japanese. But in fact, most of them are suggesting this is a way, an alternative, a potentially different way, experimentally, to learn Japanese. But because of that existence, it takes a minority voice who uses their defense for the Japanese culture, which I don't think, I'm going to be real with you, I don't think Japanese culture, like Japanese linguists and Japan, needs any defense from a foreigner of their language. I'm sure they also hold themselves up to great standards and may be able to communicate. But even then, if I had to be very sensitive to an Asian country that is a really strong face culture, it is very un-Japanese, in my opinion, or very uncomfortably anti-face culture to find it okay to take a dump on other people's alternatives by assuming things and not asking. You ascertain the nature of their vision, demonstrate you understand it, and then introduce your maybe contrasting opinions. That would be very Japanese, in my opinion, and very Chinese as well, like in a face culture. But writing a diatribe on a public forum and then expecting people to respect you because you do not share mutual respect back, offer generosity first, that to me already screams to me that this person not only doesn't empathize or care about people. They care about objectivity, which that's perfectly fine. But we have to remember, objectivity is free of emotional considerations. I think the only emotional consideration that that person took was their own emotional consideration. That is narcissism and delusion of grandeur situation, or maybe righteous indignation, perhaps, right? Those are the things that I would consider, right? Because professional integrity on the line, that's scary. Very scary. Are we going up here? Sorry. No, we can
昼
start.
前
Yeah, he
以
did that.
前
Wait. No. We're going to the last spot. Oh no, wait. We have to do our mini games. Let's de-rust. Let's de-rust. Again, not a representative of Japanese culture. Per se, I haven't ever been to Japan. There is one thing that my parents, who are diaspora, that imparted to me, is that public defamation or public extreme language, criticizing something that overreach and disagrees with you, is unsightly, and it's very disagreeable. It's very unprofessional, right? And I'm not talking about unprofessional in a Western style way. I'm talking about unprofessional in a communal way, in a sense that I would even argue that while someone like that tries to defend the honor or the purity or the vocalize the perhaps frustration that they witness in Japan, honestly, in a face culture, those individuals would distance themselves from you, because that's create confrontation. Being incredibly confrontational in public space is something that I would imagine I resonate with Japanese people or Chinese people. You avoid confrontation. You try to be agreeable and then share ideas and exchange ideas to iterate and make them better. Not destructively deconstruct yourself, project yourself, and then use other people, especially people from a face culture, as a figurative shield for your own intellectual biases. That's a very tightrope to run. I actually find that I connect quite well with a face culture, largely because there's something really beautiful about being stoic while supportive and also critical and high standard at the same time. But that is not the same as vocalizing, overreaching, and attacking other people's work and saying it's not a big deal because you're only expressing your opinion. I think that's very disconnected with what I would feel that someone who's very passionate about the Japanese culture. I often talk about what it's like to be in a pocket face culture. I am certainly a product of a face culture. But at the same time, again, they have their prerogative, right? They have their prerogative, but I would say it's possibly even disrespectful to lump in and involve conflicts with other Japanese people in a conflict that you started yourself by projecting your own values as though you understand another culture's values. I may even say maybe I'm overreaching now. Perhaps Japanese linguists want to start up a fire and redefine how foreigners interact with their language. I guess I would find out if I would go to Japan and converse with those Japanese linguists. To me, it would be fairly surprising to ask a Japanese linguist or someone from Japan, do they feel comfortable that a foreigner who learned their language, who maybe spend time in their country, would want to defend them and use their namesake as a way to put other people down who's interested in their language and their culture. Cue the stereotypes when someone knows Fujianese, goes to New York, and you say a couple words like "Niho, Nikinan, Xingti, 健康." I don't know how to say 健康. 健康 e homa, right? If you can say anything remotely like that to a Fujianese person in the United States, you have that stereotypical face glowing like, oh, hey, I really appreciate like you learning our language. Like it's not in the evaluation that you have to be perfect or like learn something. It's the idea that you are interested in our language. Meanwhile, you have people who are privileged, self-entitled, and narcissistic going around saying, oh yeah, the Japanese people will most definitely be offended that you're trying to learn their language in any way possible. Yeah, it's definitely offensive. Like you have to learn it the right way, or else they will definitely be offended by your attempt to try to do that. Because we all know that everyone wants to be Japanese, when in reality you can't be Japanese. Because culturally you have to be born Japanese. Now that's not a bad or a good thing. The idea is there are practices that favor a foreigner. And one of them is the rules of being lenient about your enthusiasm for the language. So it's the language learning community is so ironic in this situation. The minority voice is so ironic in this situation because the loudest voices that are vitriolic in nature are people who learn Japanese. And that's kind of astonishing because I'm not going to use their shield. To me, it is something that sacrifices your face. It damages your public integrity. And if I had to try to extend my relations with a face culture that is Japan, that is unsightly, and in my opinion, unlikely to represent the people that this person nebulously referring to. Like, oh, other Japanese linguists are upset about this. I mean, I don't think that upset is the same thing as what you're expressing here. Express it for yourself, with the accountability of your opinions and perspective by demonstrating it yourself and using your own credibility, not other people's credibility, right? Especially in an entire culture that I would argue, personally, you do not understand, right? Maybe you might find some anecdotal examples where someone's like, oh yeah, feel free to use cultural appropriation to further your agenda. I live in the United States, so I can still appreciate it comes from a good place. Like, I'm not saying the person is not kind. The person's most definitely probably have some kind intentions. But I have sat through a couple of times when people were offended for me, right? I'm not sure how diverse the person lives, where the person is living, but for myself, there are people who are offended by me and offended for me. When growing up in a face culture value, I want neither of those involvements. I prefer the idea that people like to know me instead of use me. Because using me is misappropriation. And it's fascinating that someone who likes linguistics and like language learning would somehow use a public forum for video games as an arguable, questionable use of misappropriation. Right? The next time you go around, in my opinion, to consider the idea like, oh wait, if you learn it this way, you might offend native people. I'm like, are you the person? Are you the native speaker? Because if at all, it could be appropriation if you are correct all the time, which you probably aren't since you're a foreigner. And if you are incorrect, that's misappropriation. In fact, that's racism. So that's also discrimination towards a foreigner. And that's kind of a touchy road, right? A very touchy road. Hence why I would say most people in a face culture would acknowledge that you have your prerogatives and we have our prerogatives. And I hope that the world can have develop a greater appreciation for things together, right? Respect that we have our own ways, and then respect that you have your own ways, and then do not use each other's ways as when it does not involve those people directly, right? So going around saying that people might be offended without actually knowing if those people are offended, that's kind of a leap of logic. It's a little bit of concerning. Where are we going here? Sorry, that's a very long rant. Very long rant. It is all related to Wagotabi, so yeah. I'm kind of curious how the dialogue developed. It's quite a long dialogue, and I think it's going to continue, right? If you're curious what I'm talking about, feel free, go to the Steam page. You'll probably know what I mean. And I would love to hear how other people navigate these situations. I'm purely reading it to understand the perspective of both, because I get to like indirectly understand how the Wagotabi team handles discontent, maybe. It to me is an excellent way to demonstrate character without me having to presume or assume the character of other people, right? Okay. So 備前の刀を作る人と話す. So I need to talk to someone in Bizen about making a sword. Let's see. Where is that? Oh. Can I even do that right now? Who am I to ask? You know what? I'm also missing a secret, right? Yeah. I think there are 5 secrets. I'm not sure if there are 10 secrets. But I think I have an idea what the other secret is. I have an idea. So who would be able to make a sword in here? You?
備前市へようこそ。ここは私の家。
Okay, you're saying the same
つ
thing.
まらないこの家に
Yes, yes, yes. You don't like
ペットがいません
animals.
から綺麗ですよ。
Pet, you know. Maybe. Oh, here. That's right, him.
私の先生の名前は正宗先生です。ここにいません。
ここに、すみません。先生。正宗先生。先生はどこですか right?
はどこでか？すみません。正宗先生はどこですか？
ここにいません。
Okay. Sure.
女の人と日生にいますよ。日生までのバスは備前市の南にあります。
Okay. Oh, can I actually take the bus now?
日生までのバスに乗りますか？
Nice.
切符は
Oh. I don't have a ticket. Do I have a ticket?
すみません。
Where do I get one? すみません。
バスの切符のバスは
はいくらですか？
ですか？
I reversed it again. Ugh.
日生までのバスに乗りますか？
When I have to
切符は
like transition back to Japanese, I reverse the thing all the
す
time.
みません。
すみません。
バ
バス
スの
の
切符
切符は、
いか
1328円です。
1318円です。1300、1300、1328。Okay.
1328円です。
Oh, good. It was the space. I thought I had to remember it. It's fine.
ちょうどいただきます。
ちょうどいただきます。
行きましょ
行きましょう。I think this is the final area in the game, so feels sad. Feels sad. It'll be another like 6 months. I don't know how I'm gonna do this right now. Do I wait for 2.0? Do I wait for 1.5? I don't know how Wagotabi is gonna label their stuff, but as far as concerning me, I like to do like wait till major updates or a stacking update until we revisit. So we're reaching the end of that, right?
私の英語の先生は英語で話す人です。
英語。
先生は質問をするときも答えるときもいつも英語を使います。
Wow, 先生は質問をするときも答えるときもいつも英語を作ります。ね。That's a little...
それはちょっと難しいですね。
Relatable. Very relatable. Wow.
あのかきおこの店によく行くよ。
Kamioko. The heck is Kamioko? Kamioko, was that the name? Let me say, okay.
つまらない。美味しいラーメンは食べるけど、かきおこは食べない。美味しくないから。備前市の肉のラーメン食べた？美味しいよ。
It's something, it's an ingredient? Is it an ingredient?
かきおこのお店に行きましたか？
Kakioko. Kakioko. What does that sound like? Kakioko.
あのお店は私の家の南にあります。
I guess we'll find out.
とても美味しいですが、せんちゃんはかきおこがあまり好きじゃありません。
Yeah, I mean, that's... Kakioko. What is Kakioko?
いらっしゃいませ。
Why are you sitting here? Get out.
私も私の猫もこのところが好きですよ。かきおこを私の猫に少しあげました。テーブル。
No, I want to.
ひなせのかきおこだ。
Kakioko. Alright, hold up. Kakioko. Oh, Okayama. Oh, it's a famous okonomiyaki. Oh. Ooh, that looks so delicious. Oh my goodness. Why? I shouldn't have looked at this. Oh my goodness. Oh, I see. That would explain why that kid didn't like it. Because Kakioko also has Hinase Kakioko has oysters in it. Probably like a more of an acquired taste. At least this image has. Does kakioko have anything to do with oysters, like in Japanese? I don't know how to say oyster. Yeah, hold on. Oyster in Japanese. Kaki. Oh, okay. Kakioko. Ah, it's a contraction. Kakioko. Like okonomiyaki. So the oko from okonomiyaki and then the kakioko. Oh, I see. Neat.
こんにちは。日生に来るとき、いつもこのお店で食べます。あの女の人のかきおこはとても美味しいので。
Oh, that sounds so delicious. Oyster okonomiyaki?
いらっしゃいませ。こんにちは。
こんにちは。Kakiokoください。
かきをください。
That would totally be.
こんにちは。かきおこをください。
If I were like going to Japan, like I would actually point to it probably like kakioko kakioko ka, right? Like or kakioko wa ne, right? Okudasai, onegaishimasu, right? That's probably what I would go about. Just there's broken phrases here and there, just because I'm more comfortable in that way.
はい、わかりました。
読みました。
かきはいかかきおこはいくらですか？ 1360円です。
1360円ですっけ。
1360円です。ちょうどいただきます。かきおこを出します。
Delicious.
日生のかきおこだ。食べましょう。
Just into the mouth.
おいしい。
Just right, get in my belly. I don't know what that little kiddo is talking about.
日本語の漫画を読みました。日本語の言葉がたくさんありましたが、漢字は少しありました。漢字が少ない漫画だったから、漫画がわかりました。
Oh yeah, I forgot. We just had the past tense, right? We just recently had past tense.
この建物は高いよ。4階あるよ。2階に図書館があるよ。図書館の漫画を読むときはとても楽しい。
Cute little kid.
こんにちは。
Pukpao. I don't even know how to pronounce that.
いい天気ですね。海の動物が好きです。日本の魚はとても美味しいですよね。
What the heck? They went from, oh, I like fish and animals, and then, oh yeah, fish is delicious.
私は海が好きな人ですよ。
Okay. Hello.
海からの風は涼しいので、天気があまり暑くないです。いいですね。
That sounds lovely. Having a cool breeze coming in on a maybe like a warm summer's day. Wait. Over here. What are you doing?
ここは私の好きなビーチ。涼しい風が吹く。寒くない天気。綺麗だよね。私の好きな人も。綺麗。
政宗は面白い人だよね。
Oh, that's the guy we're looking for. I didn't even look at the name tag.
何？
何？
大切な時に。
大切な時に。Oh, yeah, it's an important time. Sorry, we were eavesdropping. Was he like proposing?
名前は 名前は、
はじめま
はじめ
して。
まして。
私の名前は
は、
マークです。よろしく
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いし
はじめまして
ます。
私の名前はほほほーです。よろしくお願いします。
何について話す？
何について話すwait. I think he said something else. That's fine. Let's talk about the sword, right?
桃太郎
桃太郎の
の刀。
桃太郎の刀についてか。
について。
について、
か
Do I need か話しましょうかね
か桃太郎の刀について話しましょうか。
I wasn't so sure.
そうだね。
そうだね。Alright, alright. What is our lesson for this?
わかる。
わかる Okay. Wait. Did we not have wakaru before? Wakaru is often used in a plain form and catch. Oh. Outside of wakarimashita, which is the formal.
わかる。
Okay.
言葉。
言葉 Sure.
英語。
英語 Okay. Yeah, you see? This flag would be a great example.
英語。言葉。わかる。は。
Okay. Oh, they finally introduced the particle. In this case, wa is not functional as a topping marker, but for contrast. Yeah. Yep. For contrast. I like horses, but I don't like cows. Casual and contracted. Oh, because janai. Eh? Okay.
馬は。
好きだけど。
けど。
牛は好きじゃない。
好きじゃない。
好きじゃない。
馬は好きだけど、牛は好きじゃない。とても。
とても。Sure.
とても。あまり。
あまり。Yep.
あま
On the
り。
negative side. The coffee at the convenience store is not very hot. It's not tasty. How do I say this in... I don't even know how to say convenience store. Huh. Convenience store. Maybe like... 超市. 超市 works. I guess that's a supermarket though. Like, cafe, 在超市里, 在超市里, 咖啡不很hot 很 hot 很热这咖啡不很好吃 right 不很好吃不好吃 is good enough. Let's see. Blah blah blah. How do I do this in the
コンビニ
ねコンビニのコーヒー or コーヒーは熱くないね熱くない oh wait oh not very あまりくない
熱くない。
美味しくない oh
美味しくない。
oh interesting
コンビニのコーヒーはあまり熱くない。美味しくない。
美味しくない okay
たくさん。
たくさん okay
たくさん。
たくさん works oh that's a typo
少し。
少し こう、少し、少し、少し、
たくさん、
たくさん、と
とて
ても、
も、
少し。
少し、
私は、桃太郎の刀を作ったけど、どこにあるかわからないよ。
Wait, 川からないよ。あるか、ある川かな、あ、川からないよ。
刀を、貞宗くんにあげた。
Okay.
貞宗くんの電話番号を教えるね。
Oh, cool.
090-1234-987。
Okay.
あの高い建物は、電話するところだよ。いいえいいえ。
Did I remember it? Maybe. Yeah, I think I remember it.
鎌倉市に行きました。
Why do you have horns? Wait, are you a reference? Kaitora. 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 Do I know a Kaitora? I feel like these little like inclusions have something to do with a reference, right? They're referencing something. Like the Christopher. The red Power Ranger, or Edowado, or Edowado. But Kaitora. Katrina? No, that's not it. Kaitora. Interesting. I'm not cultured enough to understand this. Kamakura-shi. Okay.
とても楽しい街ですよ。綺麗なビーチも面白い電車もありますよ。そして有名な神社が多いです。日本に来るとき、いつも鎌倉市に行きます。
No reference in it. What about you?
自転車で岡山市からここに来ました。
Wow.
バスで家に帰ります。
Oh.
便利ですから。
Okay. What do we have? Let's see. とても。
とて、
Yeah, so this is what I mean, right? So this is the part that is one of the major criticisms, and I agree, like, it's factual. When your examples of your lessons, it's not an application if the test is to test the examples that were in your lessons. That's fair enough. It's one of the downsides of SRS as well, right? But this is not it. This is not the only thing that Wagotabi has. Like, there's still puzzles and whatnot, or using reading things. So it's true when you cherry pick. It's true when you acknowledge nothing else exists, right? And that's what I mean by when someone presents an argument, do they demonstrate that they understand what is there versus what is not there and what is actually there, right? Citing only things that are there that you can criticize without acknowledging things that are there that you decide to ignore, that's cherry picking. And that to me is a red flag for instructional, right? For mutually respective instructional commentary and constructive criticism versus a persuasive piece, which is no different than the thing that that person is angry about, like telling people or misleading people. It's misleading when you only mention the thing that corroborates your criticisms and only mention things that mitigates the damage or counter arguments. You can ignore all the counter arguments, like the idea that many people use Wagotabi and was very satisfied to the contrary, versus only looking at things that you can criticize. Like, oh, okay, well, you found, what do you call it, in non-inclusion of this thing. Okay. Well, what does it include? Because if you say there's a mistake in the game and it's 1 out of 10,000 mistakes, it would be very deceptive and misrepresenting if you say that one mistake is the reason why a product is very terrible, or some flag, what is it? I forgot what the word is, but exaggerate it to the point where like, oh, there are many examples, yet you only was able to produce one example, right? That does not bode confidence. And that's one of those ideas. So hand wavy, like, oh, there's probably a lot of other mistakes, but out of how many? Out of what extent? It's kind of like the person complaining that the game is unplayable because they encounter one bug after playing it for 100 hours. That's bombastic. That's what I usually refer to as bombastic.
は好きだ
好きだけど
牛は好きじゃない。
好きじゃない。
馬は好きだけど
言葉ね。
言葉。コンビニのコーヒーはあまり熱くない。美味しくないのコーヒーは熱くない。美味しくない。駅の地下暑いね。わかる。ここに来るとき、いつも冷たい水を飲む。英語。
I was gonna type oi.
たくさん。
Oops. Ah!
たくさん。
I don't want to talk about it.
ひなせへようこそ。ひなせのかきおこは有名ですよ。
Now I just want to go to, man. Hinase sounds like an awesome
暖かい
place.
建物の左にかきおこを出すお店があります。
Kakioko is a type of okonomiyaki made with oyster. Okay, they explained it. It's a specialty of Hinase, yeah. Go to Hinase and get kakoyoko, right? Kakioko. Done and done.
桃の水が多い。何を買う？
Oh, I can still get more? Can I run out of money? Interesting. I wonder if there's a secret with that.
いらっしゃいませ。何階に行きますか？
I don't know what floor. I guess we need
すみません。
電話. Can we 電話する? Yes. Yes. Oh, what floor the phone is on? That's a good question.
ところに
Oh, can I do niwa? Tokoro niwa nankai? No. Kidding.
か
Oh, Tokoro ka might work. No. Just kidding.
電話する。
What?
「何回
What? How? What?
電話する。何回
I was trying to do like a, oh my goodness. I mean,
「ところに
I need to where can I make a call? What floor?
ところに 何回
I don't I can't process this. Oh, okay. All right.
何
So
回
let's say like I don't know why this wa is here. Like why
Wa.
there are two things. Cuz what would I say? Right, nankai ni or maybe like
電話するところ何回にありか
I see. I
す
see.
みません。電話するところは何階にありますか
That's fair. That's fair. Denwa suru, like so they're kind of like pigeonholing a lot of the using the modified nouns, right? Modified nouns for locations. So denwa suru tokoro, a place to make a call, right? What floor is that? That's fine.
電話するところは3
Okay.
階にあります。エレベーターは右にあります。
Okay.
何階ですか
Elevator music.
3階です。
Hi.
こんにちは。電話しますか？
電話します。
電話するところを教えましょうか？
I wonder if I have to remember the number. I
De.
still remember. De? Is this by means of the action? In this case, de is not indicating the location. Wait, which one is this? Oh, means of doing. Okay, yeah. Is it okay in English? Ne?
英語で
英語でいいですね? Or いいですか?
か質問
質問. Okay.
答え
答え. Okay.
答える
答える. Okay. Wait.
答える
Listener plus, okay, noun plus, okay. Alright.
が
Ga, oh, this is but, yes. But is more polite. Ga is more polite than and formal than kedo. Oh, interesting. I didn't necessarily think of it that way, but huh. Interesting.
弁当
Meat bento? Oh no. Which way is it?
弁当の肉
Niku. Oh. What? Wait. Why is the old there? Oh no. Wait. Maybe like
円
thing in
が弁当の肉大丈夫ですか
Wait, how do I what? It's a 1000. Oh, wait. I didn't read that properly in English.
円の
Yeah, that's fine.
弁当の肉 です。ですが、大丈夫ですか？
Oh,
円の弁当の肉ですが、大丈夫か？
I don't. Wait, what? What? Hey, I don't see how that is. Hmm.
肉千円の肉の弁当大丈夫です。
Oops.
ですが、大か ?1000 円のお肉の弁当ですが、大丈夫ですか？
If I said it the other way, what am I saying? I guess I'd be saying it's a type of meat. 1,000 yen bento meat? Okay. Okay.
な、
But it is a connector as well, right? Oh no. This is just for the non-adjective.
ゆ、な、
Yume tokoro. Tokoro.
は、
Amari.
あまり、好きじゃないです。有名なとこので、
Node. Oh, it's a more polite version, yeah, of kara. Node.
ので、
Okay. Alright. Since the question is a little bit difficult, the answer is also not easy. 少し難しい
難しい
難しい質問ので
ので、
wait is 難しいな wait is 難しい no that's not
な、
no
難しい質問ので、
I don't know if it's a non-adjective.
難しいな、質問ので、答え、
答えも安くないです。
優しくない
優
です。
しくないです。Oh no. Wait, hold up. A little bit difficult. 少し Oh, wait.
な、難しい答え、質問ので、答え、
答えも
優しくないです。
I have no idea. Wait.
難しい な、質問。な。ので。答え。優しくないです。
I'm missing something about
の
something.
で。
Right, I mean, that's fine. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Wait. Wait.
ので。な。ので。ので。
Really? Oh, whoops.
こんにちは。電話しますか？電話するところを教えましょうか。
ので。
Well, that's kind of nice. It holds the place. So, why is Maranai here all of a sudden?
難しい。質問。な。ので。答え。優しくないです。
Really?
少し難しい質問なので、答えも優しくないです。
Okay. I see how that's different from the
ちょっと。
previous. Yeah. ちょっと。
ちょっと。
Okay. Wait. What the?
ちょっと。
Oh.
ちょっと。
How am I not? Oh. Just kidding.
ちょっと。答える。答え。質問。
左に電話するところがあります。
Gotta catch them all. Is that it? Oh.
電話するときはお金を入れます。 45円です。
40. Wait, 45 in this. Okay.
そして電話番号を入れます。そして電話します。いいえいいえ。
Okay. Can I eavesdrop? Okay. When I answer the teacher's question. Please? Okay. Oh. Okay.
質問。に。おう。
教える。
答える。
答える。Oh, no, yeah. 答える。Wait, where's Doki? Oh my gosh, that's okay. Hold up. Oh, there's Toki. Answer the teacher's question.
せん。の。質問。おう。答える。
答えるとき。
日本語に。
日本語に振りますか？ No. Wait. 振ります。Oh, wait. When I answer. Oh.
は。
日本語。
日本語。に。使います。
使います。It's not in. Oh. Oh, right. Because you're answering forwards. It's okay. Okay. Yes.
マリ。
マリさんに。
に。
Oh, no,
は。
that's topic. マリさんは、ビーチの The heck? Where's Oh, wait. Oh, BT is here. I'm like, where is it?
自転車で。
自転車でビーチに行きました。
に来ました。この町は時々雪が降るので、とてもきれいなところです。
Come again?
この町は時々雪が降るので、とてもきれいなところです。
Okay.
時々。
はい。
この町は時々雪が降るので、とてもきれいなところです。町は時々。とてもきれいな。
Wait. Something about blowing.
この町は時々雪が降るので、とてもきれいなところで
Oh,
す。
snowing.
雪が降るので、とてもきれいな。この町は時々雪が降るので、とてもきれいなところです。です。この町は時々雪が降るので、とてもきれいなところです。
Write the answer to answer. Let's write the answer to the question in Japanese. So, 質問に answer 質問に答えを I was gonna say 答えを書きましょう but what is in Japanese. So the answer to the questions. So
答えの質問に答え
probably just
答え
no
の答え
は日本語で書きましょうね。
日本で書きましょう。
Okay. When I answer the teacher's question. Okay, how does that work? When I answer the teacher's question. So 先生の質問に答えるとき日
本語
I use 日本語で or 日本語を
使います。は日本語に使います。
I missed the I did the same thing twice.
質問
I'm thinking of in as in ni, but it's by. I use like by Japanese, means of Japanese. Or of Japanese. I don't know, prepositions in my head.
先生の質問に答えるは日本語を使います。
10 floor buildings are very tall, but I like them. Okay. 10階の建物
10階の建物
There's a 建物の no 10階の建物はとても高い。Okay 高いです。でも高いでもが好きです。
好きです。
Okay. お店のもの、お店のものは、something 高いけど、便利だよ。安い？It's a little expensive. Oh, no. Not yasui, cheap. What do we have for small? ちょっとね。
ちょっと、有名なところはあまり好きじゃないです。有名のところ
有名なところはあまり、好きじゃないです。
好きじゃないです。
好きじゃないです。Okay, it's fine.
お金を入れる？
Yes.
45円です。
45円。Okay.
電話番号は何ですか？
It was 09012349887 right? So 09012349887
090-1234-987。
もしもし、貞宗です。
貞宗。
もしもし、ほほです。
備前の刀を作る人です。私の先生は、政宗先生ですよ。備前の刀について、質問がありますか？
桃太郎
について桃太郎の刀についてですか？
桃太郎の刀についてですが。
そうですか。桃太郎の刀ですね。備前の刀のお店にありますが、ちょっと高いです。大丈夫ですか？
How much is it?
桃太郎
の刀はいくらですか
？65万1699円です。
That's a lot. 65万。Oh, ね。Wow.
大丈夫ですか？
高いですよ。ダメですよ。
すみません。
How about
私
how about we go there? 私は
岡山
岡山
市
岡山 Wait. お城
岡山市の
お城に行きましょう。
行きますよ。私は
本当ですか？岡山市のお城の中にいる日本語の先生と話しますか？すごいですね。そうです。備前の刀のお店に来ませんか？桃太郎の刀について話しましょ
う。わかりました。
はい、わかりました。
ありがとうございます。
またね。
I guess we're gonna meet there. Sure. Wait, how do I...
何階ですか？
Wait, what's on the second floor?
2階です。
Ooh. Wait, is that Josh?
ここに漫画がある。ロマンさんの漫画もある。
Oh, hey.
この漫画は英語を話す子供についてだ。その子供は日本にいるけど日本語は話さない。英語が好きな子供だから。 かきおこについての本がある。
Yeah, there's the contraction of oyster and okonomiyaki. Yep. Makes sense. Oh, winter in oysters. Okonomiyaki in the winter. It's full of books. Kappa. Yeah. Yep.
沖縄についての本がある。沖縄県は日本の南にあります。
I hope we get to go to Okinawa.
沖縄はあまり寒くありません。
Yeah, heard that one. Yeah, yep, Sanshin. Yep.
面白い。
これは大人の本だよ。子供にダメな本だ。エレベーターの左に面白い子供の本があるよ。
Wait. Oh, yes. Is this you, Josh?
日本のトイレは
Oh, no, it's
いつも
Jamie.
綺麗ですよ。
うん
すごいですね。
Okay.
毎日、この図書館で日本についての本を読みます。たくさんの面白い本があります。あまり有名ではない街についての本が好きです。
Can I take your book? No.
何回ですか？
Hold up.
ここに、ロマンス。この漫画は、その子供は英語が好きな子供だから。
Just curious.
何回ですか？
Bum, ba-dum, bum.
1回です。
Okay, this. Okay. Wait. So, yeah, we're going to be sent. Wait, I thought I wasn't. No. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm at Hinase. Hinase. Yeah, that's right. I don't see anything else. There are 3 stars? Where are you, Josh? Josh, where are you?
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。
このお店で美味しいかきおこを作ります。
Where is this? I feel like Josh is supposed to show up.
備前市までのバスに乗ります。切符は？すみません。
Wait,
バスの切符はいくです
did I
か？
already pay?
1147 1147
I could
円
fast
です。
travel instead.
ちょうど行きましょう。
I'm missing a challenger in there. Alright, let's go in here. Hi.
私の先生の名前は正宗先生です。
Oh, that was him actually. Yeah.
正宗先生は本当の刀を作る人ですけど、ここにいません。女の人と日生にいますよ。
すみません。定宗。3ととについて
Wait.
定宗
Wait. I talked to you about the sword. We talked about the sword, but how do I? I can't do no.
3についてと
What? How? What?
「について」とで電話した。
私の先生の名前は正宗先生です。正宗先生は本当の刀を作る人ですけど、ここに女の人と日なせにいますよ。
So I talked to you.
すみません。電話した。
Where does it go in?
定宗さんとについてです。電話した。
Oh, wait.
私の先生、ここに女の人と
Is there like a punctuation missing?
すみません。
So like
定さん。電話した。についてとです。
there's something I am hold. Uh-oh. We're in trouble. Hold up. Oh, this is not. I think I've hit a problem of search. What am I looking for? No, okay. Mm-hmm. Got nothing about that. Wait. Yeah, so no. 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 Huh.
私の先生の名前、正宗先生、ここにいません。女の人と日なせにいますよ。
すみません。
I don't understand this part.
定む3と電話したについて電話したです。すみません。定宗さんと刀について電話したほほほーです。
Interesting. That like this part. This part threw me off quite a bit. Interesting. But it makes sense in this order, I suppose. Excuse me. I talked to, right? You. Or in the third person. About the sword, right? Talked about the sword. And then Shisamaku des. Interesting.
そうですね。岡山市のお城の中にいる日本語の先生と話しますか？本当ですか？
本当ですよ。
よ。
わかりました。日本語で話しましょ
う。Oh boy. Okay. Ah!
日本の言葉は多いが難しい。
Wait. What? Oh, whoops. I reversed. Let's try again.
コンビニのはあまり熱くない。
Wait.
おいしくない。英語でいいですか？英語でいいですか？お茶右テーブル右にあります。この山の道はとてもきれいなのでよく来ます。この山はこの山の道はとてもきれいなのでよく来ます。はこの山の道はとてもきれいなのでよく来ます。きれいなのでこの山の道はとてもきれいなのでよく来ます。よく来ます。
Right. What?
言葉
Oh, using it that
とて
way.
も
Ugh.
桃太郎の刀はあそこにあります。岡山県の日本語の先生は大切な人です。子供の時、その先生が私に日本語を教えました。とても上手な先生でした。備前市の刀についても教えました。私は毎日きれいな刀を作ります。刀がとても好きです。
Yoink.
桃太郎の刀だ。もの刀
What? No.
おう、カバン、入れる。
Okay. Wait. But oh. Okay. Interesting. I could have sworn there were 3 stars lit there. Okay. Oh, the last thing wasn't like elaborate. I thought the sword thing might be a little elaborate. You know? The other stuff was pretty elaborate. Okay. I got it. I got the sword. We're doing it. Momotaro no katana wa sugoi ne. Honto no katana da yo. 綺麗な刀だけど、子供には、子供にダメだよ。うん。
桃太郎の刀を岡山市のお城の前に置きました。
We did it! Alright, let's go. There we go.
日本語がとても好きですよ。先生からもらった本の中にあった漢字を毎日書きました。岡山市のお城の上の階に行きましたが、あそこにある漢字はあまりわかりません。岡山のお城に6階があります。
6階。
エレベーターで1階から4階まで行きました。
Oh, interesting.
とても便利です。
このお城の中にエレベーターがありますよ。便利ですね。
A fully modernized like this is quite rare. He also visited Osaka last week.
あのお城の中にもエレベーターありましたよ。
岡山県の日本語の先生と話しますか？
はい、そうです。Alright. What is the lesson?
誰
Got it, okay.
誰どなた
どなた Oh, hey.
どなた
Whoops.
彼
Got it, okay.
彼女
彼女 okay.
彼女彼どなた誰あなた
あなた okay.
あなた私たち
私たち right.
彼ら
彼ら okay.
彼女たち
彼女たち Oh, this is good.
彼女彼ら私たちあなた大戦
大戦 Oh. Ooh.
大戦
先生は6階にいます。お城の上に1階から4階までエレベーターがありますが、4階から6階までエレベーターがありません。
So we just gotta go up to the 4th and then...
何階ですか
But let's just go to the 2nd floor and see what happens. What's on the 2nd floor?
2階です。
Ooh. Hello.
何をする
Just take everything from the place? Oh, I should have read the book. Let's read the book first. 和歌山市の、お城の石の犬 Okay. Sure. 石の道 Okay, alright. And then, okay, west of the... Okay. Okay. Alright, let's start with there. The heck? Where どこ、道。wait, hold on. Oh, maybe this is okay. Hold up. Let's just say
ひらがなで書く。
okay. Well, let's go with
さ、う、ひ、い、や、や、く、ろ、く、し、じ、ゆ、じゅ、う、さ、ご、ご、
okay. All right. Oh. What am I throwing in? Katana o mushi ni. Okay. Watasu. Okay. 美味しいラーメンを豚にあげる。Okay. 便利なカバンをきれいな馬に出す。Okay. So, よい。
何をする？私。
wait.
刀を取る。
そして
刀。カバンに。に入れる。刀をカバンに入れた。
よい。
刀を渡した。
Alright. Okay.
ひらがなで書く。せ、う、さ、う、し、じ、ゆ、じゅ、う、
no, I forgot the number. Oh.
ひらがなで書く。さ、せ、う、さ、う、し、じ、ゆ、
Oops.
あ、じゅ、う、なに、
Oops.
な、な。
Okay.
何をする？取る。そして私。カバンに。カバンに。にを。
Oops.
を取るのに入れる。ラーメンをカバンに入れた。ラーメンを渡した。何をする？カバンを取る。そして私のカバンを入れる。
Ah! Wait.
何をする？カバンを取る。そして私のカバンカバンカバン
What the hell? What?
私のカバンを入れる。
Wait. What?
何をする？カバンの取るを入れる。そして私のカバンを入れる。何をする？
So I need to take the
カバン取る。そして
Oh wait. No? Yeah. And then
カバンをの入れる。
oh
カバ
man.
ンをカバンに入れた。
Okay. Okay.
ひらがなで書く。
Do I need
らさちまうあにひびびひやひゃくくゆゆ
あ
はきゆきう
Wait. Yeah.
しじゆじゅう
Okay.
カバンを渡した。
Okay.
スマホがある。 何をする
Are there instructions? 南のテーブルの上にあるスマホを使う。電話番号は080-735。電話する。南の町に行く。そして石の犬を取る。Okay, let's just take the doggo. Okay. 0080735。Okay.
スマホが何をする電話番号は何ですか
I forgot it already. 080
いいえ、違います。
735。
ス
Okay.
マホがある何をする電話番号は何ですか
もしもし、誰ですか？
すみません。私の名前はホです。
はい、わかりました。あなたはどこにいますか？
あなたはどこにいますか？ Okay.
岡山の市の城の2階にしの2階
あ、
お城の2階います。
いいえ、違い。
wait, wait.
もしもし、誰ですか？
すみません。名前はです。
はい、あなたはどこにいますか？
2階の岡山市のお城にいます。
いいえ、
is it the
違
other
い
way?
ます。
I thought it would be the other way or position before.
もしもし、誰ですか？
私すみません。私の名はほです。
はい、あなたはどこにいますか？
So, I want to say
おしの
right, and then maybe
2階のお城にいます。
いいえ、違います。
really,
もしもし、誰ですか？
really.
私はの名はほです。
はい、あなたはどこにいますか？
So
のお城の2階
oh, oh,
岡山市に
wait. No?
城
What? How is that not?
No. 2階 にいます。
Did I
岡
not?
山市のお城の2階にいます。
Wait. Hold up. Did I not use that order? Okay, the order still makes sense to me, but did I not put that in the first time?
何をしますか？
Huh. Oh my goodness.
お城の石の犬を取る。お城の石の犬を取る。
大丈夫です。またね。
Okay.
何をする？
The no chains, man. The no chains.
石の犬をまたの入れる。石の犬をカバンに入れた。
Okay. Hang on. What is this? Oh. Okay.
彼
Oops.
彼入り口の前にいた男の人はどなたでしたか？入り口の前は入り口の前にいた男の人はどなたでしたか？
子供。
男の人は入り口の前にいた男の人はどなたでしたか？
What?
入り口の前にいた男の人はどなたでしたか？
Okay, in front.
どなたでか？
Oh, I mean,
入り口の前にいた男の人はどなたでしたか？入り口の前にいた男の人はどなたでしたか？入り口の前にいた男の人はどなたでしたか？入り口の前にいた男の人はどなたでしたか？
ita.
いた。男の人はどなか？
What is
入
that?
り口の前にいた男の人はどなたでしたか？
Who was the man who was in front of the entrance? Ita? How does ita work?
いた。
To exist, to be used for things that can move on their own. Oh, I forgot about. Oh, okay. Yeah, the person was. Okay. Yeah. The existence, right?
私たちは英語が下手なので日本語がわからない人とあまり話しません。私たち
は英語が上手なので、下手なので、日本語がわからない人とあまり話しません。
彼女たちあなたがいるところに虫がいますか？あなたがところに、
はい。
あなたがいるところに虫がいますか？ あなたがいるところに虫がいますか？いる。に、虫が。あなたがいるところに虫がいますか？ところ。に、虫がいますか？あなたがいるところに虫がいますか？
Where あなたがいることろに Interesting. Yeah, okay.
何回ですか？
Okay.
3階です。
Whoa. Okay. Do I have any instructions? No. Are there any instructions there?
ひらがなで書く。
Nope. Oh, wait. Maybe? No. Interesting. No instructions. How about... Can I glean anything from... Oh. Oh, I see.
ひらがなで書く。
I see.
し、じ。て、ん。さ。や、や。
Oh, right. She.
さ。し、や、さ。
What does this do? Oh.
ひらがなで書く。く。も。
Oops.
も。ひらがなで書く。あ。つ。い。ひらがなで書く。う。し。
Wow. The whole 9 yards.
ひらがなで書く。
Wait. Okay.
ひらがなで書く。さ。ん。せ。ぜ。ん。し。じ。ゆ。じゅ。う。ひらがなで書く。は。つ。つ。ひ。び。び。や。ぴゃ。く。
I don't remember the... Oh.
ひらがなで書く。
No, no, no. I got the wrong.
は。つ。つ。せ。ん。ひ。や。ひゃ。く。 番号を入れる。
Oh.
番号を入れる
Wow. What in the...
お金を入れる
Okay.
12万400
Uniman. Oh, oh, interesting. Uniman. Okay. Uniman 400.
番号を入れる
Okay.
1000万860
1000万860. Okay.
番号を入れる
Holy. Okay.
お金を入れる 4万611円です
It's a combination of everything. 4万600 10 Oh, kidding. 10 What?
お金を入れる ?4 万611
Oh,
円です。
4万
お金を入れる ?8075 円です。
1070 Going. Dang.
何をする石のわのか入れる石の猿をカバンに入れた。
Okay. Alright.
何階ですか
We're going to the fourth floor. Nice.
4階です。
Oh yeah, it's just all the 9 yards. I can only imagine what the next castle is gonna be like. Is this just gonna be a mix of everything? Oh, they can escalate all these things over and over again. It's kind of cool. Alright. It's a combination of directions and cardinal directions. Interesting. Heck. Alright. Sure. Sure. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, I can move blocks. Ooh, that's a new thing. Interesting. Intriguing. What examples do we have? Takai, Samui, or Warui, Samui, and who? Dame? Atemono, okay. This is neat. What is this? Oh, it's a reset button, I see. Yoink?
何をする？石、鳥
Hmm.
を入れる。石の鳥をカバンに入れた。
Okay, so we got the 4 things back. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Oh, to get the
石の
sword?
犬をこ
Katana? Ne? Oh, whoops. I wasn't reading.
石の鳥を石の猿をここに置いた。
Oh, yeah, that's right. The elevator only goes up to the 4th.
彼女は海が好き。毎日このビーチに来ます。いいえ、
Wait.
違います。彼女は海が好き。毎日このビーチに来ます。日本語があまりわからないから。
日本語があまりわから Cause
英語でいいですか？
漫画。とても面白いけど、子供の本。つまらないよ。いいえ。
What?
違う彼女
Wait, wait.
は海が好き。
Wait, 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 wait.
日本語があまり
Oh,
わ
it's
から
both
ないから。
slots? Okay, hold on, hold on.
でですか？
漫画。とても面白いけど、子供の本。つまらないよ。いいえ、違います。
Wait, 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 wait.
彼女は
What?
海が好き。
How does that not work either? Oh
日本
no.
語があまり
This
わ
is
からない
wa.
から。
Hmm. I'm not sure. I would use wa in one situation and ga in another situation. Hmm.
英語でいいですか？
漫画。とても面白いけど、子供の本。きのこ先生は、マリさんから、きれいな花をもらいました。
きのこ先生にきれいなを
Oh no! Wait. So I'm then it'd be like
あ
yeah.
げました。マリさん、
冷たいコーヒー。温かいコーヒー、どれを出しますか？いいえ、違う。
What?
彼女は
Are you
海が好き。
serious right now? Hold up.
日本語があまりわからないから。
英語でですか？
漫画。とても面白い。きのこ先生は、マリさんから、きれいな花をもらいました。
先生にきなあげましたをあげま
冷たいコーヒー。温かいコーヒー、どれを出しますか？
How's that not? Oh, which one?
日本語が上手ですね。 岡山県の日本語の先生は6階にいますよ。
Oh, it was asking which one. I was thinking, okay.
電車で高松市に行きました。そして私の家に。いいえ、違います。
Wait,
電
what?
車で高松市に行きました。そ
Right.
して私の家に。
Oh, whoops. Yeah.
何を飲みますか？
What am I drinking? What are my choices?
温かいコーヒーをくださいはどう読みますか？
Oh no! It's the thing I forgot again. Just gonna go for it.
レシパ
It's
スパシパ
I keep forgetting the
クシパ パシパ。勉強するときは私の町の図書館がとてもです。はどう読みますか？いいえ、
It's
違います。
kunai!
電車で
Oh
高松
my
市に行きまし
freak.
た。何を飲みますか？
Oh boy,
温かい
howdy.
コーヒーをくだはどう読みますか？
Uh
はパシパ。勉強するときは私の町の図書はどう読みますか？
Wait, is it? Is it actually kunai? Or konai?
いいえ、違い
Yeah,
ま
it's
す。
irregular and I
電
don't
車で
remember what the
高
irregular
松市
is.
に行きま。何を飲みますか？
I'll just have to know from the
温かい
that's a I have to know it or not.
はパ
I don't remember the irregular.
パ。勉強するときは私の町はどう読みますか？すごい雪が降る。ちょっとね。
Casual. All right, casual. Guess on me.
あなたの日本語は大丈夫です。岡山県の先生はお城の上にいます。
Oh boy. Okay, why is this book for? Oh my goodness. All right. 私は山が好きだ。山の上に山の上に涼しい風が吹くから山に行くのとて山に行くときはいつも元気だ。Okay. Okay. 寒い時も、暑い時も、山に行く時、カバンにいつも水とパンを入れる。Okay. 山に行く。Oh my gosh. 山に行く電車はありないから、あまりないから。Okay. よく車に乗る。時々電車で山の下にある町まで行く。そして山の上まで行く。Okay. 私の好きな山の上にラーメンのお店が。時々あそこの美味しいラーメンを食べる。そのお店はいつもお茶を出すからいいお店だ。さあ、あなたも山が好きですか？Okay. Alright, I think I got most of that information.
テーブルの上にある本を読みましたか？
はい。
あの本についての質問をします。私の質問に答えませんか？
Sure. Okay.
はい。質問に答えます。
Oh, wait.
テーブルの上にある本を
Was
あ
that,
の本に
were
つい
they
ての
informal?
私の質問に答えませんか？
Oh, it's
はい。
probably formal.
質問
Oh, no, wait. Oh, I need knee for
答えます。
the article.
はい。
何についての本ですか？
Mountain. 山に行くとき that works. 山の下の町。Okay.
山の上の風はどうですか？
どうですか？涼しいです、right? 山の上の風は
涼しいです。
山に行くとき、本を書いた人はいつも何をしますか？
本のwait. 本のokay. It's 行くとき、の茶。カバンに水を入れます。Sure.
山に行く電車が多いですか？
山に行く電車が多いですか？ I don't think so, right? Only sometimes. 山に行く電車はあまり I think あまり多くないですね。
多くないです。
面白い本ですよね。先生は上の階にいます。
Oh, that's it? Oh, I was thinking they could drill the heck out of me. Okay, there's a radio. Okay. Radio? What are we doing with this?
私の質問に答えますか？
Wait. And how do I listen to this?
私の質問に
Sure.
家の前に小さい動物がいますよ。
Oh, okay.
本当だ。かわいい。建物の前に何がいますか？
小さい犬 or 小さい猫 I could have sworn I heard a Oki Inu? No. I thought I heard Chisai
えっ
Neko.
公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。
彼は何をしましたか？
Kabam. Or Kabam. Eh? No? Oh, wait. Kabam's there. I don't know who the subject is, so this is just.
彼、
Kare wa
テーブルに
ni, ue? Ne? Oh no. Oh no. This is not what I heard. Well, let's just make sense of this stuff. That's fine, right? I thought I heard like something like a bag on top of a table having like you take the bag like off the top of the table, or maybe you place it on top of the table.
起きました。
Like table ni okimashita kaban. Oh no, that doesn't work. The heck?
公園に
I don't know. Hmm.
彼は何をしま
公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。
彼は何をしましたか？彼
I still don't know how this works.
公園に
公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。
Oh, I did. Oh, wait, can you actually?
彼は何をしましたか？彼公園にあったに取りました。テーブルを置きました。いいえ、違います。
公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。
彼は何をしましたか？彼テーブルに あった。に、おう、多い。に、起きました。いいえ、違います。
I don't.
彼は何をしましたか。 彼、
Oh, wait. Yeah. No, 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 no.
テーブルに、起きました。に、多い。取りました。おう。に、あった。おう。取りました。いいえ、違います。
公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。
I don't know how the.
彼
Yeah,
は
I'm just
何
not
をしま
getting
したか。
how the Cohen thing works. What?
こに、あった。に、多い。多い。起きました。いいえ、違います。
公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。
彼は何をしましたか。
He's putting the bag. Yeah, I just don't understand this at the moment.
彼、
So.
テーブルに、あった。
公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。
彼は何をしましたか。彼、テーブルに、多い。おう。に、多い。に、あった。おう。多い。カバン。
I have no idea what this is saying. So like what am I trying to say? He is.
彼は、
公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。
It would be great if I could just slow something down there.
公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。
I don't know the last part. I just don't understand what he's saying.
公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。
So, right. That doesn't help. Atta is to place, or is there, wait, hold up. No, it's not. Not what I think it is. Well, this doesn't quite help.
私の質問に答えますか？
家の前に小さい動物がいますよ。
本当だ。建物の前に何がいますか？
公園にあったカバンを取ったけど、家のテーブルに置いた。
彼は何をしましたか？彼。公園にあったをテーブルに置きました。
Okay.
彼は公園にあったカバンをテーブルに置きました。
I am still not quite sure. But that's fine.
このコンビニの魚の弁当はとても美味しいよ。
Okay. It just took me a bit.
コーヒーも悪くない。肉の弁当も美味しいけど。コーヒーも悪くない。肉の弁当も美味しいけど。コーヒーも悪くない。肉の弁当も美味しいけど。
Okay.
魚はあまり好きじゃないから肉の弁当を買いましょう。魚はあまり好きじゃないから肉の弁当を買いましょう。温かいコーヒーも買いましょう。女の人と男の人は何を買いますか？
Oh my goodness.
女の人
女の人の男の人
は、
I heard 魚の
弁当
弁当弁当
をと温かい
暑い
温かいを買います。いいえ、違います。
I didn't hear. Okay. Let's.
このコンビニの魚の弁当はとても美味しいよ。
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's fine.
コーヒーも悪くない。肉の弁当も美味しいけど。コーヒーも悪くない。肉の弁当も美味しいけど。
魚はあまり好きじゃないから温かいコーヒーも買いましょう。女の人と男の人は何を買いますか？ は魚
Oh, did I mess up?
弁当の魚を温かいと温かいを買います。いいえ、違います。女の人と男の人は何を買いますかはさの弁当とを買います。いいえ、違います。
What the freak?
このコンビニの魚の弁当はとても美味しいよ。このコンビニの魚の弁当はとても美味しいよ。コーヒーも悪くない。肉の弁当も美味しいけど。
魚はあまり好きじゃないから肉の弁当を買いましょう。温かいコーヒーも買いましょう。女の人と男の人は何を買いますか？女の人とは魚の弁当とを買います。いいえ、違います。
このコンビニの魚の弁当はとても美味しいよ。このコンビニの魚の弁当はとても美味しいよ。このコンビニの魚のコーヒーも悪くない。肉の弁当も美味しいけど。
Oh. Oh,
温
yeah,
かい
that's...
コーヒ
It's
ー、
not...
女の人と男の人は何を買いますか？
But that doesn't mean it assumes... Okay, fine.
女の人はさの弁当とを買います。
What?
いいえ、違います。女の人と男の人は何を買いますか？女の人は
Okay.
いいえ、違います。
このコンビニの魚の弁当はとても美味しいよ。コーヒーも悪くない。肉の弁当も美味しいけど。
魚はあまり好きじゃないから肉の弁当を買いましょう。温かいコーヒーも買いましょう。女の人と男の人は何を買いますか？
Did he say he didn't like it? Is that why I'm making... Is that why that doesn't make sense to me? I could have sworn he just said they're good, but...
肉
Okay.
の弁当を温かいと
Oops.
を買います。女の人と男の人は肉の弁当と温かいコーヒーを買い
Or
ます。
did it say there wasn't any there, though?
お名前は何ですか？
ななみです。
ななみさんの名前はどう書きますか？
私の名前の漢字は7階の7と海です。ななみさんの名前はどう書きますか？いいえ、違いま
Oh,
す。
Nana. Oh,
な
I
な
heard
みさんの
Nana.
名前は
Nana
ど
and
う書き
Umi.
ますか？
Nana and Umi.
岡山県の先生はお城の上にいます。
Dude, maybe I was like missing the part where they said it's good, but they're not there. I can't. Okay, it's fine. You have horns. Why do you have horns? Okay. Sure. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hajimemashite.
Okay. Why do you look like Uda sensei? Uda?
私の名前は、浦です。岡山県の日本語の先生です。たくさんの人に、日本語を教えました。日本人にも、外国人にも教えました。お名前は、何ですか？
はじめまして。わの名前は、ほほほです。
香川県のハンコをもらいましたか？
Who gave us the Hanko? Wait.
私のハンコの香川
香川県の本家をもらいましたか? Who gave you the seal? Was it really Kakawa? Or is it just referring to them as no? There's like Kagawa Ken no sensei wa maybe gave me 私にこの
このハンコ
をもらいましたね。
もらいました。
Oh wait, I received website and then gave. I meant to say gave. Yes.
お名前は
Yes.
何ですか？
はじめまして。私の名前はほです。
香川県のハンコをもらいましたか？
香川県の
gave me
私にハンコ
このハンコをSo I'm the speaker, right? So
くれました。香川県の
はい、わかりました。それは本当の香川県のハンコですね。日本語で話しましょうか。
Oh boy. Oh boy.
弁当かを買いましょう。
Oh, whoops. Who wrote it back? Oh my goodness! I just realized how many pips this guy has.
いつもわからない。天気が悪いから家に帰りましょう。弁当どの弁当を買いましょうか？ どの弁当をよく作りますか？は英語で話した。ゆなあまり好きじゃないですは好きじゃないです。あ、好きじゃ
You son of a bee sting! Oh my gosh, you 10-10'd me. You know, Oh, that's so... Oh, I'm so triggered.
キノコ先生のお金を使いましょう。ダメだよ。
I'm so triggered.
大人コンピラさんまでコンピラさんまで大人の人コンピラまで
That adult person? Okay.
人大人人はコンピラまで行く。
Oh no. What is the... I don't know.
どなた
Donata. Okay.
日本の東のお茶はどうですか？は好きだけどは好きじゃ10階の建物はとてもが好きです。香川県のうどんもうちわもこも有名にようこ 馬に乗りましょう。楽しいですよ。そのカバン不便だ。からは
Oh man. Oh, right. Okay. From the top.
カバンを取る。そしてマリさんに電話する。ね。が悪いからに帰り
Oh,
6回
dang it, I forgot the double. たの前たくさん子供います。小さいにいます。かわですね。このの後ろに雲がある。日本語の言葉は漢字が多い。難しい。私はが好きだ。コーヒーが好きだ。What? How do I do?
コーヒーか
How do I do it? It's like I take the ga. そして押して書く。
キノコ先生のお金を使いましょう。ダメだよ。入り口。お、ミスの入り口のは6にありますが行きましょうか。
Oh.
日本の北に人が少ないけど動物が多い。日本の北に人が少ないけど動物が多い。少ない。
That's a typo.
スマホ。お金がないからスマホを買う。おいしいです。お、店。のうどんを食べましょう。
What the heck? Oh.
お店のう食べまの貝にあまり好きじゃないので
What? Wait, hold up.
多い
Wait.
あまり多いあまりが好きじゃないので行きません。
Oh my goodness. Holy. Okay. I totally got that back. The other order.
雲がある。そして雨が降る。悪い天気だね。寒い。
Oh. Wrong code. Ugh.
Kino no 銭のお金を使いましょう。ダメだよ。
Hmm. Holy why? Okay. Okay.
4、千、600、8、10円です。5、千、を、円、を、私、電話番号は何ですか ?090-1873-427 先生の質問に答えるときは日本語を使います。言葉
I swear if I get another Doc
お
10
店の
crap.
人からいつもお水をもらう。
In Doc 10. So cheap. Oh. That was another Doc 10 thing. Almost all of them are a Doc 10, 10 thing. With those choices.
Ie が
I don't like
つくものが家が好きじゃない。
Oh, the other way. Whoops. This here. Yes. Oh my gosh. I was completely backwards.
私の便利なスマホをカバンに入れる。この山の道はとてもきれいなので来ます。もしもし、すみません。エレに行きますよ。
Oh no, Dimas. Oh, gosh. I mean, Ikimas, I just fine too, honestly.
3の牛ですかですね
I mean, I guess the exclamation mark is supposed to give it away, but that's BS too. um.
てののからから弁を取るそしてビーチ行く
Oh, whoops. I put kata instead. No. Okay. Off from the top again. Hmm.
Sense はに名前を
What? Oh.
の名前を教え有なはあまり好きじゃも
From the top.
Hontou.
That was a
カバン
misread.
から漢字についての本を出します。
The heck is... Where the heck is it? What the heck? Oh my goodness, it's up there.
私毎日彼女私の
Oh.
私の彼女でにでに行きよ
私の彼女と毎日 That's where they placed the Mainichi? Machi no Minami. Okay.
先生の質問を答える
Okay.
は日本語で使います。
Is it ni? Wait. Oh, Nihongo. Oh, was. Dang it. And then this is ni. Oh, dang it.
Neko かわいいですから小
It's
さいです
backwards. Of course, it's freaking backwards.
私は が 下手なので日本語が話しません人と
No. For yous who don't understand. Oh.
わからない話
Okay.
「は好きだけど」「は好きじゃない」「天気」「て」の「山」「天気」は寒い
On the mountain. Oh.
上の天は寒いねマリさんが来る
Wait.
が来るけど大丈夫 質問
You are so aggravating, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh ho ho. It's yeah, it's definitely like a Duolingo thing where everything is nearly deliberately meant to look like each other. That's kind of exhausting. Okay.
エレベーターに乗ります。そして10階行きます。この店を店コーヒ
Wait.
このお店ぬるいからコーヒーコーヒーぬるいコーヒー店お店コーヒーぬるコーヒー
I
寒い
don't. That's too much. Gasu. Oh, for serve. Okay. I forgot about that. They would interpret it that way.
10の建物はとてもが好きです。1000円の弁当の肉ですが大丈夫か
Did I get it in the in reverse order again?
お店の人から水をを水をもらう天気は暑いが虫がいる
Dang it, I swapped these two. What in the tarnation? Oh. I'm so apprehensive right now. You have to look at all the choices. And not get tricked. What the... Okay.
Kata wa ka つまらないか楽しくない
From the top.
この山の後ろにいつも雲があるもしもし駅にいるよまたね鳥の家を作りましょうラーメンのお店は8階にありますかはい、そうです
Oh no.
置いた
It's not. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Waita. Oh yes. Okay. Okay.
雨が降るとき雲が多い犬はペットですけど猿はペッ
Oh my gosh, those choices.
山の上涼しいが吹くからところ 好きなんだ
Oh, you have to put the thing at that way. Okay. I'm gonna lose a lot of sleep today. We're gonna get it.
電話番号を教えましょうか。はい、お願いします。の、馬。
Wait.
馬のほについて馬についてのほを買いま下手な日本語を話します。この前のラーメンはラーメンはどうおいしいけど高い暖かくあり
Son
ま
of
せ
a...
ん。
Oh, Amadia. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay.
出口
What? Oh my gosh, dude.
おミスの入り口はの6階にありますが行きましかうどんのお店の人が私に時々 温かいお茶をくれます。有名な、あまり、好きじゃ、
Oh no. Wait. Oh no no. Wait. Okay. It's fine. Why you do this?
私、お金が、
What the heck? Ah!
か、けど、万、円、
What the heck? Hold up.
わ、に、ま、円、くれない、か、ちょっと、
Oh my gosh, dude.
その、女の子は、カタカナを飲む。
I think I should just finish this instead of trying to get the 3 stars. It's fine.
ねは、きれいだ。は、きれい。
I was thinking I could get it right now, but I'm too tired.
Watasu.
I swear, every time I see Watatsu, it's not the thing that I'm thinking of.
10の建物はいつもとてもが好きです。お金がけどわたにまえんくれないかちょっと
Oh, goodness gracious.
たの前に子供たくさんいます。かね寒い寒い時冷たいお水を飲まないです。そうですか1万円をあげますよ。いいですね。ありがとうございます。
WTF. Oh, they wanted to ask a question instead? Alright, whatever, dude. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's in reverse. That is pretty wild.
高い建物の中のエレベーターは便利ですね。
I almost screwed up there.
その小さい魚の弁当はいくら
Yeah,
です
we're just
か
gonna take it. I can't
す
do
ご
that
いです
today.
ね。日本語を勉強しましょうか。
I can't keep doing that. That's taking too long. It's lingering too long. Too much focus. Teiform. Okay. Man, I don't remember all the conjugations for teiform. think it's the same grouping, right? Same grouping, just convert. Okay. We can reinforce with te form. Okay. What? Oh. What is this? It was right, she, who is E? Oh, but I don't remember. Okay. Oops.
すごい。日本語を勉強しましょう
Okay.
か。
I can't do time things. Time things are not my jam. What? Oh. Oh wait, that was the Ichidan. What am I doing? What? Wait. I did not see that coming. Wait. Using te form with adjectives. Oh, connecting adjectives. That's what they want to say. I'm giving a reason. And I think it was like... Oh,
すごいです。
I really dislike how
日本語を
that
勉強
that
しましょう
works.
か。
The Xing and the closing thing. That's not the greatest, but it saves the place, so it's not bad. I still remember those at least. Oh no. It's what is it? Yeah.
私のハンコをあげます。
Ugh. Save me.
岡山県の刀のハンコです。
Oh my gosh. I need to brush up on so many things.
鳥取県に有名な日本語の先生がいますよ。
I think they can go harder. Just go harder, you know? Just make them even longer, I
鳥
suppose.
取県に
I'm all for that.
小さい町があります。
It's like a battle of attrition.
大山です。
I was so like I was trying really hard.
この町に有名な山があります。 岡山市の駅に大山までの電車があります。
We don't have any more though. We can't go there.
ここにたくさんの本があるよ。
Okay, Yomu. Holy! 公園の中の動物。小さい町の北に公園がありました。その公園の中に動物はたくさんいました。小さい鳥も大きい牛もかわいい豚も山から来た面白い猿もありました。そして 公園に毎日来るマリさんもいました。Oh no. マリさんもいました。マリさんは公園に来るとき、時々好きな馬に乗りました。馬に乗る時はいつも楽しいよね。Okay. I mean, that's a weird. Wait, are you related to Mari?
鳥取県に有名な日本語の先生がいますよ。鳥取県に小さい町があります。大山です。この町に有名な山があります。岡山市の駅に大山までの電車があります。
Okay, so here, one last criticism, right, of that person. That person played up to the first prefecture, right, the first castle. I think the Wagotabi team stacked on top. So one of the criticisms was like there was no escalation, right? There's no like progression or like building on top. I disagree after that one. The second prefecture, they really double down. That there's a lot going on, right? So if they continue, I think take off the gloves, you know, Wagotabi team. Take off the gloves and continue to escalate despite someone clearly not it's a nocebo effect mainly. They wanted to believe everything is true without actually completing the thing, in my opinion. Like that is gonna take a while. There's so many. I haven't even taken into consideration how many things there were until they decided not to make the castle peeps, right? These masters include the entire pool, so it's cumulative. Meanwhile, all the like set pieces in between those people are covered in that specific unit, like that specific unit area. So then when you go and do these gym things, like there is a lot going on, and it takes a really long time to read some of those things. And I can definitely feel being drained, but also it's a good feeling of drain. It really did force me to be not, how I say, loose. I think there is something to be said about needing to be exact, but when you're reading stories and you're hearing someone talk, it's providing a lot of like context, right? And a lot of that context allows you to be loose with needing to follow every single word. So one of the things that I've often said about things like Duolingo, WaniKani, like the SRS stuff, is that there's very little wiggle room. And that little wiggle room, once that like you do something else, which honestly I thought it was going to be this game, but it's not. Once that wiggle room disappears, like you go and start reading your Satori readers or go watch an anime and read a manga, it's like a reward, in my opinion. Not that I'm saying you have to suffer to make the reward. I actually think this stuff is really helps me really figure out where my weak points are, and it's clear that it's very weak on negation. Every time a negation comes up, like when they have to negate and they keep telling things in opposite, my brain just malfunctions. Like that one thing that I was stuck on, I'm pretty sure somewhere along the line they said something negative, right? And it negated all the statements before, and I got stuck. I'm like, what are you talking about? They clearly said it's good, and they're like, they want to buy it, but they must have said something after that was like, oh yeah, well, it's not available or something. So instead they went with something else. or maybe it had something to do with one person speaking and the other person speaking. That's like not being attentive, right? You're not completely attentively listening to everything. It's not necessarily because you don't understand it, or at least I would interpret. There's many ways to not understand something. One of them could be not listening, right? Of all the things that I'm sure people will be able to realize when you start speaking a language, is at some point you don't listen to every single word. You start filling and start interpreting, you start auto-completing. But when that auto-completing subverts your expectation, which I concede to the criticism that there are definitely times where I would say, oh, okay, well, that's one way to express it. You could express it in a different way. But we also have to remember the constraints of the programming and the constraints of the vocabulary. This is very deliberate. I would say much, much later, in a little bit later down the road, maybe fast forward a year or two, I can only imagine what it's like and how spurious it is when you get even more things, right? At this point, it's already ballooned. It's to the point where I feel like there requires far more ways to iterate and make this repetitious, because the number of lessons, right? The number of lessons and stuff is not as a lot of input. There's not a lot of different inputs for all of these concepts. So it is very restrictive to how long you can retain or expose it. Obviously, the idea is not to play like very long hours, so you can just wait patiently. So it's not really a criticism, but more of a I got my butt whipped. I couldn't stay. Like, I made so many mistakes here and there. It's getting late. Let's do these focus things. Anyways, yeah.
うどん
It's really good. I think it's definitely a way to
美味しくないです
I've got the coup.
お茶
It's definitely another way to interact with the Japanese. And I look forward to all their future updates.
カバン
From the bag. I want to take a book. I want to take out a book about kanji from the bag. Okay.
カバンから本漢字の本を出します
Okay.
おいし私コーヒーを飲みます花水
What?
好きだ食べますコーヒーをよく飲むコーヒー
And also these masteries are rolling around based on their units, so you can have the graded things, like narrow down the gradedness as you go. Because the earlier ones are a lot less complicated than the later ones, right? It definitely does escalate. I definitely disagree with
右
that person who's stuck, like, did only the first one, right? They definitely escalated.
牛どれ
Brought back
Dore.
all the good stuff in the,
公園の
like,
前に
cumulatively.
鳥に虫をあげる子供がいます。公園の前に鳥に虫をあげる子供がいます。公園の前に虫
Oh, dang it. I thought it was mushi to tori. Okay.
公園の前に鳥に虫をあげる子供がいます。公園の前に鳥に虫をあげる子供がいます。鳥に子供虫で子供を公園の前に鳥に虫をあげる子供がいます。虫あげる子供
Oh, that's what they're saying.
を
I was thinking,
公園の前に鳥に虫をあげる子供がいます。公園の前に鳥に虫をあげる子供がいます。を子供あげる子供がいます。
yeah. I was saying, like, kids gave bugs to the bird, but it was saying, there are kids giving bugs. Okay, yeah. Okay.
岡山市パン
Oops.
バス番号
Wait.
えカタカナ
Is that really how that works? Huh.
にです。
I didn't think so. It's It's two. Yeah, the is in the wrong place. Okay.
花何ですこれは何ですかこれなんで
So go into
岡山市へ
wait.
バスの番号
Wait. No?
です。岡山市へのバスの番号
Oh,
は
there's a no?
352です。
Okay. Interesting. Ooh-wee. Oh my goodness. Alright. What a way to end the unit, though. Now I can only imagine how much more, how much scaled up it can be. What do we have? We're gonna put in some time, right? Tomorrow we're gonna run it back. I'm gonna have a run back on that. I think I know where the fifth secret is. I think I know where the fifth secret is. Oh. Oh. It's a lot of fun. Like, I still don't think the time thing is. Oh, the game just crashed. No, it's fine. It's fine. No one will ever know. It's fine. The game crashed. upon exiting the castle. That's interesting. Where does that place us? Alright, autosave for the win. Okay. So, let's see, let's check. Oh, there are definitely things we need to double search. So there are two things here. And then there's still these things too. What is it? It's this one. I have no idea where this one is. Huh. But there is a wait. There is a secret that I think I know. It has to do with the momos. It's not here. What if I don't remember which place it is? Is it over here? No. It might actually be here. What if I gave that guy like a bunch of... It's not the right place. Oh, maybe it's not in the... It's on Okayama. Maybe here? Is that why there's a... Oh, no. Just kidding. That's the castle. Save me. That's not it. Maybe it's here? Yes.
こんにちは。行きますか？行きましょう。
東
Boy, howdy.
南
I'm so excited if they just go hard. I think
西
double down on escalation. Like have a battle. Have a battle that has like 45 pips and then add like
東
recovery mechanics. That would be a little absurd. But hang on. I always thought there's something about this. Like, what if I just... So, like, we can totally just give this guy, like, peaches for days, right? Hold up. I guess it would be faster to just take this.
行きますか？行きましょう。
東
Oops.
西
It says the game has 10 secrets, but I don't know of 10 secrets. Maybe that's the plan. What if I give you just... What if I just
あり
give
がと
you...
うございます。美味しいですね。桃太郎の石の犬は倉敷市にあり、ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Oh! Oh! Ooh, okay. What is... Okay. So there is something here. Now what about the drinks? I feel like the drinks might be something. And then what about the water? So he gave me this, right? 桃について、岡山県の桃は日本で有名です。桃は木から取ります。天気が暑い時、日本人は桃を食べます。 大きいもも大きいもも小さいもも美味しいですけど、大きいももが好きな人はよくいます。よくいます。よくいます。うん。きれいなもも美味しいですね。桃の漢字は桃です。桃と読みます。いや、その漢字が好きな人は日本語が上手です。OK。桃の子供、桃の子供がいます。その子供の名前は桃太郎です。元気なかわいい男の子です。Okay. So, okay. And these are, okay. I feel like there might be a secret. I wonder if anyone found all the secrets. It's not, okay, so what is this? Manga, ramen wa oishii. What do we do? Tanbo no ramen. Interesting. And then there's kaze no. Oh no. What is this? Kaze no sound. Okay, sound of wind, huh? Harmonica. Oh, harmonica. Harmonica. Like, interesting. Be given it? Huh. Earn 3 stars in all challenges. Alright, I'm working on that. We'll be working on that. Master, that will take 5 days streak, right? And then, yeah, there are 5 more secrets. I wonder, in a lovely kanji match. Kanji ga suki desu. Interesting. Well, we'll try. I know that there's something to do with this kid, too. Wait, why are there... Wait, what's happening? Why are there... Wait, what's going on here? What happened? Speak to me. Why does the game have 2 guys on here? Is this a bug? This is probably a bug. But we can still take this.
こんにちは。行きますか。行
Hold
き
on,
ま
hold
しょ
on,
う。
hold on. What happens if I boop them?
右、左、
Okay.
上、
Okay, so we still got a few things. Yeah, so secrets are not listed. So that's a thing. Secrets are not listed. So I'm kind of curious. Alright, we'll find the rest tomorrow. Very tired. And then we'll brush up on stuff. Brush up on stuff. And maybe I'll systematically go through the stuff that are weak from the dictionary or from the lesson things. Yeah. 286 results, huh? I don't know. Oh, yes, you can. Oh, you can totally botch the heck out of these. Okay. Alright. Yeah, look at how much space this is. Okay, anyways. Oh, it does keep a track up here. I see. Secrets. Learning, what's this? What does the difficult part mean? Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, folks. That is certainly it for today. Oh, I went well over. But I started with a, a digression about stuff. I'm kind of curious how the dialogue develops, right? How the dialogue develops. Maybe it won't get any more than that. I really did wanted to share some thoughts about it. I think the experience, the type of commentary that person provided is something that I've come to maybe find very unwelcoming, especially when it comes to encouraging people or sharing with people the enjoyment that comes with learning another language, right? Especially also getting familiar with another culture through learning, right? Learning another language. All right, I can't really hold up much more discussion, being that I'm tired. We'll resume this and see if we can wrap some stuff up. I don't know how I'm gonna fill these achievements, because I kind of want to make it maybe a small routine on the side and then just do it, hold myself accountable, right? Or I can wait, and those masteries will happen on their own, barring the next update, right? But anything that needs a streak, right? Which the streak is probably 7 sessions in a row. The rest are not. So we can just wait off, hold off on doing focus tests and smart tests. They will happen as we revisit the game over time. So at minimum, I'll probably do this a little bit more. How do I know what streak I am? Oh, here it is. Here's the daily streak. So we're at 4. So we'll do at least 3 additional days. And then maybe wrap it up with some interesting commentary that I can do for the 1.0. Then in another 6 months, we'll come back, right? And then see if my other extracurricular activities may impact some of my weak areas where I took too many liberties. I think as much as reading and listening goes, there's a lot that comes with being charged to output them within a time limit. Yeah. Alright, folks, that's a wrap for Wagotabi today. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try to see what else we can find and maybe get those 3 and get those other 2 stars. So until then, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? As always, feel free to stop on by, share your hot takes, or share your thoughts. Maybe someone will have a very cogent rebuttal, and that's perfectly alright, because I like the idea of being enriched with different perspectives and in exchange of ideas. I try not to sound too much like I'm attacking the person's character, but trying to explain a lot of what motivates that person or what the impression that person gives me. And it's not necessarily encouraging or telling the person to change their minds or change their opinions. That's not, at least in my opinion, the intent of intellectual exchange. Intellectual exchange is being able to acknowledge what the other party is trying to do, right? By demonstrating that you do understand what's in it, and then showing the contrast and the comparison of your point of view and your methodology. For myself, since I don't actually know this person and I don't actually know the Wagotabi team that well, it was an exercise for me to try to explain the contrast between them, or maybe the comparison between them, and then my perspective in general. In no way do I think whatever I say is correct or incorrect or deterministic or it's largely incomplete, right? I've made that a concession already. This person may be an incredibly legitimate or someone who works in linguistics and whatnot. I do not have a background in linguistics, and I do not have extensive language learning like specialization or knowledge. Most of my experiences and commentary is dealing with the observation of behavioral patterns in the academic environment, right? And that's usually formal education for the longest time. And in the last 7 or 8 years, most of my observations are dealing with how younger people acquire knowledge, use application, and then also seek enrichment and intellectual enrichment by negotiating how to establish habit formation, right? Like a consistent routine or lack of motivation. There are a lot of tools out there now that show the relative demand of what is what is attractive to a target audience. And it's no surprise that Wagotabi may represent or share some similarities in their approach from like something popular like Duolingo, for example, but it is addressing, in my opinion, something that is not necessarily important or considered not important to someone who is already possibly successful, self-motivated, etc., with their own professional background. So like if you're a very intermediate person or advanced learner, etc., despite what it may be difficult to believe, there are other ways to engage oneself that is of concern. Telling someone or attempting to gaslight someone into fear to comply with your strategies, despite not disclosing any of it. It's a approach. You can do that. It will encourage people or influence people to behave a certain way. I am certainly not in that department. You can say all you will about throwing shade at innovation or trying to reinvent the wheel, but the irony, I mean, I think it's fairly ironic that someone who presents an argument that tackles habit formation, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills would suggest to another group who is also well-educated and informed to not attempt to optimize, reiterate, or explore the dynamics of what is already really established, right? The act of reinventing something or reintroducing something is also an act of learning. So engaging in a method that is unnatural is also a method that can engage problem solving and creativity and abstraction. Those skills can be transferable to many aspects of learning. It might not necessarily translate to your ideal case of trying to get Japanese into your skull and your forehead, but there are other gains to be had that can be done elsewhere. One of the on-hand things that people tend to use for like learning another language, right? Like for example, scripting, programming, which they're constructed languages. And those constructed languages, the act of reinventing a wheel and challenging one to perpetuate whatever thing that influenced them leads them to the acquisition of that skill as well. So yes, might not be optimal for whatever your priorities are, but it would be very professionally courteous to demonstrate that you first understand what's in the product you're criticizing, which I feel that I was given the impression that that was a failed attempt because many of the comments dealt with everything that they believe the product does not have. That does not confirm nor demonstrate that they understand what's in the product, because that might quote unquote take away from their argument. But isn't that the whole point? The strength of your argument is probably to be able to withstand or address, despite all the things that work in the game, you find criticism, right? But instead, it felt more like a diatribe of projecting whatever you want to see that's undesirable to be made mention, and then whatever you see that is absent to be the reason why the product doesn't work. It's kind of like what I'm doing now here. That might sound a little unfair. What you didn't say, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Like, for example, if the review, enough context would say a Steam review should typically be very short-winded, right, and very concise. So there's a lot of generalization allowed. So that is me being fair. What is not said doesn't mean this person is not able to know that. It just happens to be not said. So the fact is, most of the things are not said. That's not insinuating the person doesn't know it. However, what this person did do is what is not in Wagotabi was used as an insinuation that the developers have not considered this, and that the developers are ignorant of this. That's an ad hominem argument based on prejudice. And that's something that I want to make sure that I wasn't giving the impression of at the beginning of this stream. What is not said means that I don't know if they know it or not. What I do see is an absence of it, but it's not an attack on that person's character, because in no way that person would be able to anticipate everything that needs to be said without interacting with other people requesting that. That doesn't change the fact that they spent most of their diatribe making ad hominem arguments and attacking the character of the group that made this game, while hand-wavily using your common generalizations and low-hanging fruit analogies in order to associate stigma with other things. Like, which is the basis for racism and discrimination and prejudice in the first place. Like, okay, well, this reminds me of this product, which is trashy, and then therefore your argument is sound. Or incorporating whataboutisms, like, well, there are better ways. It's like, great. That's so explicit. There are better ways. Is that also how you explicitly and implicitly learn Japanese? Or is that also how you speak English to other people, where you say, well, there's just better things. You just do this, you just do that. Well, the developers aren't just doing something. They are trying to do something very specific. And if asked, and also given the time, they probably would be able to explain it, because they're actually doing something and producing something. Despite the grandiose claim that you're making something, I cannot, for the life of me, be in all good faith. Like, when someone writes something like that, consider that they were speaking in good faith to between intellectuals. I believe that people who develop games like this spend in far more time than I have in providing such an experience. I think that's being incredibly ungrateful and unprofessional. If you are willing to say you are a trained linguist or a person who has a professional background in language learning, it doesn't entitle you to being so incredibly unprofessional. And maybe you treat, maybe that person treats Steam like their personal background or personal soapbox. That is definitely their prerogative. However, I do not find that type of commentary to be incredibly productive nor professional. Probably not even Japanese. Like, what I mean is the face culture situation. That's my personal statement by what is said. Again, the disclaimer is what is not said doesn't mean it doesn't exist. This person could be a polyglot and like a 50-year-old tenured faculty for all I know. But since I don't ask, it is on me to understand that whatever I don't see doesn't mean they don't exist. Again, unlike the way this person speaks. Right. Alright, for that, as always, feel free to stop on by. I'm curious, for all those who would watch this video, they're probably people who are interested in Wagotabi, right? Or the Wagotabi devs, for all I know. It would be interesting how other people would approach talking about this. Maybe even recruit the person, right? If someone has legitimately fine skills, like 30 years plus of skills, or what so they claim to polyglot, it would be kind of very useful to approach them and basically get their criticisms. And the unfortunate part is that most of it were ad hominem arguments and nebulous statements that are emotional projections, in my opinion. So maybe not so useful what's written, but it would be interesting to see if they have an open dialogue. I would love to hear what other people, which the vast majority of Wagotabi users did not experience that type of frustration this person suggested. So it would be very interesting to see what other people think. So you're more than welcome to stop on by in the next couple days. There's still 3 more days left before I hit the 7. So, and it'll be like practicing or chatting while playing Wagotabi, and it leaves a lot of room for a bit of chit chat, describing like what's next for this game. I think the second castle is pulling a lot of stuff, so the third castle has gotta like be even bigger. Like I'm ready for the like 30 straight minute slug fest of a boss or something. That sounds pretty amazing. Or something like lightning rounds and some, or like a combo game thing, or a musical note thing. There's so many things you can do with simplified mechanics, right? Dave the Diver is a very great example. So I look forward to it. I'll be back later. I'll be back tomorrow, right? So for now, as always, those who are only interested in Wagotabi, right? Minasan, mata ne. I'll see everyone next time. Mite kurete arigato, right? Thanks for watching. And as always, stay safe, right? Stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.